everybody. Welcome. Today is July 18th. It is a Thursday, which means I'm hanging out with you guys here on YouTube. So glad to have you. You guys know the drill. Please go ahead and comment your city and state so that I can shout you out. We've got a couple of announcements that we're going to be getting into, but before I do that, I want to share with you, if it's your first time watching, the format for the show. Every single week, I ask the men questions on my men's page, Yonsternation, and then I report their answers back to the people who follow on Patreon. Those are my subscribers. Those are the awesome people. Let me show you my Instagram page if you are not following it yet. This is Yonsternation. You can come on there if you are a man. I had a guy today ask, is this just for singles? It is not, although I do post single women for the men who are single, but ultimately I like to get the feedback from men so that I can teach women the universal truth. So guys, this is a safe space for you to be able to express yourself and your thoughts regarding love, sex, dating, and relationships. For any of the men who are watching, comment me if you are following this page. If not, head on over there. It is super important for me to get your opinion, okay? And by the way, guys, when I share the information, I redact all of the names, so only the guys can see what you have to say and what your page is. The women cannot see that. Patreon, you can find my Patreon page just by typing in Yonci if you want to go in there. Otherwise, let's go ahead and put this up. There's the website if you want to join on Patreon. This also shows support for me, but you get a bunch of stuff in return. You get to see the men's answers. You get to attend in-person events. You get to chat with other patrons. We have a whole community going on. And then every month I host a Zoom Mingle, which is a singles mixer that happens on Zoom. It's really fun. And then you get behind the scenes content. For example, my son turned 20. Let me not age myself 10 years. My son turned 20, so I posted a picture of him. And so I post a lot more personal stuff on my Patreon page than I do on my main page, which I try to keep it for my professional stuff. Okay. All right. So let's get into some of these announcements that I've got going on. Okay. The very first announcement is my singles database. So I don't talk about this a lot because there are a million things I have to talk about at any given time, and I'd be forgetting to put some stuff up. By the way, guys, there we go. It was a little fuzzy looking. But I have a singles database that is linked to my Patreon page, and I am working on a very special project that I will be able to talk about extremely soon. By the way, I see 12 of you guys here. No one's commented your city and state yet. So let me know what city and state you guys are watching from so I can shout you out. But we have a singles database, and so I want everybody to fill this out. A ton of you have already, but those of you who have not, make sure you fill that out on Patreon. This will let me understand more about your demographic, my demographic that follows me. I get people asking all the time, you know, do you have anyone in California? Do you have anyone in London? Do you have, you know, single moms? Do you have people with no kids? So this allows me to be able to see exactly who's there. And like I said, I can't give you too much information, but I have something big that I'm going to be announcing. So you want to make sure your information is in there before that time. We got Detroit, Michigan. First comment. Shout out to you, sir or ma'am. Hard to tell by the name, which you are. We got Charlotte, North Carolina in the house. Thank you for joining us, Letitia. We got Houston, Texas. Hey, Joy. Good to see you. Hey, Kaylee. We got Nashville in the house. Hey, Kaylee. She's come on a few times. She said she is a patron on Patreon. Y'all, I had a little cocktail before the show. Well, like 3 sips. So hopefully my tongue doesn't get too tight. We got Shantae in the house. Oh, I hope you come back on the show again. You were fun last week. Newport News, Virginia. Very nice, guys. Okay. Oh, he's a man. Okay, cool. All right, next announcement is the end of summer party. So I have been extremely hush-hush. Ooh, Lindsay's in the house. Hey, girl, shout out to you. She's watching from Dallas. End of summer party is for my patrons, okay? And I've been very tight-lipped about it. They've been knowing for a while, but I decided to share a little bit more information because I want as many people to come as possible. This is going to be held in my dear city, my current city, Dallas. It is an end of summer party, and it's happening Labor Day weekend. Now, if you want to know the specifics where it's going to be, you have to be a patron because this is a completely paid for event. There is no fee to attend, okay? And you guys, In my former life, I threw events. I know how to throw events. Okay. It is a good time. All right. And before that, I was throwing lots of house parties. Very loud motorcycle going by distracted me. Anyway, you guys are going to want to be there. We are going to be taking footage. We're going to be getting pictures. You are not going to want to miss this. I'm telling you, you do not want to miss this. You are going to have the most serious case of FOMO ever if you see the pictures after the fact. It is going to be a good time. Okay, patrons are first come, first serve. Once we hit capacity, that is it. So as I mentioned before, all you have to do is join on Patreon. I will go ahead and put the information back up. If you want to take a quick screenshot of the website, it's just patreon.com/Yonci. And of course, there's all the other stuff that we do on there. You'll see it's a good time. Okay. But make sure that you grab that, join. I'm telling you, you are going to want to be there. Okay. All right. So the next announcement that I have going on, what is the next one? So actually, let me tell you this really quickly about this. Okay. There is going to be, we'll just say there's going to be water. There's going to be a DJ. There are going to be plenty of activities. And I don't want anybody to feel like, oh my God, I've never gone somewhere where it's just one person. Okay, I've got somebody on the panel who already has her plane ticket. She's flying in for this, okay? Do not think that you are going to be sitting there like a wallflower, not knowing anybody. If I am there, you got somebody there, okay? My events, one of the things that is really important to me is that everybody is having a good time, okay? We got Jacksonville, Florida in the house. Yay, nice to see you. We got Atlanta, Georgia, another Atlanta in the house. Good to see you, Lou. Let's see. Blondie, shout out to you. And Brenda, shout out to you. Okay. Oh, so this is AJ, don't ask, many names. AJ, you are welcome to come back on if you would like. To come back on. Loved having you if you're the same AJ who joined us last time. But guys, this is going to be a really good time. And as I mentioned before, it is really important for everybody to have fun. That is my specialty, making sure that everybody is included, making sure that by the end of the evening, you all have a bunch of new friends, okay? This is going to be an absolute good time. So you do not want to miss out, okay? All right, so Labor Day weekend, mark your calendars. Dallas, that's where it's going to be. All the details are going to be on Patreon, okay? Comment in the comments if you guys, comment Patreon if you're going to join Patreon and then join us for the event, okay? This is going to be fun. And let me just take a moment and just give you a little bit more insight. It's cool that we're on Instagram, okay? And I get the people who are outside the US, that's a bit much to come to the US, okay? But if you are in the US, I am really looking to create a community that is beyond social media. I've been talking about this for a while, but it is important to me. I want marriages to come. I want friendships to come. I have friendships that are still going today from people that I met on Facebook, almost 10 years ago. I want people who are like-minded to come together, and the people who flock to my page tend to have a similar type of mindset. So if you are someone who is single, if you are somebody who, even if you're not single and you and your person want to come, you can come. You don't have to be single to come to this, okay? We'll have a way of marking people so you know who you could step to and who not to. But I really want to create this community of like-minded people who can enjoy each other and have a good time. And of course, if they're single, I want some love connections to happen. So please, please, please come out on faith. Once you guys see everything, you will understand. But for now, just sign up, okay? All right, the next thing that I'm going to share, and my patrons don't even know this, I am going to be introducing one free class a month. Now, my classes that I'm going to be putting in here, these are around $60 in value, okay? And it's only $15 to join a month on Patreon. What I'm going to do is offer each month a separate class that you can get for free 99, okay? $0. It is absolutely free as a thank you for being part of my Patreon community. All you have to do is DM me and say, send me the link, girl, and I will send it to you. So that is brand new, and it is going to roll out. Hey, love, good to see you. Thank you for watching. I always try to remember whose handle that is. Hey, girly, glad to have you. So that's brand new, and that's going to be starting with August. You're going to get one class a month, okay? All right, so that is it for my announcements. let me see who I have here in the backstage area. If I can figure out, I don't know, my voice is going out. Trying to figure out how to remove this. There we go. Okay, let's see who is in the house, and we can start this group chat here. Oh, I guess it would actually help if I actually added people to the stage. My apologies, y'all. I'm clicking the wrong button. Hey, girly, good to see you.
Hey.
Hi. Hey, Lynette.
Hey, Lynette.
Oh, Arthur.
Hey, Keisha. Hey, Paul. Hey, what's up, Willie? Why you looking like that, Willie? Come on, man.
How's everybody doing? Can y'all hear me okay?
Yeah, we can hear you fine.
Sweet.
Yes,
I just got finished coaching a bunch of 8-year-olds playing football, so hence the face. I apologize if it's not my usual.
It's not your usual face. That's why I said that.
Yeah.
well, goodness. Y'all, we got 5 people who are watching on Instagram. Okay. And y'all, you got to make the switch to YouTube. So as much as you might be having fun watching me, it's way more fun to see everybody on the show. LA Boogie, I'm going to shout you out. Come on over. Water is warm. Come to YouTube. We've got a good show for you guys tonight. How's everybody doing?
Great.
That's good. That's good. Good to have you back, Keisha. I appreciate you joining us.
Thanks for having me.
You're welcome. All right, we're going to just dive right into the questions. The first question was submitted to us by a lovely patron, and her question was, how can you tell a man that you're not interested in a respectful and polite way? So I'm going to put the guys on the spot as usual, and then we're going to get into the comments on Yonsternation and see what the guys had to say. But what would you guys advise if that was your, one of your female friends and she's like, oh, I'm not really feeling this guy, but I don't want to be a jerk about it. How would you let him down? Advise her to let her down. Advise her to let him down. My goodness.
Go ahead, Willie.
Oh,
Not in English.
Yeah, in English, I don't think there's a, I'm not interested.
Oh, you went out, Willie. What happened?
I'm sorry. Yeah, in English, it's not hard. Just I'm not interested, and then remove yourself from wherever they are, and it's not hard, and I don't want to. I know that someone is going to pull the well, what if the men are dangerous, bear versus the man thing, and yeah, all that's dumb. If you just tell most men you're not interested, they're just going to leave it alone, and they're okay, cool. I don't see.
So
it didn't take long. Someone men's 50-50. Some guys can't handle rejection. That's like 1% of men.
It's actually a guy though.
Yeah, it's even still like he's. You know how I feel about when men pull up on the other side of the fences team. I mean, so yeah, just tell them no. You don't have to be like rude about it, like, get away from me with your ass, yeah, something like that. But just I'm not interested. Thank you. No, thank you. Don't give them a reason to why you're not interested. Just say I'm not interested, and that should be enough.
I will say that as women, we're very nurturing and we're sensitive, and we can be sensitive. So I think there's an assumption that it is hard for a guy to hear no. And so I can understand the question. Paul Arthur, would you like to add anything before I get into the Yonsternation comments?
Not too much. I mean, Willie's right. I agree that it shouldn't be a big deal. I'm a type of person, I'll just be like, hey, just sit him down, talk to him, communicate, just be like, hey, see where his head is at, and if it's not where you're trying to go, then you can say, hey, we're not equally yoked, because that's the key. You can say, oh, I'll go out with this person, I'll go out with this person, but if you're not on a level playing field, or at least to some capacity, it doesn't have to be completely, but and as you go further along, should things progress, then you can really make those kinds of decisions. But on surface level, make sure that that person is level-headed enough to be prepared for the rejection should they choose to deliver it. But other than that, I would say just keep it simple. You ain't even gotta explain nothing, because a lot of women tend not to explain anything. Just be like, hey, I'm not interested. I appreciate it, and make sure that there's no awkward vibes or energy within that interaction, when it happens.
I appreciate you saying the don't explain it part, because I learned that the hard way in my single days. I would say, this or that, and I found that I have to give the bare minimum, because a lot of times people will take any little thing. Like if you say, oh, I'm really busy, or I don't really have, my job is really, taxing, da 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 da, they'll come up with a response like, oh, but here's the counter. And so if you don't want to if you are 100% opposed, then I would just say, thank you so much. I'm very flattered. I'm not interested. Here, I'm going to read 5 comments. Every time, you guys, every single time I instinctively am about to say the guy's name, and I have to catch myself. Okay, someone said, thank you, but no thank you. That's what he's recommended to say. I appreciate your advancements to get to know me at this time. I have no interest in dating or pursuing anything further with you. Oh, he said, I asked him to stop sending me messages. If you continue to send me messages, it would lead to you being added to my block list. Thank you for your cooperation. I don't think I would say all that if it hadn't escalated yet. Like, I would wait until he's still pursued. Okay. Another person said, hey, Trell, you should come on the show. This guy said, and we'll say it again, you seem like a nice person, but I'm not interested in anything beyond just being friends. Please respect my boundaries and my inbox. If you're not even legitimately interested in being friends, then just block him. Those who are delivered the message and still continue to press, block them too. Even if you're not in a relationship with these people, you darn sure should not let them stress you. Okay. Someone else said, just say, sir, thank you for the compliments, but I am not interested. If he persists after you told him no, just block his account. And the last one, it really depends on the guy. Not much for women to do behaviorally. I'm the type who takes no as no. I have a career, school, my family, reinforcing that. Other people, okay. Yeah, so I would say most of them said the same thing of just make it to the point. I know for me, like if a guy has ever said anything to me, it could be awkward, and I don't want to, or I should say no, if a guy is, I got distracted by reading a comment, I'm sorry guys. If a guy is letting me down, I don't want him to go on mine, because it's really cringy. Like if you're just not feeling me, you're not feeling me, but don't sit there and be like, I'm sure you're a really great person and I wish you all the best. Don't do that. Don't do that. Somebody says, what about in person? I think you can say the same thing. You can just say, I'm really flattered. I'm not interested. Thank you. And leave it at that. And if a guy makes it weird, that's on him. We're going to say, I can tell you about to say something, Keisha.
So are we talking about when they first try to talk to you and you don't know them, or after you've like been on a date?
From the wording of the comment, I took it to mean if they're just sliding in a DM, like they don't know you.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because she had said the DMs are annoying. So hey, Kaylee, welcome to the show.
Hey, Kelly.
Oh.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm going to move on to the next question. Number 2, do you need alone time when you're in a relationship? So for those of you just tuning in, I asked the guys a question Monday through Friday. And this is what I asked them. I said, do you need alone time while you're in a relationship? And if so, how often? Their choices were a few hours a day, 1 day out of the week, 2 to 3 days out of the week. So what about you? I'll pose this to you guys, whether you are a man or a woman. Do you need time away from your person, time to yourself when you're in a relationship? And then I'll put the poll up.
Ladies first.
Go ahead, Paul. I'm sorry.
No, I was saying ladies first, so I want the ladies to respond.
I always say it's my time, your time, and our time. That's how I always dealt with when I was in a relationship. I mean, I don't mind being under you every day. I don't mind talking to you every day. But I don't think no man wants you under them every day, 24 hours underneath his arms when he has business to take care of. Am I wrong? Somebody correct me, because I know if a man is in his purpose and he has business, he can't be under you and have a business at the same time.
I think it depends. I would say it depends on what the woman is doing. I think let's just say if he's working or something like that, sometimes I think guys can like your presence I've had
Right.
an ex tell me, if I'm watching the game, it's nice just having you there on the couch, even though I'm not contributing anything or doing anything. Sometimes the presence is nice.
Mhm.
So I think it depends on if you are demanding of his time,
Right.
demanding of his attention, or you're just kind of there. But I'm not a guy. You ask the guys.
Right. That's why I said, correct me if I'm right or
Yeah.
wrong, because I don't think, a guy wants you while he's watching a football game under your arm and bothering you when the Cowboys or whoever is playing. I don't think he would want that. Yes, you're sitting there quietly as he enjoys his game, basketball game and thing, but I don't know if a man really would want his woman to be like,
If I may,
yes, please correct me.
so it really depends on the guy. Like there are a faction of guys out there that don't watch sports and aren't attuned to that kind of thing. Whereas myself, I'm into sports. I watch football, I watch basketball. I go to the games. I'm loud, I'm energetic. Even if I'm at home and I'm watching everything like that. So I don't mind having my lady sit next to me, even if she doesn't know what she's talking about, even if she just be up under my arm, you know what I'm saying? Just sit with me, because when I'm sitting down, or if I'm watching a game, or if I'm playing games, if I'm on my Switch or if I'm on my PlayStation, that's me, letting off steam, if you will. But if you sit there next to me, just kind of lean on my shoulder, you know what I'm saying? I don't mind that, because you're showing me that you're willing to have that alone space. But then when I'm done playing, I'm gonna just hug you and I'm gonna just hold you.
So you don't need a timeout from your lady.
I mean, it's health. It is healthy. Like, I'm not against having alone time, because I do believe a little bit of alone time can be healthy. Like, for example, like if you're in a meditation or journaling, you know, a lot of women tend to do like yoga, something like spiritual, like things like that. I think those are helpful tools to learning yourself and like navigating different things. And of course, your spouse or your person will be there to help you, should you need it. But I do think some alone time is healthy. I'm not against it personally. I don't mind having that alone time. But there's sometimes I'm just gonna be like, you know what? I might be playing my game or sitting here journaling, listening to my jazz music and everything like that. I'll be writing. But if she come up and put her head on my head, you know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna turn her away. I'll just be like, hey babe, what's up? I'm in my mood. Thank you for coming.
I'm
Thank you
trying
for
to
giving
think.
me that random hug. You know what I'm saying?
I'm
I
trying to think about my. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm gonna overtalk you.
no,
I was
you're
thinking
right.
about
I'm
my
done.
situation, and for those of you who know my story, our first date turned into 14 months. So, we haven't gotten sick of each other yet, and I don't necessarily think it needs to be getting sick of each other. But I would say I've never felt like, I need alone time, in the sense of I need to get away from him. I need to be by myself. Now, I naturally get it if I go do my nails or something like that. But I think that even if we are in the same space, we have mastered the art of, like, not, I don't want to say bothering each other, but my daughter's the same way. Like, we could be sitting together. My friends are the same way. We could be next to each other and we're both playing something on our phone, or we could be watching separate things. I could be in the space with somebody and not be interacting. Now, I think that if he was the type of person who constantly needed to interact, constantly needed to talk to me, then that would be overwhelming and it felt like it was taxing, because I've had friends like that where it's just like, oh my God, they require a lot. But I think with my personality, it works well. Like, if somebody said I had to be stuck to his side for the next 365 days, I don't think I would get annoyed. But I do think it's healthy to have stuff if something comes up. We're not opposed to going and doing stuff separately.
Right, but would the same thing be if we were living together or living apart? Because that's the thing about having time, separate time. Do we live together where, okay, he's going out with his boys, I'm going out with my girls, and then we come back home? Or are we in separate apartments and houses, and when we get our time, we get our time? That's different. When I'm not living with you, I want to be under you all the time. But
Yeah.
I mean, when we're living together, I don't know if somebody would want, you want to go out the house and be like, I'm out. I'll see you in a few hours.
What do you guys have to say? Welcome, Amanda. Welcome
Hey,
to the team.
Amanda.
I
Well,
don't
if you're
understand how
go
you can
ahead.
live your life and not get alone time. Like, y'all don't have places to go and stuff to do. I find that it's the opposite, that like we have to plan together time versus you need alone time. Like, you naturally get alone time to me.
I think my situation is unique in that we both work from home. We both go to church together. Like our lives are very much the same. And unless it's like a guy's event or him getting his haircut or me getting my nails done, we're pretty much already doing everything together.
Okay.
And our nights are pretty boring in the sense like we just love to watch movies and TV shows. Like that's kind of like our thing. We can both be hermits. If we had the budget, we'd be in the streets a lot more. But right now, you know, it'd be like going outside costs $200 like to step on your porch. Oh my gosh. So with some of the things that we're doing, we have to be a little bit more frugal right now. But for us, it's a little bit unique. So I think I'm not really the norm. So I'm curious to hear what more normal lives are like. Do you guys, when you're not living together, do you feel like you need more? Do you need any alone time, or is that only if you're living with the person?
If I live alone and I'm not with my woman and I need alone time, I don't like her. We already don't live together. I'm fairly certain that anybody who doesn't live with a partner has all the alone time they can get.
Right.
So I can't picture me committing to a woman that I didn't want to be around all the time.
So it's funny that
when we live together, though, that's different. Like, you know, my schedule, my routine is my routine.
Yeah.
So I'm going to have, you know, a lot of alone time handling business, slaying dragons, or whatever it is I'm doing that day. But, you know, then that's when I'm looking forward to getting home and being up under her or her being up under me. And right. I mean, as far as watching sports, you know, women can't come in my man cave, so I don't have to worry about that at all.
What is she watching sports? She can't watch sports with you?
Not in my man cave. So this is my rule. Like if I'm in a relationship with someone and I have a man cave, you can't come in there if you have clothes on. So you're gonna pay the tax too, but if you're not gonna pay the tax, then
I hear that, Willie.
You can see me when I come upstairs.
I don't see a problem with it.
Is she allowed to have a she shed?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
I will build her the most. I would build her a second house in the backyard if it keeps her out of my man cave.
To come to the she shed?
I don't want to go in the she shed. I don't give a damn what's going on in there. That's all I heard. Her and her girlfriend and all that brunch and book club stuff you want to do that back there. We cool.
I cannot. Well, I saw this today, so I had to share. I thought it was appropriate. This lady said, "My boyfriend is my best friend. I actually like him a whole lot. That's y'all problem. Y'all don't like your partner for real. I could sit in the house for, I'm not going to try to figure out how many numbers that is, days with him and just have hella fun. Get back to liking who you're with. Love is one thing, but liking is a whole nother ballgame." Now, I will give this. We are still in the newlywed, honeymoon stage or whatever it's called, because it's still the first year. But that was what was so important to me, was having somebody that I actually enjoyed their company. Because if you're talking about doing life together, life is a long time till death do you part. And so when I hear girlfriends say like, "Oh my God, yeah, I want to do this because I need to get away from him," or "I hope he goes on a trip so I could don't have to see him," I'm just like, I hope I never get to that place where I'm just like glad to see him go. I mean, he gone for, Willie knows, Monty be gone for like 3 days. I'm like, miss him.
I gotta get off the show early tonight. My man's flying back home.
I think there's balance in everything. I think if you have the balance, you won't get to that place, because you'll have your time away and you'll have your time together. You appreciate each other more when you do spend a little time away from each other. And that's continuing to date one another, continuing to that push pull, that that'll bring y'all together even more. So I just think balance is key in everything.
True.
She spoke a word there.
Any other thoughts before? Oh, I gotta show the poll. My bad. Okay, let's see.
You said it's women who are ready for their men to go on trips. That's how you know they cheating.
No comment. I was gonna say, because
I don't think that's true. Like, they could just be bothered.
That is not true.
Yeah,
like some man, they like it's just,
listen.
It's work all day long. So
they're gonna come back and then they're gonna end up having to have a joint Facebook page where they both sharing. Then the world's gonna know that one of them used to be a hoe. Like, let's pretend like that's not the rule. Like, it sounds good. There's always outliers, but if a woman doesn't want to be with her dude and want him to come home, like, she's not far from getting peeled by somebody else.
Or she could be the one that's constantly wanting to hang out with the girls. Because there have
Or
been
she could
stories
want a
where girls
break,
will go
but
on
she
their
can't.
girls trips and then invite male dances and then they sleep in with
Male
them.
dance.
Whoa,
She
pause,
go-
pause, pause,
I'm just
pause,
saying, man.
pause.
I'm just saying, but I done heard some
Y'all
stuff.
say we
Whoa,
y'all. We not
whoa,
y'all.
I'm just saying.
pause.
I done heard
Whoa.
some stuff now. I mean, me personally, I would never,
What
do
in the,
the
A
that's
male
a Tyler
dance.
Perry
travel
movie,
and then
bro.
cheat on my woman. I would never do that. But I done heard some
Male
stories.
dancers are.
Oh my
Listen,
God. Okay, well, here are the
I'm
poll
just saying.
numbers.
I'm just saying. Not trying to step on nobody's toes, but I'm just saying.
49% of the men said they need a few hours a day away from their person.
See?
So that's on top of working. That's wild.
trash.
26% said they need one day. They need a whole day out of the week away from their person. And 26% said, give me 2 to 3 days.
Whoever said
Yeah,
2 to
that's
3
close.
days is they trying to let the antibiotics kick in. Like that's crazy.
See, and this is the
Man,
men's
would say he
role,
needs
right?
3 days
This
a
is the
long
men
time.
saying this, that they need these breaks.
Yes, you know, you need 72 hours away from your old lady. That's crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's crazy work.
Why did
Like
you pick
if
that
you
lady?
need 2 to 3 days, like something ain't right, bro.
Like, why did you pick her? Why would you pick a woman that you can only like 4 days out the week? Because do the math. That's like what? Okay, so there's 30 days in a month.
That's half the year.
No, wait, damn that. She gonna be on her cycle for 7 days. You know you can't stand her then either. Plus, now you're gonna have to deal with saying 4 days a week on top of that. That's crazy. You get like 13
He ain't
days for a
wrong.
woman a month, but you paying for it hell no. That's crazy.
They said 1 whole day, 2 to 3 days. That sounds like the
No.
weekend. That
Yeah.
means all during the week.
Come on over
Bro,
here.
got
few
that
hours.
Z-Pack and trying to let that shit kick in when he come back from the DR.
Oh my gosh.
That part.
That's terrible. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I wish I would have somebody tell me they need 3 days.
I would have thought that would have been less than 26, but it evened out with the 1 day. So basically, it's 1 to 3 days that half of the guys said they want to be by themselves.
Hey, Yonci, one of these dudes' girlfriends are gonna try to offer you a whole bunch of money one day to see what they man said on these posts. Well, that's when you gonna retire and quit. You'll be rich.
Oh my God, just terrible, just terrible. All right, so let's see what they said. Okay, let's see. Got my Instagram phone. Okay, I'm gonna hang up this Instagram in a second because y'all got enough heads up to come to YouTube. Okay, so the first comment, yes, and I prefer her to recognize that I'm taking that time and wait for me to engage or invite her in. Someone else said everyone needs alone time. This question is more situational, in my opinion. Can you really tell if you need alone time until you actually need it, and how long? Could vary depending on multiple factors. That's fair. Someone else said, no time alone needed. I'm doing too much of it already. Someone else said, at least a day a week. Someone else said, I need time alone to sit on a rock and contemplate life, death, causality.
Causality.
Causality. I think you
I
just
have
spelled it wrong.
never heard causality, and I'm fancy myself a wordsmith. Okay, if I'm
Watch
living
the
on
Matrix Revolutions. He explains it perfectly.
what's that?
Watch the Matrix Revolutions. The scene with the Merovingian and the dining hall. He explains it.
Okay. If I'm living my purpose, if I'm fulfilling my purpose, what is my place in the grand scheme of things? How can I better fix the kitchen? And other questions about life. The rest of the time is waiting until the right time to make my moves. A culmination of many motions in order to ultimately create a 3 a.m. sandwich. Is it the alcohol, or did I just not understand that?
You said a 3 a.m. sandwich?
All I heard was 3 a.m. sandwich.
He said a culmination of many motions in order to ultimately create a 3 a.m. sandwich. I don't know if it's the cocktail or if this just, I don't understand this comment.
No, it was dumb. I'm sorry. It was
He
dumb.
was trying to say find somebody who cares for him. I don't know, since that's what the 3 a.m. sandwich represents.
Or I just came from hanging out with my boys, so I need to eat. And
That was 150 characters or nothing.
I was like, I only took 3 sips so far, but doggone. Okay, last comment. He said, oh, how do I find the YouTube show? Oh, no problem. So go to YouTube, type in Chasing Yonci, and bloop, I'll pop up. Okay? Better yet, I almost hang up like it's a phone. I will turn this off, and then you can click the link in my bio. Okay? So everybody come on. There we go. He's like, how do I find it? That's how you find it. Okay. He said, yes, I like some alone time. And I get plenty, but she can interrupt anytime. I married a woman I enjoy being around. She can only help the mood. I like that. Okay.
Yeah.
That is.
She watching the show.
Okay. Oh, thank goodness that you commented, because even though I turned on the little bloop sound effect, I still don't even notice. And people would just be collecting cobwebs backstage. Good to have you, Mont. Nice to have you, sir. How was your vacation? I was gonna say I'm not outing you because you posted on social media.
It was great.
Y'all, he been making them reels, like all the ladies
Mhm.
like, I want a man like that.
That was awesome.
Very, very sweet. Okay, so let's get into these comments. I wish they would let me leave the comments up and the other control panels. Okay, so let's see. Oh, yes, thank you, sir. Let's get these likes up. Somebody snitch for me. We got 23 people watching. How many?
22 and 14 likes.
Ew, that's like almost 10 less. All right, y'all, let's get them up. Let's get them up. Okay, and our single is talking about coming on. So let me give her the info real quick. Are the numbers going up yet? Y'all, if you're on a cell phone.
We're at 15 likes right now.
Oh, okay, here we go. You got
I forgot you're doing a single tonight. Let me ask ChatGPT for some spicy questions.
Make sure you guys, if you're on a cell phone, close the chat box if you can't see the like, and then hit that like. It's only to let YouTube know you're enjoying the show, because YouTube doesn't know. Oh, I have a friend who proposed in the most beautiful way. Keep me posted. His flight got delayed, but he's going to try to make it. Did you guys see the engagement video that I posted?
Yes, I did.
Yes.
Oh,
Congratulations.
Right?
That was fire.
So I am excited to see, and let me see if she's coming on.
Oh, Yonci, you're dead even. 24 watching and 24 likes.
Yay! That was quick. Okay, thank you guys. We didn't have to stall too bad. Okay, I'm catching
It just
up.
went up to 27.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Okay. Wait, Kenny's asking how many divorce guys are here. Is he asking about the panel or in the comments? I don't know. Okay, Frank says she probably nags but is scared to break up because
Put your hands down, Willie.
Shit, he asked her. Shit,
Never married, so I ain't up that alley.
You're all right, Paul. Trust me, it'll come when it comes.
Oh my God.
I was like, wait, we're talking about divorce.
You're good, bro.
Okay. All right. So number 3, third question. How does it feel being around a feminine woman? And it's always cute because I always want to see if guys are able to articulate with their words what it feels like. So the very first comment says, like getting in a warm bed with my favorite pajamas on. That's a cute choice of words. Someone else just said very powerful. Another one said relaxing, refreshing, comforting, peaceful, powerful, energetic, respected, admired, protective, necessary. Lots of adjectives. That's actually what my friend said when he met his now fiance. He was like, her feminine energy is just amazing. Like, I'm going to make her my wife one day. And that was really cute. Okay. Sorry, she's responding. There we go. Okay. Let's see. He said, I am with one I will be marrying soon. And I must say it feels refreshing every day. It's the type of woman who makes you say, this woman needs to be by my side every step in life. Aw. Anybody want to expound on that? And share your thoughts?
Go ahead, Mont.
I'm sorry, you could repeat what he said.
What does it feel like to be around a feminine woman?
Well, I guess for somebody like me, well, it depends on the type of guy you are. But for me, it's everything. Like I'm very simple. Like everything I want is very simple. Everything that I want to provide is like, I'm a simple guy, and I consider myself a masculine man. So everything that I do is literally just for that simple thing. I just want to be around a feminine woman. I just want to give you everything. I just want to provide everything. I don't want you to touch doors. I don't want you to do any of these type of things. And all I want in return is respect and for you to be feminine. That's all I want. And that's what's gratifying to me. I don't want none, like all the extra stuff.
So I'm going to tell on myself. So, have you guys ever had a situation where you were upset about something, but in reality, you were really just more sad and hurt? I have caught myself sometimes going into my masculine out of self-preservation if I am upset. And I remember the last time it happened, I was mid situation and I was like, it's going to be very hard to get empathy if I seem angry versus if I feel hurt. And I consciously chose to change my word choice because I think that's a natural thing. And I feel that there's so much power. And I don't mean power as in manipulation power, but there's so much power in being vulnerable, because when we are showing that, when we are showing our frailty and our softness, and it's easier for them to want to come to the rescue. Even if it's a situation where you're saying you hurt me, it's easier to come to that person and want to protect as opposed to wanting to combat. So I know having those two energies balanced really helps out. And I would say in the reverse, like being around a masculine man is so refreshing. There was a woman who, I'm trying to make sure I'm not telling anybody's business. Okay, yeah, no, I was like, I had to think of who these people were, just make sure no, they wouldn't care. But she was saying how she was out and about. She'd be with her husband, and they worked together. So he was in uniform, so people didn't necessarily know that they were co-workers. And so when they would go do different things, guys would just hit on her just right in front of him. And so in his mind, he's like, yeah, she's hot. Like, obviously, guys are going to hit on her. And he didn't think anything of it. But for her, masculine looked different. Masculine looked like, that's my woman. You better back up off of her, and she had to express that. And so I think it's really important for us to even communicate with our partner what that looks like. So what feminine looks like, hey, you can do this. This is really works for me. And for us with the man, like, hey, masculine might look like providing, or masculine might look like keeping your cool even though you're upset. So I think it's important to articulate. Any other thoughts before I read any more comments?
I think a feminine woman, the difference feels like when a guy comes home, and having a feminine woman is the difference between him needing 15, 20 minutes in the parking lot sitting in his car to just walking in the house, because he knows he's going from peaceful situation to peaceful situation. Like, I think that's the biggest thing that has ever been for me, is having, after, dealing with, demon spawn once before, and then having like a real feminine woman after that. Like, it's night and day difference. Like, I never didn't want to be at the house. Like, I never did, when I was gone, like, I'm not trying to catch the last flight back, because I know as soon as I get back home, it's going to be a bunch of like, oh my God, let me smell your drawers type stuff going on or whatever. So like, I think that's the biggest difference for me. It feels like as soon as I get to the house, I know my day is about to get better instead of like less or more complicated.
So I gotta say this. Because I felt my eye triggering when I was thinking back about some men. Some men.
It started jumping. She was like that. I was twitching like.
Some men want to be Tasmanian devils in their woman's life and have the gall, the
piece.
Yes. Hello.
I was gonna ask you, like, did you treat them the same? Did you behave the same in both relationships?
No, that's stupid. Of course not. I treated one the way she acted. I treat the other the way she acted. So no. But by saying that, I left the demon spawn quickly. Like, it didn't take long. But then when with the one that's feminine, I treated her the way she acts. So of course I'm not going to treat the girl who's feminine, does what I want, the way that I treated the girl who was a demon spawn, because I left her. Like, I removed her access to me. But the women who are feminine do what they're supposed to do. They get to maintain that access, and I treat them accordingly. Like, it's crazy if a guy is the same with two different women and then thinks you're gonna get a different result. I mean, that's just.
Did you call the demon spawn? Like, did you say that's stupid when she said stuff too?
Yes. If it was stupid and when we were broke up, yeah, I don't have to be nice to you. We're not together now. I don't have to lie to you and be kind.
Why you were with her and she was doing?
Of course not. That's dumb. Like, what are you saying? Of course I didn't do. If I'm in a relationship, like, cool. If you want to be the mean one, great. I'm not fixing to match energy. I'm a dude. I lead. So I'm gonna set the tone. If you don't follow it, cool. Now you're a demon spawn and you single.
Keisha, you in for a treat this
So
night.
how long did you talk to her?
Not long enough.
Oh, that's right. They've never both been on Lynette. Oh Lord.
Oh,
I mean, that was not long enough. A month, 2 months?
No, like 4 or 5, 4 and a half, some change. Like, it don't take long for you. Once you get like 2 or 3 strikes, like, it's too many of y'all for me to be sitting here sticking with the one that's crazy. Like, I'm not. That's crazy. I'm not doing that.
So how long did it take for that to come out?
For 3 and 4.5 months. I don't know, right under 5.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
we
5 months being normal.
Yeah, no, I'm not one of these. Yeah, hi, I'm Willie, but yeah, I'm not one of the dudes that's gonna sit there and stick with somebody 4, 5, 6 years and then just be miserable. That's crazy.
Yeah.
So I will say some guys are not aware that they are creating these,
chaos,
this environment. And because I've heard stories, I've seen stuff. Like I like watching, certain shows. And granted, yes, you could say some things are scripted, but a lot of stuff is really an indication of what happens in real life, whether that couple's doing it or it's other couples. But I have seen people, let's just say, a man suddenly moving funny. And when she picks up on it, because as women, we are very observant.
They
and
reverse.
so
Some of y'all are.
They reverse.
Yeah, because y'all observing until it's a problem with us. Then y'all, I didn't know he wasn't happy. That intuition only works when it's trying to protect y'all from y'all having to do some work.
No,
They know they just in denial, or they try to gloss over it. They know.
So I will say that some men don't realize the chaos that they cause. Or let's say, for example, having inappropriate boundaries. Let's just say, this is a random example, like with female friends, and then saying my girl is tripping, or not taking care of business. And then, and it can be the reverse. Obviously, it can be a woman who is doing wild stuff and then wondering why he's not being affectionate. But I think sometimes like that is just, it's like a go-to with the I want peace. But I have yet to see a regular woman flip out for no reason. A regular person. Now, are there outliers? Are there women who just need attention? Yes. But most women just want peace, just like the next guy. And I just feel like that is just adding fuel to the fire. Like she's already upset, and then it's just so like, don't push me so I'm close to the edge, to then say, I just want peace. Well, if you would be peaceful, we would have peace, but you can't be throwing grenades and shanking people and then be like, God, my day.
Yeah, because the minute we catch it and you call them out on it, it's like a reverse psychology movement start happening. And it goes both ways. It's not only men that do it, women do it too. You get caught, and now everybody's like, oh, but and then you reverse it. Well, didn't you? And I'm like, well, wait a minute. Aren't we trying to solve this problem here? Why are we bringing up any other topic? It has nothing to do with what I just seen that you did just now.
Not Jacob saying I just joined, but I agree with the man. What? If you don't get up here on the stage.
So Jacob.
So Jacob, you know where you're supposed to be, sir.
I have this warning. Anytime I date somebody, I let them know I got 2 requirements for when we're having conversations. 1, do not cut me off. And 2, allow me to express myself, because that's how I woo-saw. And so if anybody tries to just, we're just going to change the subject to try to calm things out. I see things are, I see you're upset. Let's change the subject. That is you will get the opposite effect of calm Yonci. I talk it through, and I can maintain my composure. I can stay cool. Even if I catch myself getting heated, you might say, hey, your voice is going up. Okay, no problem. But we need to talk it all the way through. I don't do the brush under the rug. Don't try to kiss me and to distract me. Don't try to have sex. No. We are going to talk it through. And then my thing is that if you did something, own it. I used to hate when my ex would say that, but I adopted it because it's true. Own it. And I can move forward. If Lynette offends me and Lynette's like, you know what? I was an a-hole. Okay. That's all I wanted. I'm sorry, Yonci. Boom, move on. Or if I did the offense, Lynette, that was messed up. I shouldn't have done that. And then we can move on. But the whole come on, let's just get past it. I don't want the night to be ruined, or why do we have to argue? Don't try to get out of it. That's my thing.
They're gonna end up doing it again anyway.
Right.
They're gonna do the same thing that you fussed about. If they don't fix it, they're gonna end up doing it again.
Talking about
doing it again. But then that got a lot to do with people that's not healed getting into relationships. If you haven't healed, why are you jumping into a relationship? Talking about I've been home for 5 years or 4 years, or I've been, I haven't been dating for a long time, thinking you just healing by staying in the house.
Right.
No, what work have you put in
She
so
said,
that
"Well,
way you
know
won't
my
make the
standard
same mistakes exactly that you made before? Because you bound to bring those same mistakes into your next relationship, saying you healed because you've been home for 2 years.
That part.
Like, makes no sense.
Can we have a moment to acknowledge how cute Lynette's earrings are? Can we just?
Yes.
Okay, we just take a moment. Okay.
You like my dollar earrings? Look,
They
I'm
are
bold with it.
Ain't nobody knew it was a dollar.
Oh,
Exactly.
all right. Listen,
They look high end. Those are cute. Lynette be coming through with the accessories.
And then
you
she
gotta go
on,
to 99-cent stores.
she on the East Coast getting dolled up.
Right. Okay. All right. So let's see. I'm gonna read another 2 comments. He said it's a refreshing feeling as someone says made this, which isn't a food that you normally.
Huh? Run on synthesis.
YouTube got to put
He
like
was
some type
rushing
of
when he was typing.
like spell check in the comments because or let you edit it or something because it's got people looking like they didn't graduate high school.
Really?
Yeah, it's really making me wonder. I'm like, I know I have a
A lot
light
of
weight,
people
but
did
doggone,
not.
is the alcohol that strong? It's refreshing feeling as someone say made this, which isn't a food you normally eat because it is rare.
Oh, English not his first language.
Where's
That's
this
all.
coming from?
So, despite Yonsternation, despite the food isn't something you would eat normally. No shade, sir. By the way, if you're watching, you go out and try to out. I'm just gonna move on because
He's
I'm
saying he doesn't run into feminine women, and it's refreshing because he doesn't run into it a lot.
This is what happens when you got international followers. You know, you got people that got to translate what they were saying and then post it.
God, this man here, boy.
But that do make sense.
You're growing.
Translators don't translate right.
That's amazing for the passport because that's how, like, you know what I'm saying, the translations come through. Like, it's missing like a few pronouns and things.
This man here. Hey,
I'll be talking trash to Jacob and he was backstage and I forgot to let him on.
Jacob could throw in the red flag when Willie start acting crazy.
Just hold it up the whole time, then, Willie. I mean,
I don't say nothing that's crazy though. That's the funny part. I mean this shit. Like
we know. That's what we saying is crazy.
Like, it's not crazy. It's normal.
That's stupid that you don't understand that.
Stupid is subjective, especially based on your perspective.
Breathe, y'all.
Oh, yeah, it's gonna be a good night.
Good evening to y'all too.
Hey, Jacob.
Hey, Jacob, pull out the mission flags right now.
Oh, thank you so much, Paul Arthur. That's awesome. That's a record. We have more likes than viewers. Okay. All right. So let me go ahead. I'm gonna do another push on Instagram so they can join. I've got a lot of new people this week. And then I'm going to read one more. All right. There we go. Come on, let me be great. There we go. Okay. So the next comment says, best feeling ever. It's comforting and allows us to be vulnerable without the feeling of being with a woman who wants to compete in a masculinity competition. This in turn makes us men want to be the leader and provide the space she needs to excel. We reach our peak in these relationships. So I was watching, shout out to Jake Woodard. He talks a lot about masculine and feminine energy. And he was talking about the reason why a lot of men or a lot of women are stuck in their masculine. And he was saying, now he got on the women, so let's just start with that. Okay. He didn't just go straight to the men. But one of the things that he mentioned was men not being in their masculine. And so he made a point in saying a lot of times a woman slips into her masculine in an attempt to feel safe. And so, for example, if her man isn't providing and she doesn't feel like safe in his provision, she is going to get into her masculine to be able to try to provide. If things aren't getting done, she's going to step up. And so I will say this, it is a two-way thing. I think that it is, and I have to say this carefully because some people abuse it, because I don't believe that you should dibble and dabble in your femininity based on men. However, a man has to create that space. And the reason why I make that disclaimer is to say, don't be with a guy. As a coach, I say, don't be with a man you can't be in your feminine with, and then use that as an excuse to not be feminine. But when you are in that relationship, it is, to me, kudos to the man to allow the woman to be in that safe space. So if I'm sitting at a restaurant and my head is not constantly on a swivel, I'm not jumping at every little sound, that is a nod to my man because I'm that comfortable with him that I know he's holding me down. I know he's taking care of things. If I am not stressing out over the bills, that's a nod to my man knowing that he's holding it down. So I would say for all the men who are saying, oh, I wish I had a feminine woman, sometimes it might be you who is not creating that space, because masculine is the container in which feminine rests, like a vase with water. So if you're cracked and broken and shard, and then the water comes in and it just flows everywhere, that's not really on her, but she shouldn't stick around.
Do the guys
agree
agree with that? What you just
No.
said, Yonci? See, I had to ask that because when you was talking, they was mute. Do the guys agree with what Yonci said? Because it sounds like you for the women more than the men, right?
Yonci said not to cut her off, so I had to.
Yeah, that's the part. And she already got that fun juice in her. No, I'm not getting touched out live on the internet. Absolutely.
But actually, my fun juice makes me way more mellow. So this would be the one time you might get away with something.
I want to hear the guys like, what do you disagree about what she
said?
I agree.
A woman's femininity is not dependent on what anybody else does, but what she chooses to do about herself. So I understand that if a dude, like you said, is coming to a woman and being chaotic and giving her reasons, she can still choose to be in her feminine and remove herself from that man.
But that's what I said.
Right. However, you did say that, sometimes it's dependent on the man. Like,
okay, so let me clarify, Willie. Let me clarify, because I don't think that we're going to disagree. What I'm saying is, I believe that if she cannot be in her feminine because it would not be safe to do so, she needs to remove herself. But if she is in her feminine, it's because her man has made space for that. So if I'm with a guy and he is not taking care of business, I'm not going to let us starve. I'm not going to let us lose the roof over our head. I'm going to tap into my masculinity, which isn't a bad thing. It's just necessary. Like if I go work, that's me being my masculine energy. I think you might be thinking about a combativeness.
No, the transactional. Where it's transactional. Like you're feminine. Like me being masculine. Like that's why there's no room for a woman to be feminine around me, let alone in a relationship, because I'm masculine in all of those ways. But if we're saying that a woman having to work makes her masculine, then, I could agree with that. Like I'm okay with it, but I don't think that logic that we're using to say that now is going to go over well with the ladies on other posts or on other topics.
So, that's the thing. So that's why it's necessary to say masculine in a woman is not negative, just like feminine in a man is not negative. It's only negative when it's out of balance. So a man has to have some feminine to be able to appreciate arts, to be able to express himself. All those parts are his feminine. But if he is unable to control his emotions, for example, to have emotions is feminine, but to not be able to control them, that would be a difficult thing for a man to, be respected or, function. The same thing with a woman. If she has too much in her feminine to where she's all about pleasure seeking, enjoying life, it could go to the point where she is now not able to pay her bills. So it's all about having a healthy balance. And I don't know where they came up with these numbers, but it's like an 80-20. Feminine, it's 80% feminine, and then to survive, you need that 20% masculine. Then with masculine, you have 80% masculine that allows you to do everything you need to do, but that 20% that keeps you human. So you're not a robot who's cold and senseless. But what I mean when I say feminine and a man allowing that is, it's hard for her to be soft and gentle and stay safe if he is not creating that space. And in the reverse, if a man, and the reason why it is transactional, it's not transactional in the sense of if you do this, I'll do that, but from a safety perspective. If a woman gets in her masculine, he is not protecting himself by going into the feminine. Although some men get really sassy and they start to be combative and all that stuff. But
I agree.
The man would like that. But from a woman's perspective, if she has to protect herself, that is a space that she goes to feminine. That's why I go back to saying, if you have not seen these characteristics in a man, that he can provide that safety, that he is in control of his emotions, you shouldn't ever have to have this stance. I don't ever want to have to go into a protective stance as a feminine woman. But am I going to do it if it comes down to it? Like protecting myself? Absolutely. But I will then exit the relationship as well.
So, I got an example if y'all want one.
Please.
Y'all know I got one. So like This guy I was dating. It was a while back. He married now, but he would cry all the time.
Oh hell
Oh, I
no.
wish Cam was here.
No.
So he was very sensitive. He had issues with anxiety, right?
Is he married to a man or a woman?
Huh?
Is he married to a man or a
He
woman?
married to a woman. It was some cultural differences, different culture, which is ultimately why we broke up. But the thing about it was I love men to be vulnerable. But the stuff that he was vulnerable about, I just couldn't do it. Like I was like, pick a struggle. Like everything was a struggle to him. So he would cry, he would do all this stuff like that. And then it made me, I started feeling like I was more of a mom and more motherly than a partner to him or in a relationship, his woman or whatever. And I felt like, okay, when we go out, I know if somebody or a man look at him wrong, he might go in the car and start crying instead of defending me. So then I had to always have on this like protector mode, or I just didn't feel like I was safe with him because I had to worry about what I had to say because I didn't want him to get upset. It was just too much. I didn't feel like he was a protector emotionally or physically because he was always in his emotions and stuff like that.
What kind of stuff was he crying about?
Yeah, what kind of stuff was he crying about?
I love her face when she asks questions.
Yeah.
She's like,
well, so this is the thing. I like banter. I like to joke around. I grew up with a lot of boys, so we joke. So when I like joke with him or whatever, he'd be like, I don't know. I just don't do the banter. And I don't know why you said that to me. And then he played pickleball. And he was like, the lady at pickleball said that I wasn't stuff. You know what I'm saying? And that really often, and he'll talk about that. He'll get like, he wouldn't cry for that, but he just got real emotional about it. I'm like, first of all, it's pickleball. Only old people play that. Why are you playing it?
How long did y'all stay?
Pickleball is a real thing here in Atlanta.
Yeah, definitely.
I know. I live in Atlanta. That's my point.
Pickleball thing, right? Like
pickleball is table tennis for old people.
Exactly.
No, it ain't old people anymore.
Okay, Keisha, you be up in there with the pickleball?
Not yet. I'm exploring other things, but I'll get to it.
Right. But we wasn't together that long. But he wanted to get married and all that stuff like that. I was like, no, we not doing that. It was like 3-4 months.
It sounded like he might have had some mental issues. That didn't sound
he had anxiety. He used to take pills for it.
Okay.
I would say too, even if a man can't control his emotions, period, whether it's emotions leading to crying or emotions leading to punching a wall or
that's a dangerous man.
Yeah, no, it really
y'all hate it when they cry, or it has to be cry over certain stuff.
No, it's not. We hate it when they cry.
You can cry.
You should be able to count on one hand. You should be able to count on a half a hand how many times you've seen your man cry.
Right.
Over 20 years.
20.
Yeah, you should be able to count on one hand.
I only saw my dad.
I don't believe that.
Time.
Yeah, hell no.
You cry more.
You can't cry with your wife and your woman. Then what are you with them?
Why are you crying so much?
For worship.
Yeah, exactly. I'm with
That's not so much.
Oh, we gonna pretend like if women see a man, we gonna pretend like women don't hold it against dudes when they see him cry a lot excessively, even if you see a dude get beat up. Okay, that's a terrible example. You see a dude cut himself, saying work, it hurt bad, he shed a tear, he broke his leg, he shed a tear, or one of his friends died. You see him cry all these times, that shit adds up.
It depends on what he's crying over.
Yeah, it depends on what
it
is.
Last cycle, you don't cry.
Women put a time frame on how long a man can grieve over something. Like, damn, bro, you still crying about that thing I did 2 years ago?
And men do the same with women.
I didn't say that. We're talking
like
about men
so
crying, not women. So, but thank you, Kaylee.
You cry more than
but crying over something I did to you is different than
how?
Like what? Something
I've never had a guy cry over
because you ain't did nothing to do. We talk about these trifling women who do stuff to dudes and get mad, they get caught, and they're like, "Oh, bro, you ain't got over that yet." Like they put a time frame on how long dudes can grieve. So you think that it's okay women really think that it's okay for a man to cry in front of them?
Okay, let me tell you the times I think it's
a bad relationship.
As a believer, if you're in worship and you cry, you can cry every single Sunday. I don't care.
Yeah.
Worship.
If you make fun of somebody for crying to God, you're going to hell.
You don't that's fine. In worship, that's acceptable. I actually think it's sweet if a man cries when they see their child for the first time. I think that's beautiful. When you see me walking down the aisle in all my splendor,
You better cry.
I expect a tear, right?
You better force that tear.
Look, have a loved one pass away. I expect those types of things. To me, that is a healthy human emotion. Now, if you're just upset you didn't get your way, or someone hurt your feelings,
break up with them.
That's going to be hard for me to respect you. It's actually funny, like when Monte hurts himself, like this man hit his shin so hard. He had the little, what's that thing called, guys, that like you pull stuff behind your truck?
The toe hitch. We all got it. We all got a scar from that.
When I tell you,
hitting the toe on the edge of the couch.
I felt nauseous because I heard how hard it was, and then once I realized it was his shin, I was like, ooh. And he was just like, that hurt. Like, he was so happy about it. And I can like pinch my finger and I'm like, you know, I'm not gonna lie, it's kind of manly when a dude doesn't shed a tear and you like, dang, I know that hurt. You're like,
you can't cry more than me.
I cried when I saw my kids
born.
I mean, that's cool. I didn't cry like at my wedding. You know, that was weird. I was happy, so I didn't cry for that. Like, I don't cry when I'm happy. I cried when I saw my.
I'm happy.
I cried when I saw my kid because, like, okay, we'll say with my oldest one, it was because I'm like, shit, I'm a grown up now. Like, I got a kid, so I cried then because that was, you know, the pressure was scary. And then, you know what I'm saying, my youngest terrorist, I cried because I was just like, damn, I got another one. So like, but it's not like I'm crying because like I'm sad or something. It's just like, you know, a lot of times men cry because they get so many emotions that hit them at one time. That's just how their body lets it out.
Like, I cry when I'm mad. I cry when I'm happy, and I cry when I'm sad. I cry for.
Oh shit!
I saw my son at the airport, and I was totally fine. Like, I was so excited to see him. It was just excitement. The minute, and I didn't even see his whole face. I just saw this from the top of a car because I was waiting at the car. And I saw him, and I was just like, and I was like, I'm like laughing about it because I was like, I can't help myself. He's like, come here, mom. And I was like, I'm just so happy. And then same thing when he was born. He was my firstborn. I got emotional just thinking about it. I wanted a kid from the time I could even understand what a kid was. Like, I obsessed about having kids. I wanted kids so bad. So when I finally had that little thing and they just put him on my chest, I sounded like a freaking cow. I was like quiet the whole labor. I wasn't loud. I wasn't anything. I was just like, and with my mom's videotaping and I'm posting on social media, like I had the best anesthesia. So when the doctor left and she just hears wailing, she runs back and she's like, is everything okay? And they're like, she's just happy. And I was like, like, it was embarrassing. Like, my video is ridiculous. But I cry when I'm mad, when I'm really pissed off, like tears will just, like, it's hot tears will just come.
You mad when you can't beat the person out, right? That's the mad we get.
Hey, but that's a serious mad. That's a mad. You like, you know what, man? I pay these lawyers for a reason. If I slap him, okay, cool. I'm going to court.
But here's the thing.
That's a real mad for me.
It's like so here's what I just observed. There's a bigger issue here. We still can clearly define what men are supposed to do. Like Yonci just gave like these are the only times you can cry. Like so
5 times it's acceptable then.
And it's the same thing with you know, we know exactly what a man's supposed to do. But at some point we're gonna have to talk about what women's supposed to do. But that's another show. We'll just leave that.
We all talk about the feminine woman. So go ahead.
But here's the thing. Here's the thing. But especially because I didn't see my dad cry. I saw him cry one time.
Same here.
He's passed, and that's when his mother passed, and that was it. Mm. To me, that's unhealthy.
Struggled though too, though.
That's unhealthy. Like that's I you know, he had a lot of things he carried around, and we talked about it towards the end of his life, and I hate that for him. I hate for a man to be with somebody he is professes love to, and he can't feel safe, even if there's just something wrong with that. If I can't come home and feel safe, even if I cry because I stubbed my toe, like, and I'm gonna feel judged and looked at crazy, there's something wrong with that. And what I have found at this big age I'm fortunate. I think I'm halfway decent looking. I attract a lot of women. I'm fortunate in that way. But I haven't found anybody that I can feel that safe with, which is why I'm still single. I don't want to just, I have met women in the next day they want to take me to meet their mother. And that's not a humble brag, but what it is what I have found is the things that we talk about here, and this is one of them, that safety's not there. And I can't be myself. And so I just let them go. And so I'm just concerned that this subject here specifically, because of what maybe I'm thinking through what my dad dealt with. I don't cry all the time. I'm not that type of dude, but I am the type to hold stuff in from time to time. But I'm just a little worried that, man, we real clear on what only men can cry about in their life. That's kind of messed up. I don't know.
Jacob, I want to ask you this. Do you have a son or just your daughter?
Just my daughter.
If you had a son and he was 17, 18, 19, and let's just say he lost a basketball game and he came home sobbing, and then he got a bad grade on a test that he really studied hard for, and he came home sobbing, and then some guys told him, you got a big nose, or, picked on his facial features, and he came home sobbing. Do you think there would be a point to where you would say to him, hey, buddy, like, we got to tighten up a little bit?
So those are three different scenarios.
Yeah, I was gonna say that same thing.
No, I'm going somewhere with it. That's what I'm asking.
It depends on the situation. Now, if somebody picking on him, we're going to have a talk. We're going to deal with it. I've had that conversation with my daughter. Like, I had bought her a book, How to Deal with a Problem. And step 5 is, if she got to step 5, call me, and we won't have that problem.
That's cute.
Be mindful of the age she said in the scenario. It's very important.
17, 18, 19, 20. Yes, thank you.
That's important. If somebody, he lost a game, he came home, but if he was crying, mad because he really fought hard and worked hard and lost, I would understand that. Like, cause there's a level of passion there. I would get that. I forgot the other scenario.
So I'm picking on him, and before you answer, I'm going to give you context of why I was asking this.
Okay.
I wholeheartedly agree with what you're saying, but there's an asterisk to it. And I'm walking gingerly because I don't want to, in complimenting Monte, put him on blast.
Okay.
There have been moments where he has been extremely vulnerable and shed a tear, and it wasn't I stubbed my toe, it wasn't somebody passed away. Just getting caught up in the emotion, whether it was expressing his love for me or his frustration in a situation he couldn't control. And I had no judgment. So I want to make that very clear. I know people are joking in the comments, like there's a number of times. But so obviously I'm not turned off by that.
Cool.
What there is, however, a degree to which a man seems out of control. And let me bring this into context. When I said the man is the container for which the woman sits, there's a level to which we do crave that security, that same dynamic that is celebrated. Oh, I can be masculine, she can be feminine. Part of that safety comes from feeling like he's got you. And obviously everything has nuance, everything has, situations that play a part, but it's kind of the same thing with, if a storm is happening, I had my first storm where I was actually scared in Texas, because we have earthquakes, and by the time you realize there was an earthquake, it's already over. Like everyone literally texts and goes, did we just ever? Like, it's over. Tornadoes, it's coming, they're preparing you, it's coming, then it actually comes and you're in. It's scary. And so when Monte got to the point where he was like, oh, we need to take shelter, I was like, dang, he doesn't ever get to that point. I was scared, but as a parent, I could not let that on. I had to play it cool, I had to be whatever. And that's my way of showing love to my daughter. In that same way, I believe, and I could be wrong, but I believe that there are ways in which you men do that. Like, there are certain things where, let's say Mont is my guy and he's struggling financially, or I think Willie, you brought this up. I respect him kind of first trying to figure it out and then coming to me if he just can't get past it. It's like, babe, we're going to get evicted. Like, if it's that point. But I kind of respect the man being the buffer and taking that first thing. And I feel like that's just kind of one of the, what is the word? Not the downside of masculine, I guess it is, but it's like, that's one of the things they take. Just like with women, we got to take some leaders. So I want to kind of talk through this because I have empathy, but at the same time, I don't afford a man the same graces that I would afford a woman. I'm just being honest. And I came to that epiphany on an old podcast I had with a guy, and he was really asking, like, no, really think it through. And I was like, that's kind of true. I do think over time I would lose respect for a guy if he acted just like me. So sorry to be so long-winded. I wanted to give context to that. And raising my son, I'm actually grateful that his dad is the type who does tell him, nah, this is not something you should cry over. This is something you need to figure out how to channel your emotions, go play a game, go do whatever, because the world will spit you up and chew you out. Okay, I'm gonna shut up and let you guys.
I have a question for the guys. Because maybe I'm new to being a man. You know, I'm only 30, 31. But it's but I don't cry a lot. I don't cry, you know. So what are the things that you guys want to cry about that maybe Yonci excluded for you guys? The last time I cried was when I almost got robbed, but my daughter was in the back seat and I just was thinking about her. And
That's
later
it.
on that night, I cried, you know, when I
Yep.
was just talking to the you know, I had shed a tear, right? Now, or somebody passed away. These are the type of things that maybe I shed a tear for. So what are the things that you want to shed a tear for that you think is a little bit you don't feel like you can?
I think it's a general thing, bro. I don't. So one, there's nothing I want to cry about. If I could live a life where I don't have to cry ever again, like that's the dream. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I'm living a good life. But what I think the general consensus is that it's not safe for men to be that vulnerable with their women.
For sure.
Period. And and I'm not saying all women, but I'm saying the majority of them. So if we have to do a math based problem, it's 4 women on the panel. Half of one may be safe to cry in front of. I think that's the issue. And Jacob is saying that everybody defines what it's okay for a man to do, as far as how he can express himself, how we get how we express our emotions is oftentimes policed by not just the world and other men, but oftentimes women, as far as being judged for our emotional intelligence. You know what I'm saying, and things like that. So I don't think that it's about we wanting to have like a set list of things we can cry for. It's just saying that it would be awesome if most men had a safe space where they could be that vulnerable with their women and not have to worry about their women looking at them differently.
I think that us being men, I think we do understand that we lose some benefits by being men, but also we got a lot of benefits. So like for example, like I tell my girl all the time, I would never cheat on you. But whenever we watching a video when it's like, oh, this guy cheated and his girl cheating back, I'll be like, you better not cheat back on me. Like I'll be like, that's disgusting to me. If you do that, that's disgusting. I'm a man. Like it's a little bit different, even though I should never cheat on you. I should never cheat on you, and then I should never lie to you, all those type of things. But it's not the same. And I tell her that all the time. It is not the same. So like when it comes to crying, I understand why I'm not going to cry about certain things in front of my girl if I want to. I don't cry in front of I try not to cry in front of people. Something happened to my sister passed away. I cried in my car. It's like to me, it's like using a bathroom. I like to do it privately. Just one of the things I like to do. I like to be away and not do it in front of other people. So
I'm in agreement
with the
with
give
you
and take.
there. I'm in agreement with you. Like, if for me personally, I don't remember the last time I like physically cried or anything, or like shed like tears or anything like that. But I'm with you in the sense of if I am gonna be in a space where I might not be crying, like physically crying, but like if I'm in my room and if I'm alone, I'm just thinking, and if I'm sad about what's going on, I might just sit there and be like, damn, like I gotta let this out. Because a lot of crying that I've done, if I'm really being honest here, is done internally. This is what the people don't see. And it's those moments where I have to be like, all right, I got to channel this and do something else. That's why I journal, that's why I meditate, that's why I listen to jazz music to kind of calm me down. Those are my crying sessions. Because oftentimes, and I have to be really careful because you can't tell everybody everything. And I've experienced the bad side where I was like, oh, I'm trying to be vulnerable, I'm trying to be honest here, and I'm trying to figure things out. Like to your example, Yonci, you say you respect a man that figures it out. I've had experiences where I'll be like, I'm struggling and I'm doing this, this is the problem, and I'm working on a solution. I'm figuring it out. I'm trying my best. But women will see that I'm trying and I'm trying to figure it out. I don't get the respect. I don't get I don't get that grace of he's figuring it. You know what I'm saying? I don't get the grace of he's working on it. I don't get the grace of, oh, he's not my last boyfriend, but because he is a man, he is still dangerous. I don't get that grace, you know, and that bothers me because, you know, I try to provide that safe space. I try to be that person, be like, hey, come here, you know, talk to me. You know, I want to do that. And I'll even ask women like, hey, what can I do to create that space for you? But then the response after that is nothing. Because unfortunately, a lot of times women don't feel safe enough around me. And like you said, a lot of men create that chaos and they're not aware of it. And maybe I'm not as aware of it as I would want to be, but if I'm trying to figure that out, if I'm coming to you and I'm saying, hey, you're being chaotic, like the energy is chaotic, and I want to figure this out, I want to work through it. If you're constantly pushing me aside, then what's the point of me even trying to make it work for you to begin with?
What?
So
let me hold on.
Willie, it sounds crazy. I know, but it's the truth.
I have a question. Just as a man.
I had a question first.
Give me like 30.
I know,
like
I know it
seconds.
sounds crazy, but please, it's the truth.
Yeah, that's cool, but it's crazy. Give me like 15 seconds.
I had the same situation with my ex-girlfriend. You know, she was avoiding me and pushing me aside. And I'm trying to figure out, I'm trying to step up and take the lead, but I can't do that if you're not answering your phone. I can't do that if I'm trying to come to you and talk to you and the conversation is dry. And then I leave that environment, but then but women would cut me off like that anyway. But I know it sounds crazy, but it's the truth. I'm trying to be real here.
Wait a minute.
Can I take 15 seconds? Can I have like 15 seconds? I just got a question.
Go ahead.
At what point did it become like, okay, hey, I want to provide a safe space for you, but if you won't let me, what's the point of me trying? Like, that makes it so disingenuous, bro. Like, you're saying like, oh, I want to be this super safe person for you, and I'm fighting to do that, but they won't let you. Like, at some point, it's not on you anymore. Like, she's not letting you be safe for her because you're not safe for her. And she's, like you said, she won't pick up the phone. That's not on you. But the way you just presented it to us made it seem like you were only trying to be a safe space for her for a self-serving purpose, which is the part that I thought was crazy. That's what I'm asking for clarification on.
Maybe I did reveal a little bit of my pride there, but again, that's like you said, I'm trying to figure it out. I can't try to do something and then it not work, because that's the thing. I'm trying to do this, but it doesn't work. Then I walk away, but it hurts me to know that I tried and I failed. You know what I'm saying? Because I want to be that person. But if I'm not allowed to be that person for her, then that looks bad on me. You know, I feel bad about that.
So my man, he asked a question like, when is it safe for a man to cry? That's a big question, because it's, you know, I think there are times when you're extremely frustrated, and this is something you may do on your own. Like you just really trying to get something done. Like this, we're not talking about going around the house crying because you spilled some milk or you dropped the eggs when you bring them in the house. We ain't talking about that, but they're just maybe periods of extreme frustration. And it's maybe out of anger, and that's just the best way you can get it out. That's maybe one I'll share. It could be maybe you go back to a place mentally where, so for me, I'll just share, I'll be a little vulnerable. When my mom's died and my dad died, I had to bury him. I was the executive of the will. Like I joke sometimes I'm the most amazing one in the family, but I had to handle the family business. And at the time when that was happening, I had to handle the family business. They didn't have anything set up. I had to put them both in the ground. And at that time, I had to handle everything. I'm talking about, I stayed on the phone for hours with social security numbers, trying to figure out what stuff was. My siblings really weren't there. They didn't really help. I had to handle it all. And when that was finally over, like I took them from Indiana, buried them in Alabama, came back home. And when it was finally over, I had a moment. Like I finally had a place like wait, this, I just powered through it. And then I came home and dealt with it. You might be carrying around something, and when you finally just have a moment by yourself, it may come out in the form of tears or emotions. So that's my best reason I can give men for crying. I think what women are trying to say, don't just be a punk around the house whining all the time and not trying to do something.
Yeah.
As long as you, I want to believe, as long as you're trying to work it out and make some, in a serious and authentic way, you might be okay. I do, but I don't know that to be true about all women. I think some women just want you to never cry, walk around. What Brene Brown called it, what did she call it? Falling off the white horse.
Mm.
Fall off. When men, they don't. What is this? The way she said it, they don't. The man felt like he could never fall off the horse. He could never get it wrong and never show his emotion. And whenever he did, it's met with disgust.
Mhm.
And so what I thought I was hearing from the conversation, so I want to be sure, is that was true. But Yonci walked a little bit of it back, so I appreciate that.
Yeah.
But what I was kind of hearing early was you can never fall off the white horse. Go cry in the car. Like,
But y'all
I
didn't-
Yeah, I want to speak to
don't-
that.
I don't
Like,
think that's
I
what
never
she
want to
said.
see you cry. I
Like,
thought
Yeah,
that's what you
not at
said.
all. I actually think it's very
I'm-
beautiful when a man is sorry, Kaylee, when a man is vulnerable and he like Monte has been was more endearing to me when he showed that. And the fact that he felt safe enough to do that, I took it as a compliment. So I definitely don't want to depict that. It's more of it's scary if it seems like he is not able to, like if he comes unhinged at every little thing, it then goes into a security thing. I had a situation where I was really overwhelmed. Actually, I think really remember this the day I was like stressing out about a tax situation, and I was just overwhelmed. Like I get overwhelmed easily, and I literally started crying because I was so frustrated. And Monte was just like, "We're gonna find a solution. It's okay." Now if the situation was reversed, and he was crying because he couldn't figure out a tax situation, things would get a little dry. I'd be like, so it's
That's kind of triggering for me.
And it was like, it's just like we don't want. I'm gonna speak for anyone else. I, as a woman, don't want to feel like your first instinct is to fall apart and cry, because I do look at the man as a leader. And so, is he allowed to be human? Absolutely. If he was practicing for this game and his team lost by 1 point, yes, you shed your. That's fine. If you're in a fetal position 30 minutes later, I'm gonna look at you a little side eye, but I think they could be human, but I just think that some men struggle to control their emotions and it becomes a bigger thing. Kayla, what were you gonna say? Sorry, I know you were talking the same.
No, it's good. So I just wanted to speak to the fact, like, so it's healthy. Crying is healthy.
Mhm.
And as being like a massage therapist, there's a lot of things that I've learned. And a lot of times if we don't process our emotions, they actually get stuck into your body. Y'all are smiling. They get stuck in your body and they cause.
Sorry, Kaylee.
I'm laughing at Willie.
Really, like
Here's somebody telling y'all can cry and y'all laughing. It's the man.
So-
It's us.
So it's a real thing. I actually see this in my practice, like, and I've actually had this myself. If you do not process your emotions, they get stuck in your body and they cause pain.
yeah.
And I see this every day. So I would say crying is healthy, yes, but as a man, figure out the way that you can release that in a healthy way, whether that is crying, whether that is journaling, whether that is going and working out, whether that's, going and playing with your boys, whatever you got to do, get it out, process it, don't stuff it. Because when you stuff it, that's when there's problems. And so working through that's going to be the best thing for you. I don't think it's unmanly to cry. I think personally, I think again, it's about the reason why we're crying. I think it's beautiful, like, the many reasons we talked about. There's men that I know that are like really humble men, and they get touched with a lot of things. I don't think it's like necessarily super feminine as much as they're just humble and soft, and that's okay. It's just how they process things. But would I feel less safe if a man is super cry? It may be, but not necessarily either. It's just, like I said, it's all situationally based. And I think sometimes too, it's beautiful when a man is tender, so just process it, let it out, let it go,
I agree with that.
I think Yonci, and I think we kind of mischaracterized. I think Yonci already pretty much said that basically there's a balance because we are men at the end of the day. Like, for example, there are certain things your woman can't tell you about her past that maybe you can speak about. I can tell my woman, like, I was a player. Like, I used to really like get down. I can say that. She can't tell. She got to tell that to her friends. She needs her own support system to talk about that too. But like, for example, like I think you can cry in front of your homies. You dealing with some situation financially, whatever it is, come talk to me. Talk to us.
Easy.
Yeah, like come talk to me. I'll help you figure it out. Like we good. Like, but your woman, nah. Like she know not to bring certain. She not gonna tell you she just saw a guy that was handsome.
Right.
Don't say that to me.
Like
not if she respects you, at least.
Yeah.
Right. I had an eye-opening moment, like I said, in a podcast that I used to have, where he asked me a question. You know, at the time he was like a brother, and I was like, man, I had to really think it through, because I think we have these answers that sound great, like everything's a safe space and da 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 da. But the reality is, there are certain things that will give you a bad taste in your mouth. And, you know, you kind of have to pick and choose, kind of like with dating. Like I said, on date one, I'm not going to bring up traumas. I'm not going to, you know, there's a time and a place for everything. And so, Mom, when you were saying about crying with your boys, yes, I don't want it to seem like men should not cry ever. Just understand the times it is appropriate to cry in front of your woman. And then sometimes you might want to go to counselor for that. I remember a therapist was saying there's certain things you should talk about in couples therapy, and there's certain things the guy should talk to only his therapist about, and things that only the woman should talk to her therapist about, and you should not be each other's therapist. I think some things keep the sacredness of the relationship and the, not purity, but I can't think of the word, but it's like there's a little mystery that's there. Like I could go number 2 in front of my guy, but that's going to take a little away from it, right? Like that doesn't, just because we show everything doesn't mean that we're closer. It might actually keep us further apart. And I know that's a crass example, but it's like, I don't think that having everything out there is always the solution. And I know that sounds terrible, but I do think that we have to kind of pick and choose the things that we, you know, that we say.
Somebody came on and left. Were you hacked or something? Like she came in and her screen flipped.
That's in the car.
She's our singles feature, so she might have realized she didn't have something.
She's coming on tonight.
Yes, that's our
Nice.
girl. Yes, we're in a group with her, so we know her. And I had put in the comments, I had heard that crying actually releases toxins. Like when you have toxins in your body, it releases. And totally. So that's a good thing.
It released a lot.
That's exactly what happened with me. Like I didn't know this. I'll just share my personal story real quick. But I was having gallbladder issues, and I didn't know what was going on. And I went to my naturopath, and she muscle tested me, and she was like, it's definitely emotional. And I looked at her sideways because I had never, ever in my life heard such a thing. And I had a mentor, and she told me a Bible verse that was talking about being in the gall of bitterness. And I was like, oh my gosh, I had no idea I could hold bitterness or anger or all of that in my body like that. And so it had gotten to a point where I had survived and stuffed my emotions a lot that it started to affect my body. And so I learned how to process that, and it's healthy to walk through that and a bunch of different things. So now I don't have that as strongly, but anyways, it's a real thing.
Here's what I learned. Y'all are killing your men because he can't cry. That's what I heard Kaylee just say. It's y'all fault. He can't cry.
Oh my God.
It's y'all fault. What y'all are doing out
Let
here?
it out.
Okay, so nobody, let's be clear. Men or women, y'all know y'all don't like no crybabies. And that's what we're saying. Crybabies. I don't like it. When I see hear the people at work be whining all that stuff like that, nobody got time for that. We're adults.
Right. Y'all don't
crying
like
about everything.
Man up, woman up.
Right. And this is for men and women. I don't cry that much. So if I got a man that's crying about every single thing, I don't know what to tell him. Like I can't.
I don't know it myself when I cry.
There's other ways to release toxins. You could go work out and stuff. I'm in therapy. There are other coping mechanisms that you can have without sitting there crying all the time. And I think with Jacob, you missing the point. What I was saying, and what everybody else was saying, crying all the time.
Don't make anybody cry right now, girl.
I gotta soothe you like I soothe my child, like a baby. I'm a woman.
I work with one of those too.
He's also married, so he found somebody who aligned with him and who's cool with all the crying.
Yeah, well, that's perfectly
maybe she's cool with it, or maybe she's just unhappy.
I mean, but he's married though, so she gets up
you can be married and unhappy.
It's hard for a man to get married. That's the only thing
harder
for
and
a man
unhappy.
to get married is he gets a glass of water. I mean, for a man, get married is easy.
Right. I mean, for her, for what he told me, they going through some stuff because he called me. So
he's still talking to you.
He called me.
Oh, see now you telling now you giving us the real
I think she might have been a bully.
Yeah, you might have been a bully because bro, if bro
There's a flag.
you tell a whole wife.
There's a flag tonight.
Throw the flag.
Wait, what just
You
happened?
were joning that man, girl.
No, you man. No.
Bro got Stockholm syndrome.
He's married. Hold on.
Let's be clear.
Time out.
Man, they trying to call you a
He's
beast, man.
married.
Amanda,
He's
you a
married.
beast.
Amanda,
Hold
what
on.
are you doing to that man?
You
You
just-
either bullying him or you
You
putting
said
on
you were
him. Which
joking
one was
with
it?
him.
He's married.
And still calling her, talking about we going through stuff. You know when men do that when they
Hold
miss
on.
that.
And that's why that was the one and only time we talked. I
Now
didn't
was
know he
one
was
time.
married until he called me. I didn't know he was married until he called me.
Well, this is a perfect time to talk about that.
Yeah.
Look at Willie's face.
Speaking of crying.
This is a great moment to talk about the fact that we have only 25 minutes left. You guys who are veterans of the show, you know the drill. We are only on question number 3, y'all. We got 2 more questions, and then we have our singles feature. Now, if y'all want to extend the show, you know what you can do. Let me go ahead and put the little ticker up so you guys can see. It is $1 a minute. Although I'm trying to raise the rates, y'all. No, y'all not letting me. It is $1 a minute. Where's my little ticker? I can't even find it now. Anyway, you could send a Cash App. You could send a Zelle. Oh, here we go. If you want to extend the show, there it is. I could not find the little thing. This is where you can send it to. It is $1 a minute. We have some juicy bonus questions. I actually was prepared this time since the beginning of the show. You guys have always extended it, and then I'm just blinking at y'all.
So you prepared for the next 3 hours?
Don't even put anything.
Let me not give Willie no ideas.
It just came through, not an hour and a half. Doggone.
I knew Willie don't be playing. He's like, you gonna be on here tight.
I think I need to redeem myself.
You
know
what
man,
What you talking about with the dudes you was bullying?
I was not bullying.
And still talking to him and his wife. And he's married.
Carry on.
I promise you, there were no women that I would ever reach out to that I was crying in front of while I'm married to somebody else, unless she was doing her job. And I'm talking about like the biblical one. Ain't no way that man crying. He probably hit you with like the reverse, like single tear fall down the face when y'all was, handling y'all adult business, and then he got a wife now and still call you, girl. All right.
Well, wait a minute. She is from New Orleans. Like they do some stuff down there.
Exactly.
They put stuff in your spaghetti and stuff. Like don't they?
That is not true.
They be like, give me some spaghetti now, babe.
Don't we have a single sweater girl at? This went left.
That's not what I was saying.
And calling me crying about their marital issues. Not a counselor.
Okay, I was first of all. They were married.
You know they've been alive when they say first of all.
When we talked, that's when 2 years later, that's when I found out he was married. Okay, because he called me and we talked. That was just
there's a red flag right there.
And I said, I could give y'all a book, to help with the situation. You know what I'm saying? And then that was it. Okay, the single.
Amanda, all right, we're gonna move on to question number 4. I'm gonna go ahead and leave it here for anybody who does want to add a blessing to the show. The show does take quite a long time to prepare for all the graphics, all the time, all the YouTube. Feel free to tip your girl if you feel the spirit leading you. The next question, what does nurturing look like in a woman? Because I want a nurturing woman. Well, what does that look like, sir? All right.
To cry in front of.
I was going to say that. A woman that let him cry.
On her bosom. Come here, baby. Come here.
He going to lay on the lap.
You can cry in front of and not make, not be able to like that's a nurturing woman.
You know what's funny? The first answer actually says that. Holding compassionate space for the emotional intimacy and vulnerability of another. Okay. The second one, emotional support. She often listens attentively to her partner's concerns, offers empathy, doesn't cuss him out for being a crybaby, and provides comfort. I'm just kidding. And provides comfort during challenging times. This could involve being a sounding board, offering advice when asked, and validating her partner's feelings. I do think this is AI here. Okay, woof. Y'all can read that one on Patreon. It's a little bit long. Okay, the next one, how she treats her family. Ruth is the prime example. Why did I think of prime rib when I read that? That's terrible. Prime example who found Boaz. He saw that in her without knowing. He saw that in her without knowing her. Not many don't realize this is a missing treat to have in a woman, and it's essential for the home building a family. So it's how she treats her family is nurturing. Okay, another one. Speaking words of encouragement, assisting with tasks to make the workload more bearable and stress levels down, making sure you're given a nutritious meal, being generous, just to name a few. And the last one I'll read, concentrated, purposeful, focused, gentle help, care, and instruction. And let me officially welcome Caitlin to the show. I'm so rude. Hi, girlie. Nice to have you.
Hello. I was having some issues. I've never done this before. So I keep exiting out on accident. Yeah, I'm
not a problem, girl. Good to have you. All right, so feel free to weigh in. We still have two more questions to go. So what does nurturing look like, you guys? Guys, you can answer. Ladies, you can say what you think is nurturing. That's totally allowed here.
Well, I'll tell you what it looked like for me, which is probably a little bit different than, like, I don't necessarily, when I think about like, I'm a grown man, I'm an adult man, so it looks different for me than like a little boy. The things that I want are like, I love the idea of a woman making sure that I ate, or just kind of asking how I feel when it comes to stuff like that, like that I ate, or my girl washed my clothes. I really like that. Like, these are things that I really like, and it's more like an act of service. But I was watching a show one time, and a girl was just talking to her man, and one of the things she said was, she was just telling him how she felt about him, and she said, "Yo, I just want you to let you know that how much I respect you, and how much I'll follow you, like, wherever." And just like things like that, to me, that's the type of nurturing that I like. Just kind of like reassuring me in that way. Like, a lot of women don't tell their man, they say I love you a lot, they don't say I respect you. If I heard that, like, hearing that a lot is like, that'll like really get you going. So just stuff like that.
I appreciate that. Any other guys want to chime in?
I got nothing to add to that. He's exactly right.
We got Letitia. I hope I'm saying it correctly. Letitia. She dropped $20 in there. Thank you so much. It's like thank you and no thank you at the same time. So we are, where's my math? We're at an hour and 50 minutes right now, you guys. Okay, hour and 50 minutes on the clock. Whew. Okay. We are going to move on to the next question, y'all, and then we're going to get into our singles feature, and then we got our bonus questions for the night. All right, so question number 5. Ooh, if you could give women one tip, I just realized how funny the wording is, for lovemaking, what would it be? All right.
This was interesting. When I read it, I was like,
weren't they?
Very.
Ooh.
All right, let me give you the 5, and then you guys can chime in. The first comment, every woman is different. Very good. Learn her body over time. Ask her what she likes. Both parties should just try to enjoy the experience of being with one another intimately. Don't be so obsessed with the nut aspect. And I concur with this one, if you guys want to chime in on this. But I think that so many people look at that, they say it's not about the destination, it's about the journey. I think if more people focus on the journey, at least from a woman's perspective, it would make things so much more enjoyable, and also understand that everyone's body is different. So she might not reach the mountaintop. There might need to be creativity, but a lot of women just enjoy the process. Some women, I believe it's like 70% can't even get to the mountaintop, period, no matter what the guy does. So she has just to find pleasure in just the experience. But if it's all about the destination, you miss all of the roses you could be smelling along the way. Anybody want to comment on this comment before I move to the next comment? She said a moment of silence for the 70%.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm about to say, I don't know what to say.
God bless
I'm
them.
thinking if you ain't hit it, I'm thinking he's not doing something right. But anyway, there's a certain way, there's a certain angle. But I mean, to each his own. Everybody, you can't. Everybody's body is different. You know. I don't.
Well, I don't know, because there's one thing that all women have is that, the little, it start with a C. I think it start with a C. You know, so
It rhymes with lit.
Yes.
you gotta know what turns you on. You know what I'm saying? You have to know, when it's about to happen. So you need to play around, do something, and figure it out. Because some men you might get, a lot
You are
of
the explorer.
yeah, they might not know, what to do.
A lot of them don't know.
Yeah, they don't know. So, but I tell you this though.
If I may ask,
Okay,
this is
go
the
ahead,
general
go ahead,
question. Like,
don't go down the rabbit hole though. Go ahead.
and I think it's a broad. It's just a general question, but like I've heard women say that, oh, my man, he doesn't do this, he doesn't do that. He doesn't do this right, he doesn't do that right. Well, it's more so for the ladies, but are you like, is it wrong for you like to teach your man how to climax instead of just him automatically knowing? Because my thing is, if I'm doing something wrong, I want you to be willing to tell me, hey babe, I don't like when you do this, but I want you to do it like this. You know what I'm saying? Like, because I don't hear too many women saying, oh, my man, he didn't know what he was doing, but I was willing to show him, do it like this, do it like that. So ladies, thoughts on that at all?
Well, Paul, it's not really showing you. It's like you can hear by our noises of what we say will tell you if you're hitting certain spots the right way. If you notice that we
Read
are
your
on
woman.
mute,
You're silent.
that means you clearly missed the mark.
Well,
I ain't
doing
gonna
all
tell
that.
you.
I think
I
it
got-
goes both ways. I think it's a discussion that definitely needs to be had because communication is key, and also think it takes observation and studying your woman. I think it's both.
Right. Well, what
Because
discussion
if
we
you
gonna
say
have?
she's panting and moaning, and then you're like, this is a time to go somewhere else.
Exactly.
If she's silent, that's not your cue to keep doing this. That is.
But I will say this. Sorry, I will say this: as women need to be better at not faking it.
That too.
That's what I was trying to get at right there.
I have a point that I like to
Hold
make.
on,
You just said the quiet part out loud right there.
Charlie said.
Don't co-sign that.
Women should be better at not faking it.
No. I'm just saying, as a guy, like, don't co-sign women shouldn't be faking it, because that tells people that,
Oh.
That's
But I
all.
think there are a
That's
lot
all.
of women who are giving men false
Yeah.
senses of accomplishment.
Yeah, because
That's the problem.
I
Y'all
have a
gotta stop
tip.
giving these. Y'all gotta stop giving them men coochie.
I have a
That's
tip.
the
Let me
I
sure I
think
read the
that
question right. Let me see. It says, if you could give women one tip for lovemaking, what would
Here
it be?
goes
Let me-
Jacob trying to do it the clean way.
I have a tip.
I just want to make sure I got the
Mine-
question right.
mine say he got a tip.
I
I
got
want
tip.
to
I think I think for
got a
so
tip
long,
for
because us men, we got so much ego growing up. We've really allowed women to like take no accountability in the bedroom, and I think it's crazy. Like,
Thank
I
you.
feel like as an adult woman,
That's my
you
point.
need to take control of your nut, right? If I can say that. You need to take control of that. So you need to know what you like. So many women have no idea what they like. You just meet certain men throughout your life who end up getting it right. They end up solving they don't even have to solve a problem. They already, this is what they do, and it happens to be what you like, right? And you think that those are the two guys who happen to be the only two that can. No, but you have no idea what to all you can say is, well, I know what it
Somebody
feels
did
like, and if
before.
I'm making this noise, then keep going, right? But there are women out there who know what they like. They know what they like to hear. They know how they want you to talk to them. Because these things are big
That's where
too.
the communication's key.
These things are big too, and a lot of women cannot express that. And I think because I can any woman, right? I can, if I want to, I can finish in 3 minutes if I wanted to, right? And I know a lot of women be like, "Oh, it's not fair," but if I can finish in 3 minutes if I want to, if I lay down, if my girl laid down, give me 3 minutes and I can finish.
God has a sense of humor.
If I told her, all right, I'll lay down, do what you want to do and get yourself off. It's never going to happen because they don't know. Like, it's never going to happen. I'll just be here. Get yourself off. They can't, right? So I just think it's more. I want to put more responsibility on women to find out what you like and maybe watch other women. They got little channels and all that, and they know how to teach women how to, you know, find out what they like. So yeah,
I agree.
I'm gonna answer the question, but before I go left, if I had one tip for women, I would just say that it's kind of using hands is cheating. Fuck, there we go. That's all I want to say. Using your hands is cheating. So y'all will figure out what I'm talking about on your own. But if you're using your hands, it's cheating.
Okay, so let me say this.
Hold on, I got a couple, but you go ahead.
I gotta find a way to say this in a PG, YouTube friendly way.
Let me say it so that way they don't ban you.
So, according to biology, women and men both have an appendage. The men, it grows in length and we can all see it. The women, it stays small and it's on the hood. Are we all following so far, adults? Okay. So for a man, because it is more pronounced and it is out there, it is easier for him to experience the friction because it's there. Versus some men don't even know where hers is. Like they're just.
They better get a weed whacker, get to looking.
So they're not even anywhere near it. Now, some women do not have the ability to reach the mountaintop from within, because if you've ever looked at a diagram of the, I'm trying to think I was trying to say another word for this.
If you look at the anatomical position of a woman's lady parts.
So you have the external part, and then the internal part actually continues. So most people just think of the tiny little piece that's sticking up, but it actually continues like this over the vagina.
That's
so
the vulva?
It's the extension of the clitoris.
The Grafenberg spot.
It's the scientific word. The clitoris. It continues.
Right. The man on a boat.
Right.
The butterfly.
Go ahead, Yonci. Go ahead and finish.
Damn.
So some women can get stimulation by the in and out because it's pleasuring her on the extension of the clitoris that is around the vagina. Other women have to just stick with the tip, the one that would be like similar to the male's part. So when you're saying hands don't count, for the women who do not get pleasure from going in and out, like
I'm not talking about that at all. I'm talking about what y'all do to us.
What?
Yonci done went all around the block. Hey, listen, I saw your face when I said it. I figured you knew what I was talking about. No funny stuff. But yeah, I'm saying if you're using
your oral skills and not your manual.
If you're using hands, you are cheating.
Okay, now let me play devil's advocate on this. I have taken surveys and I have asked what is the preference, and I have heard a lot say they prefer a combination. I'm going to give a visual.
Yeah.
Give me that they combination of speaking on the microphone.
Well, that's true.
So I don't think that's a universal that men do not.
Listen, I'm not saying that we don't prefer it, but what I am saying is this: don't come in here and telling me that you got like some super head skills when 85% of your skill is just you having a external two-hand twist that you can do on beat. That is cheating.
For the record, that's how Superhead did it.
That's the easy part.
Mont said that's for the record.
That's how Superhead did it.
Yes, exactly. So don't come here and be like, oh yeah, I'm gonna get you out of there in 10-15 minutes, and then you come. Of course you can. You using your hands and your mouth. I can't do that. I only got my hands. So like you're not doing anything special unless you can come in here with no hands, like bro said in the song, and then just, you know what I'm saying, get me to where I gotta go. Like I don't give you credit for that. So that is my one tip. It's like,
but I do want to say something. I do agree with mine. I do think women are responsible for it. But this is the thing. I feel that women may think that they'll be judged if they come in with so much experience.
She done ran the street.
Yeah, because I could give women some tips now. But then it's like, dang, I'm on this single show. The guy's gonna already think that I'm for the streets. So you gotta kind of like.
We don't think none of y'all ain't had y'all fair share of penis.
So
we
fair
grown up.
share.
Well, damn, what does that number look like?
Exactly. It's whatever you want it to be. But there is nobody on this panel right now that I don't believe has had. Well, okay.
I adopted my kids. I'm a virgin. I told you guys.
There is no one on this panel that I don't think has their fair share of sex. If it is, it's rare. But what I am saying is that y'all always, it's always like an excuse that y'all put it back on like men judging y'all or worrying about y'all for why y'all don't want to take, accountability from saying when y'all suck in bed too. Because for example, hyper attractive women are oftentimes the worst in bed. Why? Because us men get with them and then dominate them in the bed, and all they have to do is be like a life-size sex doll that can follow instructions and take D. That's all. They don't have to be creative. They don't have to like contribute. All they have to do is be consenting and willing to be there. Because for us, all we're getting ready to do is dominate this bad chick that we saw from Instagram, this stripper, whatever. And now we're just like, okay, cool. But when you get them in relationships, they are terrible. So, like you said, having all these people, because y'all got all these bodies and stuff. Yeah, if you think that every guy's gonna come in there and be able to blow your back out the same way like that guy you think of did that one time in Cabo on your girls trip, that's not fair to us because now we're being held to a standard that we can't meet because you can't even communicate it to us.
He's right.
You can't say, "Oh, well, he put his leg up and put his other leg behind my head while he was doing it, and that's how he hit my spot." Y'all don't want to tell us that because you're gonna be like, "Damn, you think that we're gonna worry about somebody else had their leg up?"
So devil's advocate. Devil's advocate. Some men have an energy like a what is the word?
Player.
Like just that romance novel energy, and then other guys kind of have more I think some types of energies you can't really teach. Like there's some men who like can push a woman against the wall and kiss her and just kind of like get in her hair, and then other guys are like, "Man, I kiss you, lady." Like,
yeah, that's swag.
I'm the dude. I'll
talking about
put
from
you up
Earth
against the wall and kiss you.
to the father, to the brother.
Yes. I mean,
So the question was,
But I could give tips before you go, Jacob, because I feel like let me help the women out. If they never commented before, it's called a bullet. Okay. You could go on Amazon. You could go to the S store. Get your
man keep up with that. 8,500 RPM a second.
No, I'm just helping the ladies out so they can feel what it is, and then they'll know when it's about to come when they're with a woman, with a man. So
I'm just gonna say this: do your research.
It's bad enough we got to compete with the Rose, and now you talk about giving this lady something that vibrates at 10,000 RPM a second. We can't keep up with that.
Listen, I'm gonna be honest.
Okay,
I didn't learn my stuff from a man.
One tip. The second thing is you gotta learn how to ride. Now, if you learn how to ride, you will most definitely.
I like a woman that can ride me. You know what I'm saying? That
now,
seriously,
no.
When that choked,
you gotta be able
to. That wasn't ready.
I mean, look here. Like, I mean, I don't talk about that kind of life, but like, I like when a woman gets on top. You know what I'm saying? Like, give me that. You know what I'm saying? I like energy.
Paul say, "Ride me off into the sunset, baby."
I like energy. No, for real. I just like passion. I like energy. Like, and I'm in the four. I like foreplay too. You know what I'm saying?
Right before the
okay. The point of riding is going to hit your click, and then that'll you'll feel it, and then you'll eventually come. That's all I gotta say before they thank him for.
No, I see Paul with this lady. He got his hat and glasses on. And he like
all this right before the singles feature. But anyway,
if she thinks this bad, them singles questions gonna be crazy.
Real quick,
I'm scared now. Oh no.
Tips for lovemaking.
And I told her, I was like, "Oh, come early, you'll feel fine." And we made it worse. This is the comment of all comments. Okay. This guy said, and someone called him out on Patreon. He said, "Find out what your Kegels are, where they are, and strengthen them." And so someone let him have it. Go ahead, Amanda. You want to let them know?
Well, so this is what you do. So when you're on top, or you can do it right now, just cough or laugh and just feel down there, and then you just,
Hey,
that's a
don't be
Men
touching
do
on
it all the
yourself in this
time. They be
phone.
doing it on my
No,
table.
you can feel it.
Yeah, you
No.
have to touch.
Put your hands where I can see
Right
them.
now. Just like if you don't know what a Kegel is, you cough or you laugh and pay attention down there. That's how I found it. Like me, I was we were laughing, and then he was like, "Oh,
I'm glad you talk with your
good,"
hands.
and then that's how I learned it. So cough, laugh when you on top, perfect, and then you'll figure it out.
Somebody said, by the way, Kegels are not on our body part. It's an exercise. So they were teasing him like, you don't find your Kegel. I wasn't saying to you, Amanda. They were clowning the comment in there.
Yeah, he copy and pasted that from.
I get what
He
he
copy and pasted that from TikTok.
She gave him the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah.
Yes, she gave him the benefit of the doubt.
And Kegels work for men too. Like I'm saying, we can go in there and saying that we stop peeing, start peeing, make it jump, put a weight on it, lift weights with it. Anyway, it's a bunch of weird stuff you can do. But the moral of the story is, Amanda, I need to see your hands at all times while you're on this panel from now on.
Yeah.
Oh, my hands.
No, nope.
I
you
did
just
not.
reach down there now and go tell people to find it. You don't tell people to touch
I
themselves
just
live.
feel like inner feel, like not touch feel, but just you can feel it.
I
Like
cannot with y'all.
right now.
Listen, you trying to get Yonci demonetized. You don't turn this into some Dr. Ruth, like a Dr. Ruth commemorative episode.
Where's this drill when you need her?
For a
She
moment
need to be up in here with this.
New revenue stream.
Where is that other hand at, Amanda?
Right here.
Like, look, from now on, your hands go right here together.
Amanda, don't let him get
help
you.
you
Don't let him.
ladies, Kegels help you nut. Just so you know. So just when y'all doing the do and you squeeze, especially when they about to, it'll help
Yep.
you.
Yeah, get pregnant if you
It's
want
called
to.
squirt.
Yeah, you don't do that. Like,
Why am I hearing vibration though? Someone trying it out.
yeah, like don't tell people to squeeze when we getting ready. That's how I got a child like that. Don't do that. That's not okay. No.
Okay, let me read another comment. It says, please focus on, this is funny. So the other guy said, don't focus on the nut, right? Or don't obsess. The other guy says, please focus on you trying to nut. He said, yeah, nut. It's tiring being up there, focusing on you only and fighting my pre-bus. And don't be mad at me for taking too long. Just rock with me, girl. Jeez. Now, why I say God has a sense of humor is because you could like look at a guy and he could explode. And then a woman, she has to like concentrate. She has, like all the stars have to align. And so it would
That's crazy.
It would be interesting if he designed both of us that way. Like both of us had to struggle to climax, or both of us could the wind blow, So it's just very.
That would be ridiculous.
And this man out here that want to be women. That's crazy.
We nut fast for a reason because we're trying to have a baby, biologically. So it's like just get it out and you're pregnant.
Your nut is not required to reproduce, which is what sex
y'all just want to have fun.
That's a byproduct.
Which is interesting if you want to go psychological and analyze. It's like, was it desired? Was it designed for pleasure? It's just things that make you think. Things that make you think.
Well, it feels good to me.
So learn your body. That's so women learn your body. That's takeaway. Two, his mind. Like, don't be afraid to take charge sometime.
Yes.
Just sit back and I'm really giving away too much.
All right, Jacob.
What type of porn y'all watch now.
That was actually what I was going to say next.
I'm ready.
I had one experience.
You ready to throw the flag?
I've been putting my own flag up on myself.
Go ahead.
One of the best evenings of my life.
Look, he had a flashback. Y'all saw that? He had a whole flashback.
Hey, tag her, Jacob, so we know it's real.
I came over and it was literally. I came in, the lights were off in the place. I couldn't even see when I walked in, and it was like, come in, sit down, and shut the fuck up.
Yes.
Yes.
That energy.
Yes. Give me that energy. Yes.
You might have been sexually assaulted.
I might have been.
No, it wasn't. That's a good
I
one.
might have been. And it was a beautiful evening. That's all I'm
I bet it was.
Beautiful
Yeah.
evening.
You guys would be very happy to know that in my course, this is part of the curriculum, said that it is important in the dynamics of the bedroom for a man to feel like a piece of meat at least once. At least once. Because most men, according to what you guys have reported, are comfortable initiating, but they don't want to always be the initiator. They want to feel like there are times where you're like, come here, and I'm going to have my way with you.
Yes.
And so I think, especially if you tend to be more on the prudish side, the more on the conservative side, that will blow your man's mind. And let's be equal. There are some men who are more conservative. I see comments, and there are women out there who are sex deprived, and they are very much questioning themselves, like, am I not good enough? Because he doesn't have either a high drive or he's not aggressive and passionate. So I'm saying this to make it even on both sides. Whoever does not initiate the most, step it up, because it makes your person feel wanted. It makes them feel desired. And for somebody who is not, love language isn't physical touch, because there are a lot of people who love language is not physical touch. If you can understand it and put it, if I put it this way, these are some of the only things you can do exclusively with your person, and that's what makes them feel special. You can hug a friend, and that's okay. You can high five a friend, that's okay. You cannot bend your friend over. You can't grab on the booty. So if you do the things that you can't do with a platonic friend or a family member to the person whose love language it is, that says I love you to that person. And so some people will say, well, I'm just not an affectionate person. I didn't grow up with affection, whatever. You better get over that.
Right.
And you better figure it out, because for somebody who does have that love language, it's like starving them or depriving them of water.
Yep.
They will feel dehydrated emotionally. And this is not an excuse for anyone to cheat.
Yeah.
However,
I love the disclaimer.
if you don't want me to steal your water bottle, don't get rid of all the water in the store and turn off the water fountain. Like, at some point, somebody might break. Okay, so you don't know
get turned off. Or get turned off, because my ex did that. One time I was the initiator and I just jumped on him and he had a fit.
Yeah.
He was angry. I was like, what happened? Oh, don't ever do that again. I'm like,
there's more guys that don't like initiation.
Because you probably made him feel like, you know what I'm saying, a woman, or playing devil's advocate, he had just got some already and he wasn't going to be able to get it up.
Who knows? He's being truthful. I wouldn't know what it would be, but all I know is he was pissed. He was livid. He said, don't ever do that to me again. Like, just literally. Like, so I said, okay.
Or
and from that point on, I never did it.
Promise.
Oh, I
How
never
long
did
did you
it.
stay with him after that?
We'll have to be over.
Yeah, he might like,
right?
he might like
how long did
something
you
too.
stay
It
with
could
him?
be- So it's a lot.
Yeah, I had a
There are
guy.
men that don't like that.
It's
There
a
are
great
guy
lead
told me I
into
was
the
too
single
affectionate.
speaker.
And I was like, we could never be a thing, because I'm affected. That is how I display my love. That is how I want to be loved. When I see the girls who post those things up there saying like, oh my God, he's always grabbing my behind. I'm like, if you stop grabbing my behind, that we have a problem.
That's a
Like,
problem.
What?
how did you see this peachy?
Yeah.
You didn't like, no.
She must have got her BBL in like Mexico somewhere. Like, that's crazy.
Okay, well,
I hate
wow.
that though when
Just
women
had to
post
say
on
that.
it,
Come on.
like, oh my God, my man keeps hugging me and touching me. I'm like, girl, bye.
I think they do that for attention.
I do
like
too.
that.
So everyone can be like, I wish my man would.
I like that aggressive stuff. Like the aggression is cool. Like we already always got to pick where we eating. We always got to pay. Like, damn, I don't want to always initiate sex.
Mm-hmm.
I had a friend who she loved to be spontaneous and flirtatious and all this stuff. And her guy was working late and he was by himself. And she took it upon herself to put on some lingerie, put the whole trench coat, the heels, and everything.
I'm getting fired.
Showed up to his office, spun his chair around, and she slowly closed the blinds. And he was just like, is this about? She said, yes, it's about to happen. And just handled her business and then just left and was like, I'll see you at the house. Like, I think that
Yes.
life should be fun. Like,
Now, are these women in the Patreon group?
Absolutely.
Yes, they are, sir. Yes,
They
they
are
are.
on Patreon, but you want to be able to be a crybaby, so they can't be with you. So
See, y'all got all these fun stories, and
Wow.
I'm so jealous. The most aggressive girl I had wanted me to get with her while she was wearing Disney costumes, and that shit was weird. Like, I'm not trying to have sex with you. Look, I swear to God, like, on my kids, my mom, and everybody I love. Like, no, wait, listen. She did the trench coat thing, but came out and was dressed like Woody from Toy Story. Like, what am I supposed to do with that? Like, seriously.
It wasn't even the girl.
No, it wasn't Bo Peep. It wasn't Bo Peep. It wasn't like the Buzz Lightyear Ina or whatever the female version. It was Woody from Toy Story.
You
I have
didn't
not
give it a
watched
chance.
Woody.
you know Wood.
No,
You didn't give it a
listen.
chance.
She tried him. She tried
You didn't
Wolverine,
give-
my
supposed to be
favorite
Justin, not
character.
Woody.
Like, I'm not having sex with Wolverine. Like, that's wild.
Traumatizing.
That's
Listen,
Find out, Willie. Where you picking them up at, Willie?
she was in the Navy.
Wow.
Like, we were in the military together. And what's crazy was, like, if she didn't do the costume stuff physically, she was perfect. But I'm just saying, Wolverine shouldn't have that much ass. Like, I just can't do nothing with that. Like, that's wild. Like, the Woody was part, like, she had a costume, like, so you know how y'all have, like, closets full of clothes and stuff? She had one side for her, like, uniform to clothes. The other side was for costumes. When she showed me her closet, I was like, this is not. No, I ain't gonna lie to you though. I did smash Spider-Woman one time, but Spider-Man's costume is good stuff. Like, I'm not even gonna hold you. Like, she kept the mask on and everything. But the point is like, y'all have all these great, cool, fun story stuff about being aggressive. My most aggressive person was a goddamn cosplay expert.
I cannot. Yeah, I think a lot of women need to let their freak flag fly.
Hold on.
Y'all gonna love it, child. And y'all learn how to compartmentalize with that stuff too, honey.
Yes. And never, I think that if a woman does try something, never shame her or laugh or act like she's not playing. Like, if she tries to do a striptease and she's terrible, don't tell her shit, because like that might have taken a lot for her to, get there, or she falls and busts her lip. She's trying to walk in her little stripper heels.
So I was wrong for shaming Woody.
Yes.
Is that what we're saying?
Like shaming Woody.
Yes.
I wasn't even actually thinking about that. That's just weird. It's a different
I
thing.
laughed at my ex when she put lingerie on, but like, this is the thing, right? Wait, hold on. See, all y'all fix your mouth. The reason why though is like, when you surprise me with something, I laugh. It's like a response from me.
Yeah.
And I didn't expect that from her, like, because she had never done it before. And then when she did it, I was like, shit, what happened? But she heard me laughing and thought, bro, Cam, I hate you for that comment. So after that, she was like, she like really felt the way about it, because like we had just had like our son, like she had just got her body back together. So I guess it was just like her saying, hey, I hit my gym goals. I promise you, I wasn't laughing. Like, if she ever watches this, she'll get over it. But like, I wasn't laughing because like, I was laughing because like, that's me being like, wow, that's it's just how I am. I don't really take much shit serious. I think you guys all understand that now. But when she did it, I felt so bad, because then I'm like, all right, I'm buying her more lingerie and stuff. And then she's like, what you gonna laugh at? She would put it on, but she'll always be like kind of reserved, because she thought that I was gonna be like.
See, I would be petty and get lingerie with like laughing emojis all over it and be like, laughing ninja. Oh,
she got a Harley Quinn costume, like the lingerie part,
like a little bit more sinister. Like, you got to be sinister with that kind of stuff, bro. You got to be like,
no, you just don't laugh when you see a woman naked. Period.
You got to put a little smirk on your lip and be like,
oh my gosh,
that's what you
guys.
I'm serious. Like when it comes to stuff like that, like I like a woman to finesse me a little bit. I'll be like, yeah, come here. Let me put this on you. That's me. Yeah, I don't know how y'all guys get down, but when I'm in that mode, I'm like, come here, girl.
I'm not laughing at women no more that I'm about to have sex with. That's a terrible idea.
Please.
So speaking of not laughing at women, do you know what time it is?
Oh, okay.
It's time.
I want to apologize in advance for these questions.
Oh no.
Feature. So if this is your first time watching the show, comment newbie in the comments so I know who the newbies are. But the way that we do it is I have a standard set of questions, about 5 or 6 questions that I ask, easy peasy. And then I let everyone else ask the questions that they want me to ask. and their goal is to try to make you tap out. So they are going to make them intense, and at any point you can plead the fifth. And then after the segment, you're more than welcome to continue on with the extra time since they have me working a triple shift tonight. All right, ladies, welcome to the stage. Caitlin, good to have you, love. If you guys are interested in what you see, you can follow her on Instagram. You have her information right here. We're going to start out easy. Are you comfortable sharing your age?
Yeah, I'm 34.
Okay, perfect. And you're safe, right? You're parked? You're not driving?
I am parked. I just have a 14-year-old and a 12-year-old inside that are very nosy, so I'm just going to stay in my car.
Okay, perfect. I thought you were going to say the back seat. I'm like, no! Okay. All right, so she's 34. Are you willing to share your city and state? Or ish, like general area?
San Diego, California.
Hey, Callie in the house, Callie in the house.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and the next question was, do you have children? But we already got that answer. Are you willing to have more?
I want one or two more if I get married. If I don't get married, I don't want any more.
Okay, okay. And your kids are currently not in diapers, so we always address that.
Definitely not.
Okay.
They can change diapers if I have another one, though. So
there we go. There we go. Are you willing to relocate for love?
Yes.
Nice. Okay. What are your major turnoffs? Give me at least 3 icks that if this happens or you find this out about a guy, there's no conversation. You're just done. You're out of there.
I do not like inconsiderate men. That's like one of the top things I look for is a man who's considerate. So total turn off, inconsistency with keeping like your word. So if you say something you don't follow through, happens more than 3 times, it's automatically done.
Okay.
And third, I don't like really loud, obnoxious men. Mm-hmm. Like it's a turn off.
Center of attention, trying to be okay. That's fair.
Yeah, I like assertive, outspoken men, but just not really obnoxiously loud. Yeah.
Okay, that's fair. Okay, how long has it been since your last relationship? Like, how long have you been single?
Me and my ex broke up in December.
Okay. All right. I'm laughing because Amanda's question. Sorry.
Oh no, I can't see the question.
What was your longest relationship?
It was 5 years.
Okay.
A long time ago.
If you came with a warning label, what would your red flags be?
Caution. I don't know. Like I have like a really witty. I'm really witty. I have a sharp tongue, so if you come at me wrong, sometimes I'll just like say things that might hurt your feelings, but in a really nice way. Like I'm really nice, but I can be mean, I guess.
Okay. Very direct. All right. Yeah. Any other red flags that would come on your warning label?
I used to be impatient, but once I hit 30, like my patience has gone like way up. I'm very patient now, so. But I'm a procrastinator, so yeah.
Okay, there we go.
Yeah.
Last question. How would your ex describe you? And I ask it that way because it doesn't have to be something you agree with. If your ex,
my recent ex?
Yeah, your most recent. How would he describe you?
Well, we broke up because he was going through some things. He told me he had no issues with me, but he said like when I get agitated, like when I shut down a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
I'm very direct in communication, but like once I've talked to you and it's not getting resolved, I kind of shut down.
Okay. So he would say you're a shutdowner.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, Kaylee said, I'm praying for you, girl. Okay.
Yeah, you texted me last week, so I'm like, no.
Oh, okay. Would you ever consider revisiting since you didn't have it?
He goes to therapy. We could probably, but probably not. He's not into therapy, so.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, this is the end of the kiddie ride. We are now going to get into their suggested questions, and we go in order. Okay. All right. So, Letitia said, you got this, Caitlin. Let's see. Sarmanda says, are you okay with Jacob crying often? If that was your man, would you tolerate him crying all the time?
All the time?
All the time. You make the eggs wrong, he's bursting into tears. I'm just kidding.
No. No.
Okay, she's not tolerating constant crying. Okay. What's the next question? Cam says, does anyone think that they are in a relationship with you right now?
No, absolutely not.
No one's gonna see you and be like, "Girl, I thought we had something." Okay.
No.
Now, Willie managed to get to the third question. He usually comes out the gate with it, but luckily you got to third question. He said, when is the last time you had your cheeks clapped?
Oh man, so that sucks. So my ex was in the military, and we broke up when he was deployed. So I actually had sex before we ended things. I haven't had sex since September, end of September.
Okay, so it's been a minute. Okay, she didn't pass, guys. Okay, or pass the question. Okay, how many dating apps are you on, and which is your favorite?
I was only on one, but then I got an assignment, so I had to make another one. So I'm on Hinge and Facebook dating. Hinge, I barely got on it like a week ago, so I'm not really familiar. I'm not paying extra money for anything, so it's limited. Facebook dating is okay. I've gone on a couple of dates, but there was no like connection, so we didn't go out. I went on 2 dates with one guy, and then no.
Okay.
Second date was a bust. Yeah.
Okay, she's doing pretty good, guys. Would you rather be alone in the woods with a man or a bear?
A man.
Yes. I'm like, why would anyone want a bear? Okay.
I'm like, if it's a bear cub, bear cubs are adorable, but like a full-grown bear
with the mama not anywhere close.
No.
All right, now this one, I don't want. I try not to judge people, but this is the one that it's really hard to keep my personal feelings aside. But I do have to ask because it was presented. Wings or flats?
Oh, I've seen your answer. I like the drums.
Oh,
I like
girl!
the drums. Yes.
I had so much respect for you.
I like both, but drums for sure. Yeah.
I try to be positive and say, but if we were sharing, then we wouldn't have to fight over the pieces. So I'll look at it like that.
I'm like, I still want the flats too. Like, I want them all. I like picking. I like meat.
The wings. Okay.
I'm not a size girl. I'm a meats girl. So yeah.
Okay. Protein
wings, all that. Yes.
So he says, what if he talks to the lady? Will you give him another chance? I don't know what that means. Cam, give us.
Oh, like the therapist? Oh man.
Is that what you mean? The lady?
I don't know.
I'm not sure. Yes, flats are superior. Okay. Facebook dating. Oh my, I did not know that, Willie. Do you, Cam says, do you like creative dates at the park?
I saw that episode. I do like creative dates. Don't jump out at me though. I'm very scary. I will jump and I'll be like, ah. Like, I'm white, so we jump easily. So yeah, no.
The white women can jump. I'm kidding.
Yes, but not the men. The men can't, but the women can.
Oh my god, y'all made the vein pop out of my neck. My head. That's good. Okay, next question. Ranch or blue cheese?
Neither. I like honey mustard.
Oh, okay. Just bought some the other day. Will you make your husband a sandwich at 3 a.m.?
Yes, I'll make him a sandwich at 3 a.m. If I'm up at 3 a.m., there better be a reason though. So yeah.
Ooh, I heard that. Okay. She said, "Give me the whole wing." Let's see. Okay, therapist. They were talking about therapists. Okay, scare away. He said, "Scare away, but if you want, you go to jail." Oh my goodness. Okay. Can a man look to you for support in difficult times and be vulnerable? A Jacob cry. I cannot.
I actually love when men are vulnerable, like, but just with me. Like, I don't need it to be out in public per se. Because, like you were saying earlier, like, a man's supposed to lead and, like, be the protector and all of that. So, like, I don't even really cry and stuff and be too vulnerable in public. So I don't really want my man doing it. But, like, behind closed doors, he wants to talk to me. He's going through things. Like, I'm like an empath. So I have no issues with a man crying or being vulnerable or, having a tough time. That's fine.
Okay.
They want not all the time.
Okay, right, all the time. When was the last time you let a man cry on your lap? Sob into
on my lap? Men are. My ex did not. And my relationship before that was 5 years before that. So, it's been a while. It's been a while, but it was the ex before this one.
Okay. I don't think I've ever had a man cry on my lap.
Well, it was in situation with his child, so it was a lot.
Yeah, that'll break you. What have you
Yeah.
learned from your last relationship?
I learned that I don't want to be mean. I learned that basically when someone's showing you something, believe it. Like you don't just keep like, are you sure? Like once they show it to you, like believe it for face value and like take with it what you do and move on or fix it or whatever. But like acknowledge it for sure. Because I would just like, look past it. I'm like, it's okay. No, it wasn't okay.
Right.
It wasn't.
Okay. Next question. Are your children mixed?
My kids are mixed. So I'm Irish and they are Irish, Black, and Native.
Okay. Oh, they got 3 out of my 4. I have German.
Well, they have more.
Irish, Native, and Black. Okay.
They have more. Those are just the main. I call them like Heinz 57. There's also Cuban, Spanish. I don't know. Yeah, my kid's father, he's mixed with a lot of things. Both of his parents are mixed. So.
Okay. He said the grants for college are going to be crazy.
College is on the list. They don't want to go, supposedly, but they're going. I have them in music, dance, all that. We're going to get scholarships.
Nice. I heard that. Next question. Would you date a man with a disability like a bum knee or one arm?
A bum knee, maybe. One arm, no. We need 2 arms.
That's an honest question. Y'all, I think she's breaking a record on the time here. Y'all are going super, super easy. You should have seen the questions some ladies got. Okay, there we go. She's telling me act like Willie. What is your favorite position? They're gonna make it.
I don't know. Yeah. I don't know the name of it. It's like missionary, but like your legs on the shoulder.
Okay.
I don't know what it's called. Yeah.
I didn't even know the name of that. All right.
I don't know the name of it.
Okay. She didn't tap out, y'all. What she got? Don't forget in the questions, you guys can ask too. Oh, I didn't see Winfrey's comment. From past relationships, have you healed?
Have I healed? Yes, I went to therapy. This past relationship, there's nothing traumatic. He just wasn't at the spot he needed to be in a relationship. So, yeah.
Okay. Next question. Now, how do I say this on YouTube? Do you give oral with hands, as they were talking about earlier? Are you hands-free or are you hands-on?
I mean, it depends on the day, right? Like,
there
yeah,
you go. There you go. All right, y'all. She's a champ. Y'all are not coming strong.
I have 3 brothers, so like I'm just very straightforward.
Okay.
Yeah.
I've never seen them not be able to tap somebody out. Ask my R&B. Oh, I didn't even see the R&B song question. Did I miss it? Oh, my bad. What's an R&B or hip hop song you know word for word? My bad, Cam.
Oh, I suck at lyrics, so probably none. My favorite song though ever is "Come Close" by Common. I know most of the words, but not all of them. I'm good with numbers, not with words. Very, very verbally challenged. So.
Okay, all right, they're heating it up here. Next question: what is your most embarrassing moment in bed? Or if you look into comments.
I told a joke once, and it wasn't received well.
Oh no! Kill the mood.
Yeah, and I don't think we ever saw each other again.
Wrong audience.
I forgot the joke though, but I thought it was funny.
Yes.
It was a sex joke. We were having sex. Yeah, it didn't go
right. Well. Aw, somebody went a little uptight. Okay, y'all are making it hard for me to even ask these questions on YouTube. Okay. Oral or wait, now I actually don't know what the choices are between. I mean, I know what those 2 options are, but I'm trying to figure out what the question is. So if you could be more specifically, can you see the comments? So you can, I don't have to ask it out loud.
No, I can't.
In what context? Is it giving, receiving? I'm assuming. Like, are you saying if you're given the choice to receive either or? I gotta get context. Oh!
Wait, what? Oh no!
I cannot. Okay, you're gonna make me tap out. Oh my god! I don't think that's healthy. Okay, you just made a black girl blush. Okay, he said.
Oh no.
I'm gonna play the fifth as the questioner. Okay. All right, you guys made me tap out. We're bringing it back on. He made me push out the king ask the question.
I'm like, I don't even know the question.
You're lucky. Okay. He was asking if you would be able to please him with your
Whoa, not me. Not me. Hold on.
Wait,
Generally
what?
speaking. Whoa.
Wait.
I'm like, I don't even know what the question is or who asked it.
Generally speaking. Wait a minute.
Okay.
Willie trying to clean it up.
I'm not trying to clean up stuff. I'm just trying to make sure that we're understanding I'm not asking for my own benefit.
No, I wasn't saying that. I was saying
Wow.
question.
That is all. That is it.
Oh my god. Okay.
Hey, where's Amanda? We can't see her hands.
Right here.
Wow, there she is.
All right, there she go.
That's the
Hey, wait, spread your fingers.
Okay.
All right, we're good.
Kudos to Caitlin for not tapping out. That was pretty
Girl,
darn.
you did better than me, honey.
Oh
You
my
did
god.
better than all of us. We tap
But I
out
ain't
real quick.
good.
They would have quit. They'd have quit as soon as it would have been like, when was the last time you had your cheeks clapped? They'd have been like, I quit.
Most of them, yeah.
That's all right.
Well, it's been a while, so that was an easy question. So.
Oh man, y'all.
Yeah, because the one girl was like 4 weeks ago.
Just before I got on the air, guys.
Yeah, you know.
Damn.
Actually, that thing's still smoking as we speak. No,
Let me have a beverage here. All right, guys, we are going to get into our bonus questions tonight. Since we have plenty of time on the clock, we are going until 10:50, almost 11 o'clock Central Time. So, yes.
Oh, I was ready to say I'm in New York, so me and Mando on the East Coast, we're like, what?
Well, I was like, what's going on?
We working a triple, y'all. We working a triple. Okay, so the next question, this was sent to me an actual screenshot from a dating app. And so we gotta discuss this. Oh, this is one of the ones that, okay, it only lets you put so many at a time, so I gotta go grab it. Oh, hold on, I gotta take one of these down, and then I can add it. Okay, there we go. Oh, come on, StreamYard, let us do more than 10 at once. Okay, now I gotta go. Good Lord, that's not what I was trying to do. Hold on, y'all. I put it on there. Oh, did I not put it on there? Oh, it's just circling. I don't know why it's circling. All right, just give it a second. Y'all got to see this, because if I hadn't seen this and seen so many, I would think that somebody was joking around. Dang, it is just circling. Okay, well, anyway, I'll just describe it since for whatever reason it's not popping up. But it is a woman basically charging date flaking insurance. I'm putting the term on there. She's saying that there is a fee. Let me see if I put something else up if it makes it come up. Nope, that didn't help. Let me try to remove it and then add it again. She charges a fee basically for men to go on a date with her, and then if they show up, they get that fee back. So that's what I call insurance for like them showing up. What are your thoughts? I hate that the graphic is not coming up.
Sound like a prostitute.
I was gonna say that's wild behavior.
I just want to go. I'm gonna go last because yes, ladies enjoy this one, and then
She must get stood up a lot.
Okay, so here's what she said. I forgot. I have the picture blurred out on the computer, but it's not blurred out on my phone, so I can't show the picture. She said,
"Why?" She posted it.
But she posted it in a dating app.
That's cool. It's on internet now. People screenshot what they get. What she gets for being stupid. Trust me, if you did something bad like that, I guarantee you nobody would blow your face out.
Okay, well, I'll just read the caption for now, and then maybe the picture will come up.
I'll show the picture.
She's
for you.
Oh no.
Willie don't give a damn. Willie gonna show it.
He really will. Recently moved back to city, looking to explore some fun spots, get to know someone kind, laid back, and thoughtful, totally open to just friends, not friends with benefits, though. My work life can be demanding, so patience is a virtue. I charge a $50 non-negotiable, fully refundable meetup retainer for Black matches. Wait, does that mean she dates all types?
Yes.
I'm
Listen, I'm gonna let y'all have it, but hold on. This is the girl's picture.
Oh man, she can't be charging nobody.
You should be charging. I was gonna say, but you Amanda said it first.
Let me forgive me.
I can't wait. Can't wait for y'all to finish.
Forgive me.
I did not see the Black disclaimer. Oh my God. Okay.
So for colored people, you gotta pay.
She said the deposit. I'm sorry. All tongue-tied. The disrespect and hesitancy to plan a real date has led to this. If you actually show up, I'll sell the money right back to you. Make great money. Don't need yours. Just can't waste time anymore.
That's on a dating app?
This on a freaking dating app.
Starting, what's the dating app? You could say the initial.
It start with I think it started with 8. I don't know what all these things look like. I'm not sure, but it's the one for stupid people for sure.
I'm guessing that
it's got to be for like all the autistic single women because there's no way. There's no way that lady has to have an extra chromosome or something. She think that shit's gonna fly with any of the type of men that women actually want.
Right.
Like I gotta put $50 down to date you. So I might you might as well let me put $500 down on the throat then, if that's the case. Like, why? And then you only charging Black men. Like,
that's the one that got me.
Listen, so this is the thing, right? And I'm going to say this. No, I'm not going to say it nicely at all. Your circumstances and your face need to match your standards and your opinions. And hers don't. There is absolutely no way that a woman will be able to tell a man that she is considering for a relationship and wants him to choose her, hey, I'm gonna need $50 for you just in case you waste my time. Like, ma'am, if you don't jump off of several buildings face first, like, what are we talking about right now?
All right.
Die after the first jump, though.
It's been that's just in case you don't, because y'all bounce, y'all got some cushion. But like, it's crazy to me, like how audacious people are. Like, okay, so you guys, most of you guys understand. Like, we're doing some research on apps and aggregating data from applications. Like, if I saw this as a person, like if I was a guy to use apps and I saw this, like I would match with her just to troll her, like in a way that she's never seen before. When I'm done, she's either going to be like a devout Catholic nun or a lesbian. There is no way that she should be able to continue going through life with this level of delusion. Ma'am, you're 40. Also, when you look at the rest of her page, she has 4 kids. That's why she makes so much money. So it's not like, you know what I'm saying, you're you're a prize to the dudes you want, and then you only charging $50. Do you know I order food from DoorDash that costs $50 and forget to open my door to go get it till the following morning? And you think that I'm about to zell you $50 so I can sit here and pay for dinner with you? Girl, go to hell.
How you feel? Tell us how you really feel.
Like, I'm allergic to stupidity. Like, that's it. I have a thing about stupidity, and then like my other real bad allergy is like cashews, and then my third one is when women have unrealistic expectations and like evaluations of themselves. And ma'am, you are on a dating app talking about you want to match as friends. No man who pays you $50 is going to benefit if he's not sleeping with you.
She sounds like a sugar mama.
I would approach it. That's what she should do. Several of them, like 9, and hopefully one of them is a man eater and eats her in her sleep because she's retarded.
What?
Whoa, you
say that? My bad. Sorry, she's special needs.
Disclaimer. This is not associated with the Yonci.
Yes, the thoughts and beliefs expressed in the past 45-second rant do not reflect those of Yonci friends or the platform. My bad.
Yes, thank you.
Like her father, like seriously though, it's somebody out here gonna date. Like, if that's my daughter, I'm so embarrassed. Like, if that's me, right, and I'm her father, I knew I should have just got some head 40 years ago. Like, there's no way that I could be proud of her as my child at this point. It's ridiculous. Like 41 years ago, I'm like, you know what, Josephine, look at what our daughter's out here doing on the internet. Aren't you embarrassed? I knew I should have got some head that night. Like, that's all we should have did.
Oh no. I mean, that's factual though, because I teach my daughters, you don't ask men for money. That's just outlandish. You don't do that. So yeah, her parents didn't teach her right.
Yeah, she didn't have any. Yeah, she didn't have any teaching or training at all. I would
Might
have
been
approached it
raised by
slightly
a
differently.
You never know.
Yeah,
Actually, you
No,
can't
oh
say
no.
that
What do you mean?
because
That
that's
lady's too old to be that
saying
dumb.
your son is a criminal and he come from a 2-parent home and your son is a criminal. So we're gonna say, oh, his
No,
father
no,
and mother didn't teach him right.
No,
You know
no.
what I mean?
But
no.
most
So,
criminals
so
do come from single parent households, so we can say that. Like,
Okay.
no. What I'm
support that.
what I'm gonna say.
And women who think this way probably were raised by a woman who was just as dumb.
Mm.
Yep. Okay. And that's what I was just getting at is like I can have everybody around me, but if I'm a brick, I'm a brick. I can't receive nothing. So I'm guessing she probably came from a lineage of masonry where she couldn't receive anything. Nothing porous, nothing can go through her. So I would approach it differently. I probably would engage her, and I would probably talk with her, deal with her, get on a date, and then I would probably go to the bathroom and say, hey, it's been a pleasure, but I would go to the bathroom and then I would dine and dash. That's what I would do.
I wonder.
I just want to cause all types of hell.
I wonder if some really fine guy, like just whatever the hottest guy you could think of, just rippling muscles, gorgeous face, right? Like somebody who was just gorgeous. I would want to see what she would do if he slid in her DM, and to see if she still would say, like I'm talking about someone that everybody would agree is just gorgeous. I would love to see if she still's like $50. Like,
Jacob, what would you do?
This profile makes me want to cry.
Especially if you got daughters, you don't want your daughter to see nothing like that. Like, how would you handle that? Like,
man, this girl here is trifling. I gotta believe this. I want to believe this is fake. Like, I just really do. This is just trifling. I'm using my mother's old word. That's trifling.
But she gonna let you cry though, Jacob.
Man, hell with this. This is whack as hell.
It's $100 deposit to cry. That's crazy. I don't know.
In real life.
Yeah, I want to pay one of my homeboys. Like, hey, listen, bro, I give you $5,000 just to go. Get this content for me. I want you to go on a date with this girl. Pay her. I'm gonna pay the $50, and when you get there, I want you to make sure y'all go viral somehow. And then we take that content and use it for some other marketing purposes. Of hey, you don't want to have dating profiles like this? Take Yonci's class. Like, we can make it work.
Yes. Yeah. See,
what if she don't show up?
That's what I'm talking.
What if she takes the money and runs?
And listen, first of all, whoever I send, she's gonna show up. Like, I would do it myself. I'm just not able to right now. And she's gonna show up for whoever I send at her. Like, I mean, if I'm paying $5,000, he's gonna be one of them sexy, flexy dancing type dudes. So he definitely gonna get a response from her. And then when he shows up and be like, "Oh yeah, I left my wallet at home. Can you pay?" You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm telling you, she's gonna date women after we're done.
Okay.
I cannot.
You gotta punish stupidity.
I could definitely.
You gotta bring it back to where it's okay to make fun of people. Because when we were younger, before internet, we could tell somebody they were dumb and they wouldn't do dumb stuff because we could shame them for it. Like, this type of stupidity is championed by too many women. Like, I guarantee you, it's women on the comments right now, because one of them just said something goofy too. Like, they probably think this type of stuff makes sense and wish they were fine enough to do that. Like, the girl's not like unattractive. You look at her entire body, you know what I'm saying? She's built the way that men like women built. But as soon as she opens her mouth, I just know you're gonna hear, "Oh, I'm stupid. I'm just gonna ruin your life. I'm gonna ruin your life with decent vagina and boxed macaroni and cheese. And I'm not giving you the cell back until my account is overdrawn." Like,
not the box.
Why the box macaroni though?
Because that's the most trifling shit a woman can make for a man. And clearly she's like Queen Trifling, like the Emperor of Trifling, like those trifling people that I can think of right now, right? Like, we can just say it's like the dude, Derek Jackson, super trifling, Donald Trump, super trifling, and then her.
The Mount Rushmore are trifling. The Mount Rushmore are trifling. Yeah,
like,
terrible.
My thing is, hundreds of men gonna see this, hundreds of women gonna see this, so it's in the universe forever. Like, this is like
live in Chicago. Okay,
she live in Chicago.
I mean, she listen. Man, so I think, yeah. Can we get to the point of what
deserving of gun violence? Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yo. But Yonci, can we get to the root of this, like, of the frustration? So the frustration that I imagine that she's having is all because water seeks its own level. So she keeps on attracting certain types of people because guess what? You're showing yourself to be at that level. I tell a lot of people, like, why would you even engage with something that isn't on your level? You engage with it because in some way it matches your frequency, you know? So
Because
it's
they
like,
want to
she
see
really,
Yeah, that
yeah,
part.
The irony
yeah,
is that, and this is what I see, you know, with women that I coach sometimes, is that they, or just when I'm on, you know, when I was on dating apps, I would flip it and say I'm a man looking for a woman just so I could kind of see like what's out there and what women are doing. And a lot of times men and women will put these disclaimers because of being hurt. And what I say is the irony is you think that you are protecting yourself and screening out the bad people, but you're turning everyone off because you're saying I'm bitter and jaded, even though everyone can empathize with being stood up. Everyone can empathize with somebody being let down. Okay, we get that. But the reality is that's just how life is. You cannot then put up all these guards and be like, so now I'm gonna walk around like you sound crazy. And some guy, because she's not unattractive, some guy who would have been attractive and maybe would have given her a chance, he's gonna look and say, oh hell no, what kind of delusion? But she just blocked her own blessing
and said it's only about black men. That's the part that's hyper offensive to me. Now, you know, we don't care about black. I'm not, no disrespect to you ladies, but when women say, "Oh, I can't wait to go get me a white man," the black man that y'all really want, we couldn't care less because thank you, because you know what that means. We not have to worry about more of y'all. So please feel free to go date all of the non-melanated men you want to, but just make sure you have the same standards. The same way y'all scream, we gotta have the same standards for y'all when black men pick white women. Like
I don't hate that when people act like black folks have a monopoly on anything.
Oh yeah, on stand, like, so black men stand you up because, you know, maybe we see like, oh yeah, she crazy. Nope, I'm cool. Like, oh man, she was fine. Like she did, you know, have her butt in all her pictures. You go look at her social media. I mean, no surprise there. Cool. So, and the crazy thing is, if you get stood up by that many men where you got to require a deposit,
it's crazy.
Like, that tells me that you got to be nuttier than squirrel doo doo.
And if you think about it, if you think about it from a statistic
You know what? I get it now.
There are going to be more black men who are going to hit on a black woman than white men. So if you took 20 white men and 20 black men, there are going to naturally be more black men who are attracted to the black woman. It's just a natural thing. Most people are attracted to their kind. So statistically speaking, she's interacting more with black men. And out of those, she has more, but she's probably not comparing apples and apples. If she had the same number of other nationalities that she had give interest to her, she'd find the same thing. That's why I crack up when people who are racist, who are like, oh, this is ghetto and assign it to black. I'm like, you've clearly never been to the hood in the white neighborhoods. There are ghetto people in the white neighborhoods. There are ghetto Asian people. There are ghetto Mexican. There are all kinds of ghetto. You're just showing me that you haven't traveled. You haven't been outside your neighborhood. If you think that the only people who speak improper English are black people, you just haven't been around. Because I can show you some people who are, well, I can't use the term, but we have a term for it. Neck is in the word. There's that group of every ethnicity. And I just look at that person as dumb when they try to act like any race has a monopoly on anything, good or bad. Like, you just look like you're not culture, because we all have our people that we're like, oh, we're so proud of. And then we all have the group, they're like, dang, why they gotta be black? Or the white people probably like, why they gotta be a white lady? You know?
Read this shit made me not mad at Candace Owens anymore.
I was just about to mention her name when I saw
this. I understand now. Like, and I hate, oh God, I don't want to be clipped for this. I have no smoke for Candace Owens anymore, because at least she supports the polarizing things she says with logic and, you know, statistics, and she can make a well-formed argument for what she's saying, even though I disagree with some of those things vehemently. This lady, though, like, she makes me understand why. Like, I really wish that there was some sort of licensing required before you could reproduce. Like, I don't think that there should be some sort of like enforced like sterilization process until you take an IQ exam before you have children. Because imagine if she had kids, like, oh, she does have kids, excuse me. So imagine like her kids growing up and perpetuating this foolishness.
She got like 4, right? She got 4 kids, right?
Listen, like,
Maybe that's the being stood up she's talking about. Maybe all for the dad.
I would stand you up too if I read your profile and saw you had 4 kids and you thought like this, because this is not the dumbest thing she's ever said or thought. She thinks stupid comments on a regular basis. I guarantee it. This is just the one that's posted online.
Like, so, by the way, I was on a panel years ago. If you guys have heard of Cruise Season, was it Cruise Season that I was on?
Yeah,
I think it was the Cruise Season show. And I mean, I've been on a couple. I think this is when it happened, and we were discussing a scenario like this. And lo and behold, someone in the comments was like, "That's me," and she ended up having a conversation. And then the next time she came on camera, and I actually was talking to her directly. So I just had a moment, just like a thought of like, can you imagine if she ends up coming on and being like, I want to defend my position. Wouldn't that make for an interesting show? So
I would love that. I would love that. I would have so many questions. It would be great.
Oh my gosh. All right.
Well, all I can say is the next time y'all say men ain't, you know what? We just gonna pull this picture up. We just gonna pull this.
Full opportunity. There are ignorant people in all.
I want to put this lady's face on a T-shirt.
There are ignorant people in both genders. There are ignorant people in the extra alphabet groups. Like their ignorance does not miss any demographic. I'll say that. Okay, the next thing that I want to discuss, and we kind of touched on this last week, but we didn't have all the people, so I want to get into this. Someone on Patreon has sent me this article about the group, Are We Dating the Same Guy? By show of hands, how many of you have heard of that Facebook group or ones like it? Okay, so the majority. Okay. So for those who maybe don't know, there is a group, and I believe it's for the purpose of cheating, not like, are we dating as in getting to know, but I think like how they say, does anyone else think they're in a relationship with you? It's that type of thing. Are y'all awake in the comments? Y'all been a little quiet. And so there were talking about how things have gone left before. Like somebody had been given the heads up, hey, I saw you. Like, so a woman was in the group, gave her male friend a heads up that he's being talked about or whatever. And, you know, the thought is that people could just go on there bitter and try to spread lies. So what are your thoughts? Do you think overall a group like that would be beneficial in helping women, you know, find maybe abusers or guys who have done things and they have a past? Or do you think it's more of a chance for people to be petty and spread vicious rumors?
I think it's trash because you're proven innocent in that group. No one hears about it. Somebody puts Jacob in that group and badmouths him. You know, that comment gets 900. I mean, that post gets 900 comments because women you can identify. Oh yeah, he stood me up too. Oh no, he didn't give me the $50 deposit like he gave girls. Like, oh my god! And then he said he made me make him a sandwich at 3 a.m. Like they can just go in there and just start lying. And what happens is with that certain type of women, those certain types of women who are in those groups and active, they're all damaged. So it's like a bunch of trash ass women going in there bashing dudes because they had a bad experience with that guy. And I know people personally. I've been in a group. I know people personally who go in there and like have had their jobs contacted by women in those groups because a girl says, "Oh, well, he went on a date with me, and because I didn't want to give him none, he didn't pay for my Uber home." So the girls all band up and call his job because he's like a truck driver or something, and are saying like that he's driving bad on the road and posting pictures of his trailer and stuff, like trying to affect his. So like
that's like harassment, dude.
One of the things, like one of my deal breakers is if I'm with someone and I catch her in that group, it's immediately over. Like instantly. And it's not because, mind you, I think you guys understand I'm fairly transparent and I don't care about much of how anyone looks at me, but what I do care about is my name. So if you lie on me or like you feed into shit like that, where it's a bunch of women saying beating on men, I can't do nothing with you. Like, I'm not going to respect you. I'm not going to trust you. And if we break up and you put me in that group, I promise you, I'm funnier than everybody in there. So I'll put you in one of my groups, and then now it's really going to be bad. Like, or I would feel crazy if dudes like that group where dudes was like, are these the same nudes? And they were going in there comparing nudes that girls were sending to other guys. Like, I felt then you get mad. Then the girls are like, well, if I send it to them, what difference does it make? Girl, you sent me news from 3 niggas ago. Like, I don't want you to send me news of what people have. That's crazy.
Can I? Okay, so I don't. This has never happened to me. I don't exchange I don't exchange
I'm looking
anything,
for
but
the screenshots for when it was me. I'll send them to you, Yonci.
oh, okay. So I always thought that was like these groups were kind of crazy because I was like, if I ever ended up in one of these groups behind people, I have so like it sucks that we have to live in a world where everything's so adversarial. But I actually thought about that before because I'm like I work in social services, so I see some of the things. So I'm taking girls to court for domestic violence. I'm taking dudes and helping them with their situations. And when you see how crazy it gets, it almost makes you want to like keep some ammo on you just in case somebody wants to like defame you. So when I see these groups, it always like, man, this could be terrible because like we're using Jacob as an example. Now he's going into Trader Joe's or like that. People are bumping him in the shoulder like creep, just like they're putting special sauce in his burger at DoorDash. Like I remember you, and then like throwing his milkshakes, down, all kind of stuff. It's terrible. That's just all bad.
It's like
One guy was being used. One guy's picture was being used, and he was being used as a catfish. Like so, the actual guy was innocent, but there was a person who was using the guy's photos. That's actually one of the first stories I had heard about.
That's crazy.
So women were they were hating on him, being pissed, whatever, because the guy was being shady, but using his photos.
And that guy was in the club with his wife, and the girl ran up on them like, "Hey, I sent you. Where's my money at?" He's with his wife, like, "Girl, what in the hell are you talking about? Like, what?" So you know how y'all are when a woman runs up on your man. So
automatic.
You know how that should go. And now she's like, I don't know who. So she going through the phone, showing him pictures, like showing his Tinder, his dating profile, showing like the conversations, showing the Cash App where she sent him. And come to find out, it was one of his friends that was using his profile. Like, because he was really attractive.
Wow.
So this actually happened in real life to me, okay? A variation of this. So my person, I suspected something, went on and found he had a profile on a dating app. I confronted him.
It was the weird one.
I confronted him about having being on there, and this was the story that I got. He said, and later, of course, I ended up seeing that he was using inboxing, but he alleged that a friend of his said, I think that black men get more play. The guy was not black. And so I want to use your photo to get more chicks. And I was like, so I was like, let's just go with this. Like, this is actually real. You in a relationship thought that made sense for your friend to use you could literally just Google and find a picture. You could go on Facebook and find a random person. Like, this is the kind of BS that's like, do I look like I have a helmet and a chin strap? Because you must think like I'm waiting for the short bus, because that was the most insulted I have ever been, that I was expected to believe this story.
You didn't have more detail than that? You're pretty smart.
All these artificial intelligence apps that's making fake people, and you want to use your homebook.
Okay. So this is the thing. I get.
Why would you want to cuss your friend out? If that was true and he did it without permission, wouldn't you cuss your friend? I wish Kaylee would take my photo while I'm in a whole relationship and try to see, let's see if Yonci gets more views. Man, you gonna mess up my whole home.
But Yonci, I'm trying to understand.
I'm telling.
Okay, but Yonci, I'm trying to understand. Okay, so how would that benefit his friend though?
Thank you.
Okay, but he didn't give you.
I said the same thing. So I said, what if the person did? Okay, I'm getting more attention. All you get to do is kiki in the DM. That's it. Because if she tries to meet you, FaceTime, whatever, you're going to see you're Latino. Like, you're not a black dude. So to me, the story was just so ludicrous. I was like, unless you just want to get your little jollies by just DMing somebody, but it can never go anywhere. You're not going to get laid. You're not going to get like nothing. Like, he was a short Hispanic dude, and this guy was 6'3", like, and football built. And
hey, it's dudes out here defishing girls and then still trying to have sex with them. So
okay. So the thing is about that.
Is there.
No, it's terrible. But like, let's say if you get somewhere and you had to drive 2 hours because you were waiting for something, and then the girl might be like, well, I am already here. That could happen one in maybe 30 times, I imagine. But like a totally different dude.
because I know dudes do it. They drive and she's a little bigger than she looks when they get, and he
And
like,
they do
well,
it.
got to see it through, my boy. I mean, I guess, yeah. 'Cause
Exactly.
2 hours,
Yeah.
I'm not driving 4 hours total and not have got none. So I guess, yeah, that makes sense.
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, yeah. But a whole different person is crazy. I don't even know how you finesse that. That's crazy.
You don't know how you finesse
I
what?
think
How girls finesse not being big?
No. I say a whole different dude. Like if I'm me and then my friend's like a short white guy or whatever like that, and he said, "Oh, you guys get more play." Like, what's going to happen there? Like how would you ever truly benefit from that? I just couldn't see how you make the jump.
You're just like like having your little DMs. That's the extent of as far as I can go. Yeah, it was embarrassing how dumb he thought I had to be to believe that. And then I was also told, this is the other insulting thing. So this, showing my age, this was before social media and a lot of like stuff with apps. So he printed out an image that he thought was titillating. Okay. And so I found it in the home. And this was a story that I got.
Was it an inkjet?
Damn. Matrix, rip off the sides. Just kidding. So he said he busted his friend printing something out.
If you wasted all my ink on like some nonsense, that's why I'd be mad. I couldn't do it.
And I'm like, and so your solution was to fold it and like hide it in I was like,
it's bad enough you lying, but now you giving me a lie that you basically saying, "Hey, I know you're stupid enough to believe this."
That's why I was like, you think I'm like extra? If I could ever write a book and tell the stories, y'all, I done already said too much. We're gonna move on to the next one, y'all. I got so caught up in the show, I forgot to do the submitted question.
Oh yeah.
My goodness. So let's get to it.
It better not be, man. I hope it ain't crazy.
We need something. Look, this been a bad week here. Look, in this last profile here, we need something. Like, come on now. We need some good questions.
Hey,
okay,
you could have somebody trying to surprise you in a Woody costume tonight.
All right, here it is.
Oh God, what is all this literature on the page?
Right.
Lord have mercy.
It was actually on Instagram itself, because normally if they DM me, it's anonymous, but she actually posted it on Instagram, so I just grabbed it. Excuse me, she was looking for a man's opinion. I actually tagged her, but she never commented. So she said, I would love you guys' opinion. A week and a half ago, I went on a date with this guy. We went to dinner. It went well. Towards the end, I love when people say it went well, because I'm like, that's really subjective. Towards the end, he said we should do this again and try more restaurants in the neighborhood, and I agreed. When we walked out of the restaurant, he asked me where I parked. I said a block away. He parked right in front, so he said, let me drive you to your car. He drove me to my car, then he got out and gave me a hug goodbye. 2 days later, I sent him a message saying, thank you for dinner. I enjoyed spending time with you. He answered me, and I said, he answered me and said, I enjoyed spending time with you too. The conversation was fascinating. I left it at that, thinking he would contact me to get together, but I have not heard from him since. So what would you guys do? Should I send him a message and say I would like some clarity? It seemed like he wanted to get together again at the end of our date, but since I haven't heard from you, have you decided?
Yo, chill.
Raise my hand.
Wanting to get together again, or would you say if you're someone who likes closure, and would like, and would you say that it's that him not texting is my closure? Just confused because he seemed positive about the whole thing and now nothing. What would you guys do? Goodness, I need another cocktail for that.
You're too old for this, man.
I go to sleep. Like, what are we talking about? We went on a date. I hit you up 2 days later, and you didn't hit me. Like, what? That's
what her first defense was, guys. Are we in agreement on that?
So yes, you waited 2 days to tell me you had a good time. Do you know how many women I meet in 2 days?
Yeah.
Like, you gave somebody else a chance. Like, and then he probably paid for everything. He already had dry to your car, and you hit me with a dry ass 48-hour waiting period before I got a text message from you. Girl, go to hell. Sorry.
She should have called him as soon as she got home. As soon as I got home, I would have texted you and said, I had such a wonderful time. Hopefully we can do this again. 2 days later.
It's crazy.
Thank you.
We wanted him to
take that L.
Yeah, he don't like you. And then two, because clearly you didn't give him none. So it's like, no, come on, man.
So this is a teachable moment where a lot of times women feel like, I say the pendulum swung too far. They want to be their feminine. They don't want to feel like they're being thirsty. However, men need to feel wanted too. They want to know that they're not being seen as a creep. They want to know that their energy is being reciprocated. They want to know that the attention is wanted. And so there's absolutely nothing wrong with saying, I had a great time.
How is that mean? How am I thirsty for telling you thank you?
For reciprocating
Yeah,
interest.
exactly.
Yeah,
Thank you is the key.
Yeah.
That's
Well,
not thirsty.
Imagine if a dude did that to you after y'all had sex, and he waited 2 days to text you like, "Hey,
that was amazing.
You didn't use no hands. We had a blast. Like, thank you. I needed that."
I'd ask
But he waited 2 days.
That's a good comparison, really.
But what makes this even worse is that he did all the gentlemanly things. He gave her ample time in the moment. She could have been like, "Man, I had a good time."
Yeah.
He probably could have laid one on him. Like that would have been cool. She just trifling. Like, you know what I mean? Like, and,
y'all are OD.
Just trifling, man. Like, it's so
he just wasn't interested.
Like, it's just some of these questions are just like, you know how like it was when you just said someone give you a lie that's just so bad, you like, damn, you think I believe this? Some of these questions are like, damn, are you that dumb?
Yes.
I will say that.
I like that. I like that.
That was a good sound.
I like that. Okay.
Finally, one out of
getting better.
That's some real stuff, man. There are people that think like this, man. This is what's out here.
Yes.
So the next time you say it can't be that bad. This is what's these last two illustrations. This is what's out here.
There's species in the dating pool sometimes.
This is what we dealing with. No, we talking about the women here. This is what we're dealing with. This is what we dealing with. This right here. No, these two women. This is what we dealing with.
Yeah, we just want the ladies to understand, like, when y'all talk about, it's piss in the dating pool, well, it's some type of chemical that's making y'all retarded in our dating pool. Too. Sorry. It's making y'all slow.
That word is not allowed in 2024, really.
Yeah.
For real? I thought it was just like when you were talking about them, not like normal people.
Willie,
that's
challenge.
That'll get you fired.
So to play advocate for her
now.
For real?
So
before you advocate, let's read this thoroughly. A restaurant in the neighborhood. He planned for the next date. I found a place in the neighborhood. We should go try it again. He's making plans.
No. Listen.
Your car.
I read it. It took a long time, but I read it. It took a long time, but I read it.
Well, this brother this is an exemplary performance here. This is beautiful.
Okay, so Jacob,
y'all wouldn't love this date and the effort that this man put in to finding something for them to do and doing all this gentlemanly stuff.
Maybe she was waiting for him to take.
No, she crashed.
No.
It was her pride that got in the way. That's where she learned.
Throw the whole Michelle Benet away. What is it, Michelle Benet?
She sounds entitled.
Yeah,
sounds entitled because how are you not going to thank somebody? There's no appreciation, and then you're like, why isn't he planning it? Because you just like completely disregarded what he already did, so he's no longer interested because that's disrespectful.
Yeah, she played hard to get and she lost.
Might have only said thank you, trying to initiate his response as opposed to saying thank you because she was genuinely thankful.
Can I represent my client?
Start a business where, like,
you need to fire your client.
I get paid by men to provide closure for them to women, so I can explain to them
that
where
would
they
be
went
dope. That would be dope. That would actually be kind of type fire. Holler at me. I'll definitely. I got words. I can put scripts together.
I would do this guy's response for free. Like, I would love to respond. Like, hey, bro, tell me how you feel. I use ChatGPT to summarize it, and then I would just make it funny because she needs to be told about herself. Otherwise, this is gonna keep happening, and then she's gonna be trying to charge $100. Because
her deposit would be crazy.
Yeah, either way, she's gonna be trying to charge like euro or something to like get guys to go on dates with her.
Look at the end of it. Just confused. He seemed positive. He seemed positive. You raggedy son of a like
Okay, listen.
I heard the Bernie Mac in your voice about to come out.
Man, he seemed positive. He seemed positive. He seemed positive.
can I represent my client? I'm back in lawyer mode, okay? So I want y'all to know.
You talking about jumping out trees and stuff?
No. Listen. Y'all jumped on my girl. Listen, y'all jumped on my girl. I'm gonna be public defender. She can't really afford anything else. I got a baggy suit on and a grocery outlet bag. So I'm trying to plea her out, okay? So what I'm saying is that she didn't quite know that, like you said, I'm trying to be my feminine, but nobody ever taught her, of course, like that, hey, you're an adult before you're anything, right? So adults communicate. So you could have just clearly communicated, and I told that to my client, and she's taking the L, but she just didn't know. So I'm pleading her out. 30 years.
How old is she?
Too old to be posting this mess.
Right. Too old. Too old for that. You lost the case. You lost the case.
Oh, no, I did. I'm a public defender. I got 40 cases.
Okay, well, as long as you know, you took an L on that one, just like she did. Because no,
all day. Listen, that's all I do. I just plea out. That's all I do. That's all I do.
No, you need to let her
That's
go
what
to jail.
public defenders do for sure.
Yeah, they're just sitting here. She
needs to represent herself. There is no way. You wait 48 hours after you convince me to put a lot. You convinced me to put how much?
I just have to
effort
say
into you. That's crazy. I need my feedback immediately.
Okay. All right, all right, Yonci. You all right? 2 in a row.
I'm gonna keep reading this and get mad because he
really put 30 days.
Look. Some guys will drive you to the car and then they'll let you get out in your car. So he got out of his car.
Hell, he should have let her walk for the end game. Hell, that he should have let her walk by herself. You parked the block away, first of all, which is crazy. Take an Uber, whatever. That's cool. I'm not gonna get in that part. And then you don't hit me up for 2 days. Like, do you know what I think you were doing in 2 days? I think that you left that restaurant, took the leftovers I provided you, and gave them to the dude who wouldn't take you on a date, but you gonna give him some. That's what I think happened in them 48 hours.
She wasn't attracted to him.
And now you mad.
A meal.
And the dude who got the post-date vagina that was meant for me, or that I feel entitled to, so you gave it to him. The only reason why you really text me back is because bro is still on that, like, hey, you can come over at 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning stuff, and you want me to take your ass somewhere else. Absolutely not.
If she applies for your class, she got to test in. She just can't pay to get in.
You gotta start doing background checks. Like we need to blacklist all Michelle Bennett's.
Yeah, anybody
board. They shouldn't be able to take no classes.
Any women in the group named Michelle, just put them out.
Yeah, just by default.
No, y'all are.
Yeah, we banning Michelle's tonight.
The Michelle hate is crazy.
Oh my gosh. All right, guys. We are going to move on to the next bonus question since we got our out the way. I want to know, are moo-moos sexy? Now, I need you guys to see what started all of this, okay? This is what started it all.
We got to go. We got to do all this. You want this smoke? Okay, you about to get it. It's about to be a barbecue because it's going to be smoke up in here. We're going to move some furniture.
Okay, so that's the video that I saw, to which I asked, are moo-moos sexy? By the way, those of you who saw, did everyone see the moo-moo that I had the picture?
Yeah.
Okay. The pockets.
People were saying, so people were saying that I had the wrong type of moo-moo, and this is the type of moo-moo that I should have put in the poll.
Take a deep breath, you're gonna be okay. Is it loud in your mind? Just take your time, you're gonna be okay.
It's not the moo-moo, it's her body.
Yeah.
Yes.
Anything. You put that lady in a burlap sack, that thing is still gonna be thinging.
Yeah, it's gonna be moving.
You're telling people to go put in a moo-moo. If you built like a juice box or SpongeBob, you cannot put on a moo-moo because now you look like a Christmas gift. That lady looked like she used to be on a pole somewhere. This is how you know men's standards are in hell.
You're gonna be okay. Is it loud in your mind? Just take your time. You're gonna be okay.
Okay, so she's not hiding that in that movie.
No, she got a lot of booty.
Yo, this was going crazy.
Let's give her credit. She in here. Look, this is the pregame. Like she in here getting ready. You know what I'm saying?
How many likes she got?
You should see how she is with her husband.
She is.
She's the girl to be working in her husband's face and stuff all the time. Like she's a role model.
Where's my man go? He said he wanted to ride off in the sunset. This is the pregame.
Man, that girl had every dollar in that man's bank account. Don't put that on him.
She got the Crocs and the moo. Okay,
she's working it out.
Can I before we get to the moo, I would like to say the quads and the knees impeccable. So I just wanted to let y'all know about that. Just something
we're
talking
a lot about what she can do with this video.
You're gonna be okay. Is it loud in your mind? Just take your time. You're gonna be okay.
Look,
she does that
crazy.
All she gotta do now is clap.
I see
Right
all
where
the
you
guys
paused it
moving
tells
as
you
she bounced to
everything
the
you
back. Everybody had.
Yep, clap, lead a huddle. She ready for the game.
I did have Heather in the picture with the pockets and the collar. So that being said, throw in a little, disclaimer. But on the poll, I asked if this is the new hot look.
No.
And because the ladies can't control themselves, I decided to throw that in there so they could just have a bone. Okay.
Yeah,
but the first
instructions is like baptizing a cat.
Oh my God. And yet someone still accidentally hit the men's one. But 20% said I love it. 34% said I'm not feeling it. So it'd be interesting to see if they saw the video with the Drop It Like It's Hot lady, if they still would feel the same way. But a lot of people said that's how Nana got her 14 kids.
That's all Pawpaw had. He didn't have no choice. Nana wasn't putting on lingerie. It wasn't no Fredericks back in the 70s where I'm saying like where Nana was coming home with
it was Frederick Douglass.
What are we talking about?
Frederick Douglass is crazy.
So this Yaya Freeman says, not my husband. He told me don't ever come to bed looking like I'm trying to free the slave.
Because we know we getting a bonnet too, and probably them two straight back ass braids. You had to wear that wig. Like we know we getting.
Monte calls them set it off braids.
They are.
Oh my God.
Set it off braids.
In the comments.
Hey, I'll accept a lot. Like I told you, apparently, I'm not really. Someone just texted me that's watching the show and said, "But you hit somebody wearing a Spider-Man costume." Mind your business, bro. But the point is this: if she had come in a muumuu, I mean, I don't know, man. I still would have had a hard time between that and Woody, because like at least Woody she put some effort into. Like she had the makeup; it was a lot. But now I got to come here and you dress like wearing a cloth garbage bag, like an old sock with like one hole in it for your head and your arm. That's crazy. Like I deserve a little better than that. Like just be naked. It's so much easier. Just come out.
I'm at the opposite side of the spectrum.
It just screams granny to me.
Opposite side of the spectrum.
If I saw my mom or my grandmother wearing it, it's not sexy.
They just got other stuff that the women could wear that's comfortable. You could get you a nice
just be naked.
Now it's all in the presentation. Now if she sent me this video, I don't know. I might think differently. Like, I don't know. I would like to take that into consideration.
You would not be able to tell her if she was wearing overalls, a caftan, a muumuu, because you're not even
on my military
all
uniform.
Of the presentation,
that's different.
Look,
like
you
that's
get
a whole
video
different.
At work. You at work, and you get this video. You would think differently. I'm just saying. I could look. Hey,
I'm trying to knock the Crocs off of my girlfriend, and she's wearing. If she built like that in a muumuu, oh yeah, she's definitely getting a baby out of me. Easy.
I was one of the 20% who said I appreciated the muumuu, and to me, a muumuu almost seems like a in-house sundress because now everything there's easier access. Like I said, there's a lot of things jump easier. You can see it's it's very.
What the hell did you just do? Wait, I'm sorry. Wait a minute. Ma'am.
Bro, you know how much easier it is just to be naked? Like
I was trying to pay attention to what he was saying.
Like a surgical glove, scrubbed in.
I was like, "What is she doing?" And I looked, and I'm like, "What is she doing with her hands?"
Yes. Who's Amanda? Okay, never mind.
Oh man!
Don't shoot.
Hey, if you ever see Amanda in person, just dap her up.
Wow. Join her life.
I wash the hands. Thank you very much.
Y'all are too much. All right, my next question. Okay, This is about men only being affectionate at night, and we have a little video to break it down for us.
Come on, man. I'm trying to watch the game. Come on, baby. We're trying to eat our cereal. Hey, baby girl.
Come on, man. I'm trying to go to sleep.
Okay, so come on.
Go to sleep.
I don't see a problem.
Oh, I clearly see a problem.
It's easy. It's not common sense. Everything he wanted to do during the day is done. Now, if she was giving him some coochie in the middle of the day, I guarantee he'd be more affectionate. But I bet you he got one of them girlfriends that's only like able to be bent over is when they go to bed. I'll land my plane there.
So you only are affectionate when you're about to get laid?
Wait. Don't put this on me. I'm talking about him. No.
I'm asking because you made a very bold statement. Okay.
Leave me out of this.
Affection is a means to an end. That's what I heard.
Because I'm loading that piggy bank all day. I'm grabbing that. I'm grabbing booty. I'm twisting nipples, grabbing the back of your neck or whatever. And then when that bank is full, whether it be 2 o'clock or 2 in the afternoon or 2 o'clock in the morning, I'm getting what I needed. So I'm different. I'm talking about him under this premise. Like, if you're trying to, I guarantee you, if she had put her face in his lap, he wouldn't have told her no.
Well, I guarantee if he was affectionate during the day, he would have got some that night.
I will put his face in the daytime. Period.
Okay. Well, that sounds great. It sounds really, really, nice. But
so here's the conversation to be had. This is a depiction of what a lot of people go through. Okay, so there are some individuals, and it tends to be guys, and this one, some things are gender neutral, this one's usually not, but there are some men who disassociate affection and sex. They look at it as leading to sex as opposed to in and of itself. Kind of like how some people see appetizers. Oh, appetizers are great. Yeah, but it's meant to be eaten before the meal. Like, it's not the same thing as the entree. And for a lot of women, they want affection just for the sake of affection. He could rub on her, he could kiss her, he could do all these things, and she could be like, okay, cool, and move on. And so for some guys, for them, it's like, I guess, blue balls, I don't know, or it does nothing. So what is the happy medium? Because a woman in her core wants to feel cherished and adored. And if she's only getting affection when he is getting something out of it, it makes it feel transactional, and it can make her feel like she's an object. Yes, like she's an object, which would result in her being turned off, which is the opposite of what he wants. He wants her to be turned on. So to me, common sense would be, okay, I don't necessarily get anything out of grabbing her booty during the day, or I don't get anything out of kissing on her neck during the day. But like, we'll use the term putting in coins in the bank. When you cash in, you're gonna cash in, and she probably will turn it up and come to you in the middle of the day and not wait till nighttime. When a woman feels safe and she feels loved and cherished, there's a lot of stuff that she will do. And there was somebody who commented on the post where the guy was like saying something like, oh, my women would never, whatever. And she goes, clearly you've never been with a woman who is into you. Because when a woman is into a man, the things she will do, honey.
They're disgusting.
She'll be in the bathroom dancing in the moo-moo getting ready.
A woman, if she likes you, you can come home from the gym and she's waiting on you at the door on her knees. Like, I'm telling you, if a woman likes you, you ain't even got to go get that gym off you. She's like, hold on, before you go in there, let me lighten your load a little bit.
Like, so I will say this though.
You got to know though, it's kind of hard for men, like for us to be rubbing on our girlfriends' butts, kissing on her and stuff. That's arousing to us. So like, it's just basic affection to women because, it's not necessarily getting them closer towards, their end goal. But for men, like, I can't run around here playing with my woman's butt all day and then not, get my pants not get tight. That's crazy. Cause like, I actually like her. You know what I'm saying? Like, and I'm jiggling, she got the moo-moo butt body. So if I'm jiggling and wiggling things,
moo-moo body,
shit might get stiff over here. I don't want to be walking around half stiff all day and not get to, do what I'm supposed to do with that. It's kind of hard.
Okay, question. Now, I can understand if it's very sexual, but like if you came and just gave her, ladies, we all know the sweet kiss on the forehead.
That's sexual. If I put my mouth in it, it's sexual. 1 billion%. If I put my mouth anywhere on your body, it is sexual.
I would have to disagree.
But you're a woman, so of course you do. But I'm talking as a man.
I mean, fair.
Okay. As a man, Like if I put my mouth on my woman, and like it sends a shiver down the right way, she can get it right then. I'm not just dry. I'm like, if we're out in town and I'm kissing you, like we go say we had a date and I kiss you while we're at dinner. When I kiss you, I guarantee you I'm 10% there. If I kiss you 2 more times, it's like 50% now. And if you grab my thigh, I'm kissing your hand because I want to kiss something else.
It doesn't matter.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Like what?
I think you need to not give to get. I think that's the problem.
I've had a partner say, if you put your hand on my thigh, like be very careful because you will start some stuff. Yeah.
It's dangerous.
Most women were like just innocent, like sit in the car, like, oh, it's not like groping, just literally just putting your hand on the thigh, like above the knee. I know that men are a lot more sensitive than women, but where do we come to the middle? Because for me, if my guy goes all day without giving me affection, the last thing I want to do is be intimate. Like that is what makes me.
It's the core of giving to get.
Mm-hmm.
That's what the core root is.
Yeah.
Yeah. I would say. I'm sorry. I would say I like the currency example because some currencies can't be exchanged for certain things in certain countries, right? So like sometimes the currency isn't always the butt rub and like the kissing on the back of the neck. Sometimes it could just be other things because I just noticed, you guys know my history a little bit, or some of y'all do. So like I kind of had to learn and understand things before I had to like do things. So I'm like, oh, okay, like if I smacked her on the butt all day, that's cool, but she might like other things or like other gestures, and that would get her there, faster or make her more inclined to. And the other thing too was, say again?
I said paying attention to your lady.
Yeah, paying attention to your lady. And then also sometimes, this is something I did, and this is something I guess I would be interested in with the women as well too, maybe a segue question is, I never was pressed. I never act like I was pressed. And I know that also probably helped me a lot because after I asked other people like kind of around in vague ways, I was getting a lot more stuff than other people were getting. And I was like, oh, okay. Was part of that me not being pressed, or was that kind of like more so me just making sure that I was kind of doing things that I knew that she cared about?
I definitely think that for a lot of women, their primary love language, or how do I put this, or not even love language, for a lot of women, they just want affection, period. And they want to, I'm trying to think of how to say this in a way that covers everything.
Text it to me, I'll say it.
No, I'm actually trying to be politically correct. I'm like having a little bit of an issue with just my thoughts. I think that women can go a lot longer without sex. I think that it's not as much for the orgasm for some women that it is for the intimacy, like feeling in that moment I'm being close to my person, which is why they would rather make love than 4-letter word, so to speak. Now, some women, yes, they are very much aroused and like, I just need it. And, you hear women talking like that. But I think that a lot of women can be very satisfied with the things that you said. If he was caring for her and taking things off of her plate, showing love languages in different ways, giving her affirmations, I would imagine that women could probably go longer than a guy could because all those things contribute to her feeling loved. What do the ladies on the panel think about that? Do you think that, basically it's like, do you think that the woman's drive naturally is as high as the guy's drive? And I guess I would have to say at a certain age because ages change. I would say let's talk about 40s. I don't know if you guys have enough women in your 40s you talk to, but do you think that their drive is just as high as the guys in their 40s?
Yeah.
Or do you think the women's are higher, maybe?
Women's are higher in the 40s. I've heard.
I think in your 40s, because I think mine is higher than mine sometimes. It's scary. I'm like, wait.
Sometimes after 35, I don't know what happens to y'all. It's kind of crazy.
That's why I say that I think God has a sense of humor, because when the men can't get enough, and then when the women can't get it, it's at different times. Like, or how do I do it like that? Yeah, it's like this. No, I don't know. You guys get what I'm trying to do.
That's why we be going younger.
Right. Yeah.
I gotta watch Yonci.
Amanda, put your hands up.
Yeah, I gotta watch yeah, she did it with a straight face too. It was
Yep.
Oh my gosh. But yeah, I think it's interesting how I do hear women, as I was saying, 40s. A lot of women say when they're older and the guy doesn't want it as much, and that's a whole different dynamic because of the woman. You know, stereotypically the guy is supposed to, I say supposed to want it more, and so if a woman has to kind of beg her partner for some, that could be definitely very humiliating. Especially if other women are complaining like, "Oh my God, I wants it too much." I'm going to jump out of order because this actually would go along with what we were saying.
So much tonight. Women over 35 have filthy minds. I've learned so much.
I love it.
My takeaway.
No, don't they be in your DM?
Now he got quiet.
He got quiet until he
I wish you could see some of the shit in my DMs from like if the stuff that these women say, I'm like, you can't be a school teacher teaching kids thinking like this. Like that's crazy to me.
I don't want to separate them.
Like, I don't want my son going to school and being taught by like I can't say that on here.
See, but this is that. What is it, Madonna? Remember the Madonna? You know what? Complex. I can't say the other word. I think it kind of gets into that because the reality is, and who was saying this? It was Manda, I think. That if you say certain things, somebody could put you in like, oh my God, she's getting it that much. But it's like this person opened up and showed her adult grown-up side
to a stranger. That's the key. I don't know these people.
No, I didn't know.
Like, oh no.
They'll be like, oh, I saw your comment. Your comment's funny. I saw your content. It's so funny. Oh, you're so handsome. I want to blah. Like, wait, ma'am, how do we get from you just saw my content to you want to do what?
Okay, I thought you were dating her. But
that's wild.
No, there's nothing that my woman can tell me she likes that I'm going to be like, ugh. I'm just like, okay. And if I am, I'm still probably going to try it for the most part, unless it's like doing something to me. That's a hard pass.
I got a message at work one day. They said, it was from somebody from high school, and they said, I want the ish out of you. Like I'm. What the hell?
They're bold.
That was scary. Okay, well this leads to, and we'll talk about that too. Can a woman be too aggressive to the point where you get bored of sex? Is it more exciting because she doesn't want it as much? Or if you had a woman who every day was saying, like Jacob gave that story, what if that was every day? Every day you're coming home and she's like, come here, I need you. Would I'm
fine.
For context, this was somebody, great. I mean, I ain't talked to since high school. So it was just like, you'd imagine somebody you had talked to in high school sending you a message.
Oh, with the comment. Yeah.
Something like that. So that was different. Now, if somebody I'm with and I'm feeling them now that's different. Like, you don't text a stranger telling them you wanna buck the
I want my woman to be waiting like in the dark house and I walk in and she jump out like she's trying to murder me. Like she a serial killer.
Oh, but it's cool to jump out now.
It's cool to jump out inside the house, not in the car.
It's cool to jump out now.
Good one.
Okay, but you guys, so if every single day she was wanting it every single day, that you don't think the novelty would wear off?
As long as water is wet, she gonna get it.
Are you kidding me?
Okay, so
all day.
And you guys can plead the fifth. Have you ever had a woman who wanted it all day?
No.
Yes.
100%.
Yes.
Okay, so you know for a fact. Because I had someone I was debating and he said, oh, you think the conversation was, how much do you want it? And she said, 3 times a day. And he said, look, you might think you want it 3 times a day until you actually get it 3 times a day. And that stuff will go really fast. And I was thinking of him like, but then as I got older, I was thinking about the conversation. I said, he might actually have a point. I wonder if some of the excitement is novelty for someone who doesn't have something. But if you're saying you've had it and you were fine giving her every single day, then power to you.
Can a woman answer this question? Can we answer it? Yeah, absolutely yes. You can get bored.
Put your hands up.
Yeah, with men. My hands are up.
I'm sorry, no one knows coming.
I'm keeping it up the whole time for you, Willie. But
pause.
Wait,
that's
that's
crazy.
I thought about it afterwards. And I was like,
walk into that one.
Like,
I missed it. What she said, I'm keeping it up for you, Willie.
Yeah.
I
keep it up the whole time.
Didn't say a thing. I just let it keep
flag ready.
Up, sweetheart. That's all right.
Okay.
But if women getting bored with it is different than men getting bored with it, because again, like y'all get bored with something y'all can get anywhere. you can literally walk outside and see 10 strangers and have sex with 11 of them. We can't do that. When we get to a point, like
it's really
we
late.
get to a point where we have it, we want sex all the time too. Or we have healthy men with medical conditions tend to want high testosterone individuals. They like to have sex. Like I want the woman that wants to have sex 3 times a day, especially if I don't have nothing to do. Like that sex drive is ideal for vacation. Like, cause I don't want to go do nothing. No way. I don't want to go do no excursions. I've been everywhere already. So I want to go see the beach and see the blue hole. I just want to stay in the room and use this balcony for what it's designed for all day. Order room service. Like that's all we want to do.
I mean, at some point we got to go out and get some flats.
No, we don't.
Not the flats.
Ranch.
They have DoorDash at the same time. That's all I'm gonna say. So
I wonder what it would be like having 2 people who have the same sex drive and the same passion, because like I said earlier, some people are very vanilla and oh my God. So we tease a family member because she will make the wildest, she'll say things that just exactly how Amanda said, it was like a play on words, but she wasn't intending that. She would do it all the time. Like she put a post about how her knees were hurting because she was on her knees all day. And she was how that sounds to everyone else, but she was tiling. She was laying tile. But she's so innocent. And then her husband is the biggest horn dog. Anything. I would always laugh because we both would think the same way. And we have dirty minds, anything. But she's so innocent. And so I'm I wonder if that's just kind of irony of couples. I wonder if there's always that kind of a vanilla person who doesn't get it, and then you have the other partner who's the dirty bird who's oh, you can get it, I'll bend you over. It just seems like I always hear in couples that one person is spicy and the other person is just kind of when it comes to sex.
Yeah, bend me
I
over.
wonder.
Did you drop something? That type of
Or they're so practical. Well, I just put my outfit on and we have dinner reservations. F those reservations.
Hey, listen, real quick. That is a pet peeve of mine, ma'am. I'm paying for this dinner anyway. Chill. I can push the reservation back as far as I want to, and you can redo your hair and glue your lashes or whatever excuse you about to make.
That's the fun in being spontaneous, being, if you can't have that with your partner, that whole, it needs to be at nighttime and it needs to be in the bed and it needs
you gotta talk like that.
That's what I'm saying.
That's how it sounds when we hear it.
Uptight.
Yeah, I don't want to give it up tonight. But wait, I've got it. I've been at work all don't nobody want to hear that. Okay,
you don't be getting married though.
If your job is keeping you from saying giving up them yams when I need them, we finna quit.
Man,
I got it.
Yeah,
that's. If you want it 3 times a day, but all of a sudden going to work makes you not want to give it up, bet.
I think it's important to look at someone's parents too and see the type of dynamic that the parents have.
Oh, whew.
That's true.
Because there are some people, if the parents are still together and you see he never compliments her, she never compliments him, or you'll see couples I grew up seeing butts being pinched, grabbing booties and giggling and talking about if the door is not locked, knock. And if you knock and no one answers, get the hell out of here. That's the dynamic I agree with. Health was talked about. It was a healthy thing. I remember asking my mom what a BJ was. We were allowed to talk about anything. I was so confused. I was like, Mommy, why would anybody want, once I found out what it was, I was like, why would someone want to do that? And she was just, I was so young, and she goes, well, when you're older, some things differently. And I was like, I was so cynical about it. I was like, but that's for men your age. Oh. There was nothing taboo in our family. She never was like, oh my God.
I'm so glad she didn't have to explain to you eating ass, because that'd have been crazy.
Oh man,
I was literally in my 30s when I learned that was a thing. I was in my 30s.
Well, most men do it on accident the first time they go down on a girl. So
please clip this.
No, somebody Google what year Cardi B saw or whoever saw that. Groceries. That's the year I found out. I might have been in my 40s. I did not know.
Oh,
I didn't know.
Janae Aiko taught you?
I think it was a rapper. She said eating like groceries. I thought that
Yeah,
was like
that's
Yeah,
her.
yeah. Janae Aiko, yeah. That's
That
a
was
thing.
Janae
oh,
Aiko
I
said,
love
yeah,
her.
don't
Yeah,
get too
she's
close.
great.
Yeah.
yeah,
And
no,
she
but
the
I
one
Yeah.
that
was
sensationalized it.
just
Now,
so
like,
confused. I was just like,
it's a
that's
requirement for y'all now.
Spanish.
Wait a minute.
Crazy.
Did
Boy, I
somebody
hope
say she's
not, 'cause
great? Wait a minute. Did I hear did one of the ladies say she's great? Wait a minute.
No, I like the artist.
Oh,
Not the artist.
man. Hey,
I don't do that. I don't partake. No.
fellas, this is our
She's
single
like,
for the night.
time out, flag on the play.
Y'all remember
This is
that?
the piece, but we are on air.
This is the single for tonight. Y'all remember?
Yeah.
Ayoko, whatever her name is. So just understand that you've also understand for that job requirement.
Now y'all understand editing can be. No, I'm just playing.
I was like,
Oh man.
Oh my goodness, no, but that was funny. But getting back to the point with the parents, I think if you're a very affectionate person, you should make a point to kind of see how the parents are with affection, because that has been a struggle in past relationships where I'm extremely affectionate. Like I said, one guy was like, "You're too affectionate." He told me, "Oh, you need to be with a non-straight." We'll say a non-straight guy. Like he had all these projections on me, but.
What?
He grew up with a non-affectionate household, and for whatever reason, I just attract all non-affectionate people. And so, in having conversations with non-affectionate people, it's very uncomfortable for them. Like that's not natural for them to be hugged up, or people who are overly mushy with their words. Like I'm a very "I love you" person, or "You're so pretty." Like I'm very much into affection, and so and being affectionate with my words even still. So for me, that's a struggle if somebody grew up in an environment where that's not seen. Like my uncles, they all kiss. Like it's like
whoa, back up. Your uncles kiss their wives.
No, like my mom's family, the guys kiss the cheek. They're not Italian, they're German Irish, but like they kiss on the cheek, like they'll greet each other and hug and like.
I'd have to get you some color before someone clipped that. I wanted to make sure
Yeah.
I was getting, because
Yonci endorses the community.
some people now you're gonna start getting some real interesting inquiries for coaching.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
But I just very affectionate family. So, my daughter and I were always curled up on each other. She'll sit there and be petting me. That's just normal. So if someone's in a relationship with me and they're not touching me, it's like my brain is like, they don't like me. They don't like me. They don't like me.
It makes you feel like, what's wrong? You good? What's wrong?
You don't see all of this?
Like I'm naked. What are you doing?
I
had a question for you, Yonci, and maybe girls in the thing. Do you tend to find that maybe some of the characteristics or traits that you find endearing in a man kind of sometimes are linked to that? Because as you were saying all that affectionate or lack of affectionate, I know you've said in the past that you like a man who has a level of stoicism. So like, do you see sometimes that's maybe linked up, like most of the guys who are a little bit more stoic, they may be like not as affectionate or more affectionate in terms of like physical touch? Do you ever find that like certain traits are tied to?
I never thought about that.
That's a good one, Cam. Good question, bro.
Because stoicism it's all tied to being reserved and all that stuff. And also it's kind of like the not the bad boy, because I feel like bad boy is an extreme, but I think honestly for me, and I've actually sat and thought about this aspect of it, I do like a guy who leaves me wanting a bit more. That is what attracts me. And I feel that I get bored with a man who, so groveling would be the extreme end of the spectrum, but a man who's just like fawning over me and just so into me, my human nature, and I know it's our sin nature, that side of me, I would be more turned off. So if I had the choice of a guy who's like occasionally give me attention versus a guy who's just all over me all the time, my natural nature, my flesh is attracted to the guy who leaves a little mystery. And I'm not completely sure. So it's ironic because I've had these internal conversations where it's like, you're mad because the person isn't all in like this, but the reality is if you've had it, you're not that into the person. So I think it's kind of a darned if you do, darned if you don't. Find like a happy medium. Yeah.
That's Yonci. because I be wanting them all over me from the beginning. But but yeah,
physically all over me. But it's like I'm trying to explain it in a way where it's like there needs to be a little bit of not confusion. It's not confusion. It's not. I don't know if they like me, but I'm more attracted to a man who is slightly reserved because it makes it special when he does do something. I don't know if explaining that makes sense. Not agreeing with me makes sense.
No, okay. So then, can I ask? Okay, so this is more me. I'm going to be novice and green in here, and I want y'all to give me some game or give me some understanding because this has always been interested to me. What?
So not me having therapy in real time.
Oh yeah. No, that's what's up. I love asking those questions because sometimes they might even put something into you to kind of like think of like, oh, maybe. But I guess the other question is, I thought about this because I used to get frustrated is that I would have a great interaction with like a young woman. We would have a lot of fun, but it seemed like you said going to the boredness, kind of like when it talked about like sex. We never had that, but as far as like you would get into certain places in the relationship where things were almost going too good. And though I know it was rooted in immaturity, it's like, or I consider it immaturity. Like you said, there's a part of you that wants more or that wants less. And I was like, man, should I like occasionally just like rob a bank or just do some crime with this girl so we can kind of keep things exciting?
No, I think a bit of it is human nature. Sorry, one of the guests that was going to come on. He's messaging. I say it's human nature in the sense that I don't condone it. And I understand as a spiritual person, I understand that not all of our urges make sense or healthy, whatever. So that's the reason for that caveat. But I do believe that there is such a thing as absence making the heart grow fonder, and there's a little bit of mystique. So,
You said absence or abstinence?
Did I say absence?
No, I may have misheard.
Absence of sex, abstinence. But absence making the heart grow fonder.
Okay, I agree with that 100%.
Get something all the time. And it's kind of like with when I was younger, my parents, we didn't eat out a lot. Like it was mostly for budget, but also for health reasons. And so when I would get to have McDonald's, it was the biggest deal. And I remember this little bratty girl complaining that she had to eat her food because she wanted to go play in the playground. And I remember thinking, like, I don't know when I'm ever going to get burger and fries again. And soda, I'm freaking out. Or it's probably high C. But so I was like, when I'm older, I'm going to eat all the things. I'm going to have Cinnamon Toast Crunch all the time. I'm going to have burgers. I'm going to have pizza. And when you have the ability to get it all the time, it's not as novel. And you're just like, okay, you only have so many pizzas. I'm kind of burned out on pizza. Even with ribeye steaks, we love ribeye steaks. I'm actually like, okay, I'm good. Like I've had so many ribeye steaks lately. So I think there's part of it where it's like when you've had a chance to miss something, it's a little bit more exciting. I mean, I love seeing Montana.
I agree.
I love his company, but there is something about when he comes back from a trip, I'm just like a little puppy at the window. Like I just can't wait, to see him and all that stuff. So
is that toxic? So would that be considered toxic to like build that into a relationship if you see that that's something that your partner enjoys?
I don't think so at all. I actually have consciously made it a point to try to have a life, because I like to be up under him and he enjoys my company. We had a conversation about that. He's like, it's probably healthy that we do things with other people just to keep the relationship, where it needs to be. Even if we don't feel the urge or like, I need to get away from the person, I think it's good. And so for me, I have consciously made a decision. And I say this in my coaching class, me having my passion, I think has helped me overall in relationships because it consumes so much of my time in a positive way that in the past, I would clock out, be done at 5, and I'm kind of just like idle mind as a devil's playground. So it made me really thirsty. I need attention, whatever. So for me, like he'll have to say, hey, do you want to hang out? Because I'm having so much fun like this. I'm gonna go until like 11:30. So I think it's very positive to infuse in a relationship. I don't think I would say that to the person because it kind of defeats the purpose. Like I'm purposely going to play ball.
Oh no, you wouldn't. But I'm saying like I guess that's probably the part of the struggle is that it's like being authentically me, for instance, is like I just live in this particular way. But as I have to consider another individual, of course you think about them, but then there's like parts of them where it's like that really shouldn't be the basis upon. That shouldn't be the thing that our relationship hinges on. It might help it or might make it better. So it's kind of like, how do I find ways to make sure that they're appreciating me, which it should be something that they just do when they work on themselves. But as far as like, it almost seems like sometimes in this role, you almost have to kind of like, where I have to like kind of help you in that capacity to appreciate who I am. I feel like I find like I have to do that a lot, especially men. I think they have to do that more often, where it's like, I'm this, and I almost have to show you how special I am, even though it's probably not my job.
I would say this, and a lot of women say this kind of jokingly, but I think it's about finding someone who really likes you. And I don't mean that in a funny way. Like how that girl said, I actually like my boyfriend.
Yeah. Yes.
I realized when I was younger in my dating process after my divorce, because I didn't date before my marriage. Sounds crazy. But after my divorce, when I started dating, I realized that I confused being attracted to somebody and being excited about them and that dynamic with actually liking the person.
Yeah.
And so one of the things I built into the course was like, ask yourself, if you took away the sex appeal, if you took away like, oh, he's so fine, would you want to spend time with them? Like if you couldn't have sex with the person, you couldn't kiss them, you couldn't make googly eyes, would you actually want to hang out with this person? And I think a lot of people are not with someone that they genuinely enjoy. They don't like their humor. They don't respect what they do for a living. They don't like their person. Like, I don't think they like the person that much. A lot of times it's out of convenience. Well, he takes care of me. When I ask girls, what do you like about this guy? They'll describe what makes him what he does for them, but it's not like what do you like about him, you know? Yeah. So you could just switch somebody else and someone else could pay your bills and someone else could rub your feet at the end of the day. And somebody else, like, why is it about him that you like that is a person? So I think that you may have, I say this with all respect, you might not have met someone who appreciates your brand of crazy, was what we call it.
Absolutely.
Everybody has their own unique qualities. I think that you at your core, your kind of default setting should be enough. But then, yes, you learn certain things psychologically, just human nature. You know, you do things to keep the person interested or whatever. But like by default, Monte and I really appreciate each other. And we both talked about how other people did not appreciate our default settings. Our default settings were too much or not enough in other areas. So I think it just takes longer than most people realize to actually meet that right person that you click with.
Right. And if you really like somebody, it won't take you 48 hours after they done took you somewhere nice and treated you well.
That's right.
You call them before you get home.
You'll be excited to text them. I can't wait to see you.
Absolutely.
I'll be texting before we even get home. My thing was like, I would say in the moment, I would make sure he saw me blushing on it, like, oh my God, I had such a good time. And then I would send something once I got home, like, I can't stop thinking about what a great night this was. You know, like if I actually like the person.
So
I made it home in one piece. Like that's how funky. That's like funky. Never mind.
So I have a question because Jacob mentioned this, Cam mentioned this about being them. All right, about being themselves. So what do you mean by being yourselves? Because I feel like, and I came across this situation where being themselves meant being able to talk to friends every single day of the opposite sex and, you know, hanging out with them and stuff like that. And maybe your partner don't like that. You know what I'm saying? So is that them stopping you from being yourself or what? Like, I need a, definition of being themselves.
Okay, Jacob, I'll let you get that and I'll get it after you.
No, when you being yourself is how you are, like when nobody's around. And how you behave and move through. Like your sense of humor, how you think, being able to say what's on your mind, whatever you are. What I think the term earlier was the default setting, just how you show up and who you are. When that's accepted, it means be who you are. It doesn't mean you get to be disrespectful. Like if you're in a relationship, you shouldn't be calling a bunch of other friends and giving them time and attention, or talking to somebody's married, friend like we were doing earlier. That's disrespectful behavior, but being able just to be who you are when no one's looking is what you really want to be. Intimacy is when you get to know and be known. And so when somebody really takes the time to get to know who you are, even if you cry a lot, I don't cry a lot, but if you cry a lot,
you do cry a lot,
or hug or whatever. No, I don't, because for me, and maybe it's just something that I continue to work through. It's not a safe place for men. I just don't. I don't know that feeling from a woman to be safe like that way. I don't. So I don't cry. But to be able to be who you are, be yourself is what you really want to be. If you got to go home and put on a performance at home, and it's not even worth it.
When do you give rest? Yeah.
When do you just get to take your guard off? But being just however you are, I mean, smart mouth, dirty mind, quick wit. I think Caitlin was saying she had a quick wit. Like, if you just got a little smart mouth and you with somebody who's real sensitive, it ain't gonna work. Like, but however you are, you just want to be accepted. We're not talking about disrespect, being a hoe, being trifling, being abusive. We're not talking about toxic behavior, but just if you are somebody that you just want to be accepted, how you show up every day as a healthy human being, and that's okay. With your little quirks, with your little, just things that you do that make you who you are, make you different and special. You just want to appreciate it. A lot of people just can't. I mean, you're not for everybody. And I love what, it takes some time to find somebody, but you want somebody that you can be yourself. You don't want to spend the rest of your life pretending. Life's too short. You want to enjoy it and be your authentic self. So you can, I just think two people together, I look at Yonci and her man, and they just do a bunch of weird stuff sometime. And I don't mean it in a negative way. They having a good time. They don't care what we think. That's the kind of relationship you want. They're being themselves. And it's working for them. But that's something, you got to be patient and wait on something like that. You're not for everybody. And I've accepted that.
I like what Jacob, to caveat, Jacob said one particular thing. He says, showing up who you are, happy and healthy. And I think that's really the essence of being who you are, or like showing up as yourself, your default setting, is the healthy aspect of it. Because some people, they're like you said, they have elements and capacities that they operate in that aren't healthy. And that's not who they are. That's just you trying to cope with maybe some traumas or other things that are happening. But as far as like the happy, if you show up yourself, you're happy, filled with joy, at peace, and this is your basic operating, like when you're walking every day, like for instance, like I'm smiling all the time. I actually have created a life that I like for myself. The only thing that can enhance my life is, adding a couple of dollars so I can do more ridiculous stuff. But outside of that, it's like I enjoy, this is my base setting. I'm smiling, I'm happy, I'm healthy. I'm not participating in any activities in order to maintain, this level of excitement and stuff. Like no drugs, there's no, extra addictions to kind of keep me here. It's like, no, this is Cameron, unequivocal. I'm here, happy, healthy, and this is how I show up, and this is the life that I built. So when you deal with somebody, I think it has to be at that level where I come into their situation and all we're doing is adding to that situation. So we're going in the same direction, have the same values, and we kind of meld in to make an even greater legacy of happiness and joy.
So Willie, answer this, because this is my thing. So the person was telling me that they're willing to, there's no boundaries or whatever like that with the women, because they feel like they're not going to do anything wrong, right? But me putting boundaries and saying you can't talk to someone every day or at all types of night was stopping them from being themselves.
Then they probably were trying to be a hoe. Like, you telling me, so you talking to a guy that doesn't have any female friends, like none. I have female that I know, and like my sorority sisters, but I don't have any female friends that can call me and be like, hey, I need you to come do this, or let me tell you what my boyfriend did. All of that shit is dead with me. And if a man or a woman, let's say if I tell my girl like, hey, you need to stop, I don't like you talking to so-and-so so often or so much, and she's like, damn, you not let me be myself. If part of you being yourself is talking to this other man, which makes me feel away, then part of being yourself requires you not to respect me as your partner. So I feel like that if that's what it takes for you to be yourself, you should be yourself, but you're just going to be yourself by yourself. But I'm not dealing with that.
So, the other question I would ask, though, first would be is if you would have a good understanding of like I said, who they are. So for instance, if this is a upstanding, good character, all this other kind of person, and there might be something that you don't like that they do because it's just a personal thing that you don't like, but they've always shown themselves to have upstanding character, like they have a track record of character and all that kind of stuff, you just may not like. They, like I said, they may be unorthodox. So I know a lot of people who are like, whether they're entrepreneurs or they're entertainers, well, their lifestyle would require them to kind of, maneuver and be in a lot of communities, and that's not for everybody. And so I can imagine that entertainer can't be with another person who doesn't understand the life of entertainment, or that person who is an entrepreneur, that other person would have to understand that what you're looking at it as is not what it is, So I would definitely take that into account when you're like making that calculation where it's like, is this something that's going to fit with me? Because maybe their lifestyle is and their values and their passion is different than mine, and therefore we might not just be able to meet because we have just different ways of living life or interacting with life. So that would be something else to consider.
Like he said, when you said, you have to get with someone who's used to dealing, like, if you're an entrepreneur, that's a perfect example I'll speak on expertly. One of the most frequent issues I've had in relationships are when women feel like they're entitled to my time because I don't have a schedule, because I'm the one signing paychecks, because I'm the one that can move a meeting because I want to take a nap. They feel as if I should be able to, they should also be entitled to me doing those things just to be with them or just to appease them. And what they don't understand is that when I do that, it's because I already have weighed the outcomes of me making that decision. I know what it takes to reschedule a meeting with 2 funding managers and someone from another venture capitalist firm. I know what that takes. So, and I also know what it does. But when I do that for my benefit, I have the knowledge of what you're saying, all the circumstances and consequences will be. Now, when you just up and arbitrarily think that because, me not having a time being a boss, that you also should be enough for me to do that, that's where I had a lot of conflict with women, because they want me to stop working and doing all these things, but then want expensive stuff. Or they'll want to go places that, like, they've never been before because they feel like I can afford it. But then when I have to go work, go slay dragons, find contracts, make the money to do those things, they're like, well, we have been on a date night in 3 weeks. Well, man, you said you want to go to Bora Bora for 60 days. Like, what are you talking about? Like, I've got to go pay for that if that's what you want to do. And me doing that means I'm not going to be present. You can't have a man, that's present and well off at the same time. Like, we're going to be doing one or the other. And it's just like those sacrifices that women tend not to make when they feel like they're entitled to our time is like a huge problem for me. It's why being entitled is one of my deal breakers.
Yeah. Like, so you're talking about work, though.
I'm talking in general, because the thing.
Entrepreneur.
So if you are that's a woman living in fantasy. So, because this is what I want to say. This is the difference. So if you're doing it for work, that's one thing. But I'm saying this is like friends, and you're not doing any business with them.
Well, who cares? It's my time. That's my point. So this is my point. It's my time. Yeah. Just because I'm not working the way that you're working, or that I don't, I'm not the type that I take a 15 break here or a 30-minute lunch here. And like, when I have free time, by default should not have to be to spend that time with you. I still need breaks from doing what I was doing. And if one of my breaks that I want to take is going and play poker with my boys, there's nothing that needs to be said about that, especially when I'm saying ignoring you or saying taking those things away from you, or you're still getting your time and you want more. Like, that's just, you can't have it both ways with us. It's a lot of guys that you can do that with.
I was talking about women. So when you on your free time and it's not about work, talking to women all the time.
Oh, hell no. I'm not talking to women. Okay. Because I won't talk. I don't like talking to women I'm not sleeping with. There's literally no point. If I'm not trying to get to know you romantically, I have no purpose for you as far as like me setting aside time to deal with you. Like, my woman is different. If me being single, I'm not out here talking to 5, 6, 15 women at a time. Do you know how annoying women are in large groups?
But what if you are an upstanding person and
I am, and I still don't want to do it.
What guy wants to talk to? I mean, no
that's crazy.
That makes no sense to me.
Like, the whole idea of men having hoes and multiple women is for like broke dudes, and I tell you why. because you know how much time you have to invest into a woman to get what you want from her, and we'll just say that it's sex. So you look at it that way, right? And this is just me giving an example. I'm not saying all men is all women are good for. If any of y'all get triggered in the comments, just start crying. This premise is that, okay, so for a guy to get sex for a woman, we'll say it takes 3 dates, right? And then to maintain sexual access to that woman, it's going to take, a certain amount of time and resources. When you have multiple women, your cost sorry to anybody who's sensitive in the comments, because I know old girls in here, she's always crying about something. If my cost per nut is not going down, I'm doing something wrong. And the hardest thing to do with dealing with multiple women is to get your cost per nut to go down, because you only have so much time. So I can't build with 5 women the way I can build with one. I can't get to the point with 5 women as fast as I can and as efficiently as I can with one woman. So no, I'm not going to ever be the guy sitting here talking to a bunch of women. But I will tell you this, the woman that you see me talking to, the woman you see me out with, the woman that you see me post, you know what time it is, because it's the only one you ever see. I don't have, dealing with multiple women. That shit is, that is crazy. It's 24 hours in a day. I'm going to work from 6 to 8, Tuesday through Thursday. I'm going to sleep for 12. So that leaves me with 6 hours. You think I'm about to give 15 women, divide 15 hours up with 6 women, and I got kids too? Absolutely not. Never.
So, but I will say this as well, is that Willie is Willie because he's Willie. He has a very set of values, ambitions, passions, all those other kind of things. Willie has his boys. I'm sure he spends. Say again?
Yeah, see, I work super hard for this.
Yeah, exactly. Jacob is who Jacob is, and we love his flavor and style that he brings to life. Yonci is who she is. So everybody has, like I said, a different flavor and a different way they go about doing things. And if we had all the same exact perspectives and approach to lives, it would be boring, to be honest. So I think that as long as people are being upright, being moral, and making sure they're bringing consideration into who they interact with and their non-negotiables, I think that there shouldn't really be an issue, because like I said, I don't have a bunch of me personally. I have boys, but I don't talk to my boys as often. I have 2 female friends that I talk to quite often, but at the same time, it's I'm more disciplined, and I have more boundaries than anybody I know, just by nature of who I am, and also because I also am entrepreneurial in my conquest, so I have to be. I'm not getting a check every 2 weeks. So I have to make sure that I put things and have consideration. So I think you really have to kind of if you're dealing with somebody who is off the beaten path, you would have to really sit there and be empathetic to their situation to kind of really look at it and be thoughtful. Or you just go and deal with somebody who's used to kind of more of your ecosystem, because I don't think it ends up working unless you really empathize with where they come from. That would be something I would definitely say.
There is one woman on earth that I talk to on a regular daily basis that I'm not sleeping with. And you know why? Because she's like a sister to me. You know what? It's Yonci. That is the only woman that has access to me that can call me and be like, hey, pop up. But you know why? I also have a relationship with her boyfriend. Me and Monte are friends. That outside of there's no point to I have those types of relationships with my sorority sisters. Because
so Willie, can I ask you a question real quick? Okay. Sure. So Yonci, no blood relation, no nothing like that. But in some capacity, there is a level of friendship and appreciation, and you value her and she values you, right? 100%. Everything is beautiful, pure, great. All that's good. You have sorority sisters. Cool. These are not people that you get paid to interact with. Well, Yonci, I don't know what you guys got going on, but at the same time, I'm just saying, for all intents and purposes, you and Yonci are cool.
Wait,
you and your sorority
sisters. People to be up here?
What?
Let me find out you paying people to be up here.
Oh no! I was just saying.
Oh no!
I get $20. What you get?
Yeah, Yonci, I need to negotiate my contract because I ain't seen that one.
So need that back end tonight.
But tonight. So even with that, these are not fiduciary relationships per se, but you still have relationships with them. So someone could actually say, and you can I'm sure you've dealt with this because you've had a vast amount of dating situations where someone could look at something and say, oh, that doesn't look cool. I don't like that.
Nope. There's not a woman breathing that could tell me to not be Yonci's brother. No,
because what's going to happen?
What do you mean?
What's going to happen? She ain't even going to be around, right?
Who's not going to be around? Yonci or her?
No, the girl.
Absolutely not. So this is the thing, right? and this is the point that I wish that more men understood. When a woman has an issue with another woman for no reason, and you've given her no reason to, bro, it's her. It's not. My woman could not. She wouldn't. So I'll say this, but whatever. She wouldn't come to me and be like, "Hey, I don't like the fact that you on Yonci's platform supporting her and all of this other shit." Because I'm gonna tell you what, baby, you can want in one hand and shit in the other, and see which one before I stop dealing with that. That's crazy to me.
So do you and Yonci talk like every day in the morning, or she could just call you in the middle of the night or things like that?
So I want him to answer, and then I want to add a part to that.
So say if Yonci called me in the middle of the night, I know that something happened with Monte, and that I'm the closest person that she has around at the moment that can, and I know that it's an emergency.
He literally called late like 2 nights ago, but it was because Monte didn't pick up. We're both watching a movie.
Okay.
So he calls Monte's phone. Monte didn't see it. So then he calls mine. And I said, we both look, he says, well, I said, it must be serious because if he called both of our phones. But I want to give this disclaimer.
And I was just talking shit when I called. That was great.
Yeah. But it's not every day. It's not an everyday situation.
We're on a group chat. Like, that's what we do.
We got a group chat.
Yeah, so that's boundaries. Okay.
But let me add this, though, because this is very unusual. And I do have a few guy friends. But whenever I have been in relationships, I would back away out of respect, even though there's no funny business, but also in reverse when a guy has a female friend, because I understand the dynamics and that it's hard to believe that there could truly be just platonic energy. What I did I don't think Willie would care about me saying this, but because Willie and I have a lot of conversations, we actually have a standing weekly meeting too, because we do some business stuff as well. But we spend a lot of time, and we don't just talk business. Like, we be kicking and talk about people he's dating, whatever. Like, it's more than just business. So because he was a big part of my life, I wanted to introduce Monte for 2 reasons. One, guys can sniff things out. Dudes can kind of tell when a guy is being shady, and he's
the shit test
around a dude. So I knew that this would be helpful. Now, I have a guy who's the most secure guy I've ever seen. Like, literally, Monte could be like, oh, if he needs to crash in the guest room, he would not care. He's very, very secure. But I still feel the need to be respectful and make him comfortable. So for me, I wanted to go above and beyond. So they're actually so tight, they get on my nerves now. Because
I talk to Monte more than I talk to her.
And so, if there's a call, I'm like, oh, no, it's not for you. Like, ew. But I want that dynamic, and I want it to be a healthy thing. But we also have a situation where if I'm on a call, I'm not sitting up somewhere talking to Willie. Like, it's on speaker. We're FaceTiming. Monte can walk in at any time. You know what I'm saying? So I think that I don't want someone watching this to be like, oh, my person's tripping. No, you might be the reason they're tripping because you're moving funny. I have had people who they want to talk to the opposite sex. Now they got to go sit in the car. I mean, I was with somebody who told me to sit in the car while he went in her room and closed the door and had the nerve to be like, oh, but she wasn't comfortable saying some stuff in front of you.
You should have burnt that house down.
Right.
Ain't no way.
Man, I almost went to jail that night. No, I really did almost go to jail that night because the things that I wanted, I was like, and for him to sit there and try to explain to me. And I went to the door and I even knocked and I was like, I looked at him, I said, I'm uncomfortable. And he said, you're making her uncomfortable. I said, you worried about her being uncomfortable? Well, she was talking about finance. I don't give a what she's talking about. You don't close it. So to me, got a little flashback. To me, you have to go above and beyond, I think, when you have a friend of the opposite sex to allow your person to feel comfortable. But at the end of the day, as much as I'm rocking with Willie, if my man ever felt like there was something suspect, I'm sorry, Willie.
Exactly. And I wouldn't even be mad because I understand the difference. It's different for a guy and his woman than it is for a woman. I mean, a guy, you know what I meant. It's different when it's coming from your man because, like you said, we sniff stuff out. If, say, for example, my woman had an issue, like, mind you, as much as you guys know, I don't care what people think. You also understand that I'm 10 times more transparent publicly, but with my person, it's I share locations. Like, I'm like, listen, invade my privacy and pull up on me. I'm fine.
Yeah.
But like the difference is like if Monte had an issue with me, it's because something that I did. Right. It's not gonna be because Monte, because he's not gonna be like, oh well, I just think that maybe, you know, he might try you. So that's not, but he won't have those thoughts unless I give him those.
And
out of respect for her, that never happens. Out of out of respect for my woman, that never happens. But what's really important, the difference in what you're talking about is if a dude is sitting here talking to a different woman all day, and like you said, got to go somewhere to the room and talk to her, they fucking, they were having sex, like, or trying to, or about to, like it's happening. They plotting on it as they speak.
Yeah.
Because we don't listen. I talk to, there's nobody that I'm not going to talk to like out loud on speakerphone unless it's someone that like I'm, you know, having that type of conversation with. I'm saying those conversations happen in private.
And also I was going to say there's a dynamic that, let's just say at this time, it's not weird for, you know, Willie to contact us. I was like, we have a house phone, but like right now it's not weird for him to hit us up at 10. But let's say he got in a relationship and he was like, I don't really appreciate the fact that she sent you, even if it's a meme, she sent you a meme at 11 o'clock at night or 6 in the morning. I believe that we have the type of relationship where he could say, hey, my girl's not really cool with that. And I wouldn't trip. I wouldn't start putting things in his ear like, oh, that's weird. She doesn't. I would respect that. Okay, we won't hit you after this time. Or, you know what? Normally when you come to town, you stay in her guest room. She's not cool with that. I don't take offense. Go to a hotel. Like, I'm advocate for a healthy.
But I have a question for Willie in that particular scenario.
What's up?
Yeah, but if Willie had to bring that to you, he must have saw that it was something that was really necessary to do, because I don't see Willie doing a bunch of flexing for somebody unless he feels like, yo, I gotta like do that. I guess for me, the biggest thing that I won't do personally is that I work so hard on my life and I did things that nobody ever did before. My name's A1 everywhere I go. So for me to go and like walk on eggshells for someone who doesn't obtain or walk in the level of righteousness that I walk in, to me almost feels disrespectful. It's like you're going to question me because of something you got going on when I walk upright. I'm probably, like I said, I'm better than your bishop and your pastor probably. I don't have scandals. I don't have issues. So
I'm going to use that one.
What if it's preference? Sorry to cut you off. What if it's just like a preference? So I tend to be, there doesn't have to be something suspicious for me to feel away. Sometimes there are things that I feel are just principles. So for example, if my guy said, oh, my sorority sister or whatever, you know, needs some information, I would not advise him to go to her house. Even if he had no track record of cheating or whatever, there are certain things to me are like disrespectful. For example, we have a guest room and one of my guys was going to come out and we were shooting some content, whatever. And so it ended up between booking his trip and him coming, Monte had to take a business trip. So that would have meant he was going to be here at the house. Wildly inappropriate. And so we rescheduled it. But it's not because I'm not trustworthy. He's not. It's just not appropriate. Yeah. So I think that some things nobody should expect to go through. Like I told him, okay, you might have group chats and do all this stuff, and these girls are considered one of the guys. I'm like, they still have a vagina. To me, respect is if we're doing a lot of coordinating or whatever, they can talk to the woman now. If I'm invited somewhere, I'm going to talk to the woman. That's just something to me is like a respect thing.
I can respect it, but we live in a day and age now where I live in Seattle. I could be putting my ding ding in somebody's booty hole just as easily as I can be putting it in a coochie, right?
Whoa!
Right? I mean, like, let's just keep it funky, right? So why are we? Okay, so I'm just saying, like, so to me, going back to it, why are you even around me or with me if we ain't have a certain level of that? I understand and I appreciate preference, but if your preference is my non-negotiable, then we shouldn't be even interacting with each other.
I agree that we don't align, but there's a difference to me between being insecure and it being a representation of you and being disrespectful. It's the same thing how I think it was Mon who said, I'm not gonna, what did he say in front of people? Some things are private or whatever. To me, like I can feel, it's the same conversation I use with territorial and jealous. To me, the difference between territorial and jealous, territorial is about principle and respect. Somebody could come on my property and throw trash on my property, sit on my property. I don't feel threatened that they're going to take over my home. I feel disrespected that they're violating my space, and I don't think that they should be entitled to that. So I might have a preference with my guy and say, I don't care for this. I don't think that this is appropriate. and I said, if I didn't trust you, I wouldn't be with you. But just because I trust you doesn't mean that I think certain things are okay.
Okay, so then if you have that conversation, Yonci, and there's something that comes up, because most of the, I think this is sometimes the thing, we just get hooked up on like certain aspects of things. 99.9% of everything could be good. But then let's say if you guys had this disagreement and you're not seeing where he's seeing there. So let's say about it's funny to me because it's like a lot of it hinges on a particular experience a person may have had in the past. And I think this is a thing, is that I don't like contributing to people's deficits in character. So this is one thing I die on this hill, is because I have to do so much all the time to make sure that I'm cool. So that now I have to go take another thing, not based upon my experience and my righteousness and my catalog and my credit history, but based upon your past experience. Because more than likely, the reason why I'm making this accommodation has more to do with what your past experience was than it has to do with what I've shown you. Imagine me getting treated like a felon behind felons, and I'm not a felon.
If it was something based on her history, but some things are just uniform, like from the beginning of time, this is what respect looks like. Like, let's say she's never been cheated on, but she says, okay, I don't let your friend, let's say you're friends with Amanda, and Amanda is a swimsuit model, and you're proud of Amanda, she got this cover, and da-da-da-da-da. And you decide, I want to post my friend on my Instagram page. You've never cheated. The girl you're dating has never been cheated on, but she might feel a way about you posting a woman in a swimsuit on her page. Maybe she says, I want to be the only woman on her page. That she doesn't have to have an insecurity from her past or have dealt with something, a trauma, to not like something.
No, that's no. And I can respect that, but my thing is that, sorry.
No, I was saying, I feel like the scenario you're going to keeps going to, like, I don't want to pay for someone else's thing. Like, sometimes it's not. Sometimes it's just a matter of, this is how.
So let's get that scenario. I like that scenario. So okay. Swimsuit edition. It's my friend. I'm celebrating my friend.
Right.
If that was a dude, and I was like, this is my boy, he's on the thing, versus it being a girl that you put up in your Instagram story because, like, yo, my best friend just got the cover. Aha. I guess I struggle with this because, like, it makes no logical sense to me. If there's no sexual interaction there, what is the difference between me putting up my boy versus putting up my girl on, like putting up my friend?
That's the difference.
What's the difference?
You put yourself in a situation where something can happen, even if you think you're the best person in the world. So this thing. So I'll never agree with that.
I'll be honest. No, I don't agree with it either. But I'll be honest with you. If you posted your homeboy in a swimsuit model and he's won a swimsuit, whatever, right? I'll be like, oh damn, okay, cool, it's partner one. If you posted a girl, I'm assuming y'all are having sex because you posted her.
If I said this is the thing. No, okay. So this thing, that's great that you think that, but at the same time, it's like if I said, "Hey, okay," and this thing, and I understand the common perspective, but a lot of things common have changed, right? Now there's a whole classification of individuals who have certain sexual orientation, which is very common in our society now, right? But as far as like things change, huh?
Yeah, but
no, you're right.
Add this before you go down that route. Even if you take away the quote unquote threat, I look at attention as currency. And just like we have a little bank and you're paying, to me, I always say it this way. Anything that you're spending out of that proverbial wallet, I want it spent on me. So if that money is being spent on your friend, that's not being spent on me. I am territorial in that sense. I don't want someone else getting that. It doesn't mean that I think you're going to end up sliding into her. I just don't want that other person to have that. Just like if you have a female friend and she keeps calling you all hours of the night and you're giving her all this advice and her tire gets flat and now she keeps calling you, she needs to get a brother. She needs to get a friend. So that's not.
And I would agree. I would agree with you. Yeah. But I would agree with Yonci because now you're borderline on disrespect because guess what? We're now operating outside of the capacities. I have a situation. So if that respect is already established, like for instance, I had my ex-wife. We never had an argument or a situation over that because she knew that she was always that. That was one thing we never had an issue with. But if she would have stopped or would have kept on pressing me about my friends that I talked to, male or female, when I'm like, I handle every piece of business I need to handle, we would have had an issue. We just wouldn't have been together. And but it's okay, but I never had that issue. And I think that's weird for me to kind of, yeah.
I would look at it. If I was with my guy and I said to him, I have a problem with your dynamic. Not you can't have this friend, but this particular dynamic. And his mindset wasn't, let me figure out how I can accommodate you. That would be a red. So I'm the complete opposite. That would be a red flag for me. If let's say I'll take Monte with Willie dynamic. If Monte had an issue with Willie, my first thought wouldn't be to defend my relationship. My first thought would be, how can I make him comfortable? And worst case scenario, sorry, Willie, but my first instinct
happens all the time. Trust me.
It's all me. It's all me.
My first instinct would be, let them meet so he could check his vibe. Second instinct would be, why don't you guys have? I would try all these different things. For me, it's like when a person, and I've heard a lot of people say that, defends the friend so much, it makes it look worse, because it's like you're willing to get rid of somebody that you would die with. Like, this is the person till death do us part, and you're choosing this. It almost makes it look more like there is something there, because like, why is it? And why is your friend allowing that? I wish my guy friend would. My best friend, if he said that his wife was not comfortable with our relationship, to me, that's my ultimate love for my friend, sacrificial. If that means I have to back away to see you happy with your person, I'm going to do that. If God forbid Willie's friend said his new girl or new wife says, you know, I just don't trust that girl, I just don't get it, I would be like, okay, who am I going to step in between someone's
But then now, but I guess on the last thing I'll say on this, because I know you probably have other questions, is that like, if respect is there and everybody has open communication, and like you said, the first step that you would take towards that situation is like, hey, let's mix and mingle and all this other kind of stuff. You're going to go, like, if everything's open and honest, I would personally, like with the situation with my ex-wife, you could call her. She actually used to call her. Like, everything's open. Like, everybody all was metered a level of respect. And I think that's where it sometimes comes where, like, I'll die on that hill, is that it's like, I give everybody so much respect. That's what people like about me a lot of times. I have people call me on from the platform a lot of times because they're like, yo, you handle things with care and respect.
But
so if that's
subjective,
no, it's not. Well, if it was so subjective, then I wouldn't get the level of respect from everybody. So if it seems like it's almost like a situation where I have this reputation, and the reputation comes from treating people with a level of care. So if everybody says something, then that must point to that, hey, things are cool.
So I don't mean in a sense that, like, okay, the overwhelming majority thinks something, but like, this is going to be a topic in the next week or two, whenever the cycle comes up.
Yeah.
But Megan Good's boyfriend was on, they were on this viral video where Michael Ealy picks her up and hugs her.
Light skins for the win.
It could be completely innocent between them. There could have been never any flirtation, never sexual tension. It could have been completely benign, and it could truly be a brother-sister relationship. However, the boyfriend could still feel a way, and I think he would be entitled to. If in his mind, this behavior is disrespectful, it has nothing to do with how much Michael is a good person, what his intentions were. It's just that this action makes him uncomfortable. So to me, your logic is saying, well, Michael has done nothing to garner him thinking this way. He's never done anything. He's an upstanding person. All those things could be true, and the guy could still feel away. Like, this action is unacceptable. To be picking my and her.
Michael is dead ass wrong for that.
No,
Jonathan Major's mama grew up fantasizing about Michael Ealy himself, and now you gonna hug this man girlfriend, pick her up off the ground. You know when women hug men like that.
It looked. This is the thing. It looked crazy, but at the same time, like I said, I guess it's just different for me because, and maybe that's because my ministry is different. I'm like, no, not the Michael Ealy thing, because it was just like, I just wouldn't do certain things just because certain things are just wisdom to me. It's like, why would I want to give myself more problems and conversations about certain things? But at the same time, it's like, what I would feel resentment towards the person that I went and I created a situation with. Like, so imagine if I have to keep on making these accommodations all the time, because when things come out of, to me, insecurity as opposed to preference, it seems like you always have to make more accommodations. There's always more accommodations. A preference on one or two things, I get you. That's cool. But I always have to make accommodations. And eventually I'm not going to feel like I can be authentically me.
So quit
Perfect.
talking
It just
to
sounds
that
like you're not
man's
compatible.
boyfriend.
Yeah.
Look, quit calling. Look, when he call you, just
Cam,
hang up.
Yeah.
Do you
Talk
know
to him no more.
how many times my sorority sisters or just women who know me from social media have had to message me and be like, will you tell my boyfriend nothing's going on? I'm like, no, I'm not telling him nothing. And this is why he shouldn't think nothing's going on. If he does, it's your fault. I don't like your post. I don't interact with you. And I'm not fixing to be I'm not in that. Stop. It happens a lot. And what I will say, she's gone. But what I will say typically is like when that type of stuff happens, there's a catalyst for it, and it's rarely ever the person that is the focal point.
It could be like she keeps talking about you and mentioning you.
Or like laughing or sharing my stuff.
Really, it's so funny.
And the crazy shit is, I've had the conversation with men. I'm like, bro, look at your girl and then look at my track record of women. Why would I talk to your girl, bro? What are you doing? Just because but listen, I'm that vicious because it keeps her out of trouble. Because now he's not gonna go back and tell her that he talked to me and I told him that your girlfriend is a 2 and I deal with 8, 9s, and 10s. He's never going to admit that. He's gonna pretend like it never happened. So I do it on purpose because I know how men are. But just because a woman has an issue with me or a man has an issue with me, like I respect the woman enough to cut stuff off. If like Yonci said, Monty had an issue with me, it's my fault. 100% my fault. Yonci didn't do shit. It's my fault. If someone has an issue with Yonci, it's different. Because like if my woman had an issue with Yonci, I know that she didn't do anything because I don't provide a space for her to do anything.
Yeah.
And it's coming from her. That's where the difference is in the disconnect. I think the difference is between our situations. Because you feel like you put your name up, like you should just go and do the right thing. I'm like saying super dope, right? I've been Cam for 20 years. Name no, as you saying, beyond reproach, no smut. So you should just trust me in my name and reputation.
No, not even that. You know what it is? No, I agree with you, guy. But it's like I think
has come on. Look, we finna get shut off. Like she finna cut the lights off. The banner has started.
Oh yeah, I know.
He's like, isn't it 11:30?
Yeah. No, I appreciate the conversation, but like I said, I've literally had situations where I knew that somebody thought something of me, but they never would come to me because they knew nothing was happening. They just felt salty about it. But to be honest, it's cool. God's good. Like I be living right. I'm chilling.
Look at the outro music.
All right.
Yeah, he is petty. He is petty. I feel like time hits.
No, listen. That's not to extend it. That's just to make sure that when you do your closing and your church announcements, you're not doing it for free.
Oh my God.
Yeah, good stuff. I appreciate it.
You're so nice. All right, I got to put the post up. Okay, clock. Thanks to Willie. You petty, Willie. He let me get all the way to 11.
Look, listen. I'm not trying to extend the show. I'm just doing it so I'm covering your church announcements, and then you can tell them about the weight loss thing, and you got to figure out how you're gonna who you're gonna pick to fly out. You know what I'm saying, for the event. Like, I'm not gonna hold you at 15, but you're saying if you want me to, we can make this a 24-hour show just to see you saying see how long you can take it.
We do have our record on Facebook as 9 hours. Okay. All
right.
We
did the 9-hour show.
We had a 9-hour live. One girl left. She got on the live after her shift ended. And she kept saying, man, I got to go to bed. I got to go to bed. She never went to bed. She said, y'all, I have to get ready for my shift. She stayed all night.
Damn.
We used to have a time. Every Friday night we had a group chat and everyone got on the Zoom and we would just talk. It was awesome. But yeah, people be tired as hell, be mad at me the next day, like, you're the reason I got bags in my eyes. All right, so just to review the announcements for those of you who are still here. By the way, Willie, this event is coming up quick. So I spilled the beans tonight, I think before you came on, that I gave the date. It's Labor Day weekend, and I'm giving the city, but y'all don't say the location, because that's going to have to be on Patreon for that. But we are going to have a really good time. Give a little teaser. We are going to have DJ. Like I said, there are going to be activities. Food will be provided. You guys will not have to pay for anything, thanks to my sponsor.
Jacob, you're not fun. Oh, never mind. You said the city we can tell you is
Yeah,
Dallas.
we can say city. So Dallas. And
I thought he was trying to get us. He was trying to trick us up and be like, tell me where it was at.
Absolutely. And so I don't know why I cannot find the. Oh, there we go.
Jacob got jokes about Texas. Okay, that's Houston, Jacob, not Dallas.
So just
This is why you all have to join Patreon.
Oh,
Hey,
come up off the 35 for the premium.
Hey, now, man, I get it's $50 a date. Now, look, I can't pay the date and be a patron.
Well, you get more bang for your buck with the Patreon. Trust me.
What?
It's $15 people.
Yeah, buddy. So it is going to be fun. We're going to be showing the location. So in a couple of weeks, I'm going to be showing you guys the location on Patreon. You guys can see. But we are going to have good food, good music, good company, activities. It is going to be a time. And so make sure you guys join patreon.com/Yonci, or just go to Patreon, type in Yonci. I'm the only Yonci on there, at least for now. But that's coming up Labor Day weekend. My singles database, still putting that together. Still putting the project together that I'm working on, but I need those who are single to be on Patreon so they can go to the link and they can add their information in there. We trying to get
on Patreon.
On Patreon. Thank you. You're my great spokesperson for that. I appreciate it. She'd be plugging me. But we can only have as much fun as the people who come on. Like even with this panel, seeing like the conversation, it's because people are coming on and getting in the mix. So it kills me when people are like, oh, we don't have this, we don't have that. Well, because you got to get on there. Like you got to get on. And so I appreciate you, Kaylee. You're always, whatever circle we're in, you're always promoting that. And so it is going to be a really good time. And as you guys can see, you see the rapport that we built with just the panel here. Once we all come together at the event, it's not going to feel like a bunch of strangers. So Kaylee comes by herself. She's going to be like, oh, I recognize Amanda, I recognize Cam. Okay. And so it's the same thing. So you've got to get on Patreon now. Start to mingle, start to join, get on the YouTube show. I open it to everybody on Patreon. There's no excuse for you to not at least walk away with a bunch of friends if you don't find a love connection. I feel like I saw George finger go up. What'd you say, Willie?
I said I'm funny acting in person, so I'm just telling you now. I'm only social online. In person, I'm not. So don't expect much from me.
A whole different situation. Be like, Willie, but we had so many laughs.
Nope. Never met you before.
Oh my God.
See you next Thursday.
Yes, and you guys
see you Thursday. It's terrible.
Not see you Thursday. I didn't even hear that. So make sure you guys come. I do appreciate special shout out to Letitia. I don't know if she's still watching, but she did a $20 contribution. I appreciate that. Willie, of course, is my boss over here. He keeping me on the clock, but I appreciate it. I appreciate all the love, friend. Your donations. He put in 110 minutes on the clock. Y'all, my math, I had to do it really quick. No, you did 120. Wait, no, that's 120. 90 to 30. You put.
That's 120 minutes. That's 2 hours.
That's 120. I was like, wait a minute, I'm doubting my math. 120. Yeah. Yes, put 120. So thank you so much. I appreciate that a lot, you guys. But come to the event. It's going to be a good time. Anybody else we got 9 minutes. So if anyone wants to plug any of your stuff, feel free, because y'all be putting in work on these episodes.
When do you want to have the person the winner picked so we can book their ticket?
Yeah, we need to do that ASAP.
So you can run ads and stuff, and post it.
Yeah. How about we do it? I say we do it Friday, not tomorrow, but a week from tomorrow.
Whatever.
Does that sound like enough time?
I mean,
enter into the drawing.
Yeah, I mean, as long as you have enough time, to hype it, and do.
That's what I wanted. Yeah. So I say I promote it daily, and then we pick the winner Friday, and then way either way they can get their tickets.
Let's do it next Thursday. Right then you can do it on your show too.
You said what?
Yeah.
Or do it
Thursday. That way you can do it on your show.
And then they got to tune in to win.
Yeah, and have you guys seen my little ticker, the little thing? Like,
yeah. Hey, hold on real quick, Yonci. Amanda, where's your hand?
Amanda. No, he gonna see her at the bench. She be like,
hands up, don't shoot.
This all day.
Yep, hands up, don't shoot, all over again.
I had my nails done. Like he'll be having me.
Oh my goodness.
You're not finna you can't get her banned, and they got a whole other website for that type of stuff.
Mm-mm.
Yep. some only stands or something like that. I forgot what it's called.
Only stands is great.
Oh my gosh. And the ladies have in my fitness group, they appreciated the $500 prize that they have going. So thank you, sir, for that. They are
I'm gonna win.
up a notch.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not even competing. I'm gonna win. I'm about to cheat. I'm about to go get on one of them shots.
Oh, Ozempic! Oh, snap! Ozempic warriors. I respect it.
Yeah, I got a bunch. I literally have like a bunch in here now because I got it for the clinic. So yeah. I'm about to get real. I'm gonna unbig my back on my own supply.
So the ladies had to, before they knew what the competition entailed, they had to pick what they personally committed to doing every single day so that they could reach whatever their goal was in 90 days. So once I marked them and had them pick what their goal was for the day, that became the competition. So every day that they did that thing, they got a point. So there's a maximum of 90 points, 90 days. So one girl,
you're not weighing yourselves or nothing, no, and all that. Like this is.
So there is a weigh-in every Sunday, but some people are just trying to tone up. Other people are trying to lose. So it wouldn't have been fair because not one person might be trying to lose 150 pounds and another person might be trying to lose 15 pounds. So the only fair way to do that is whatever because they committed to it before realizing that was their standard. So some people committed to doing 2 miles plus a gallon of water a day. Someone else committed to doing like a 20-minute walk. So each person that they just had to be accountable for their thing, and that's what it was. It's an account.
Damn, I should have competed and said I was gonna take naps. Shut up.
Yeah, I need to really work on my rest.
Yeah, I need to get some sleep.
So it's been interesting. One girl has a perfect streak. She has not missed a single day, and she gets her 10 in the morning. She's been doing amazing, and she's down a lot of weight. So it's pretty cool. And then we also measure. So you have the scale, but as women, our bodies, we hold water, retain and lose water. So we have the measurements and then clothing. So because the measuring tape doesn't lie, the scale can be unreliable. So
them pants
Can we do Can we add a golden moo for the end, like for the competition at the end of it, like whoever wins?
A golden what?
A golden moo.
Moo.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Hey, don't you come to this damn event wearing no moo.
No.
It's hot in Texas.
No,
we're providing security. We're not going to have an ambulance on standby. You come over and burn up if you want to. We definitely going. You're going to viral.
No, this is for later. Listen, they're like for later, like you win the $500, you thank God, you want to thank your mom and everybody like that for winning the competition, and then you have a golden moo. So every time you wear that, like, listen, I worked harder than them.
It should be a 3 a.m. sandwich award.
That'll
be
Take a deep breath, you're gonna be okay. Is it loud in your mind? Just take your time, you're gonna be okay.
Is she coming? Is she winning?
Married. She can come with her husband if she wants to.
Yeah, she's super married, bro, and trust me, that man's not going nowhere.
And she be humping him on the couch and all kind of stuff.
He'll be on the couch, bro, when the team's call, and she will come and like literally twerk on his face.
And then split.
And then and then do the splits where he can see the thing, but y'all can't because of where the camera is. Yeah. Man, listen, if you want to know how to keep your
how did y'all find this woman? She's on IG?
Oh, she's got
how many likes that picture got?
Yeah, I follow her.
See right here. Here's her
okay. Is it loud in your mind? Just take your time. You're gonna be okay.
I don't like window shopping, so I won't be adding her. But at the same time, God bless her.
Why she in the bathroom? That's why y'all be in the bathroom so long, because y'all be in there doing shit like that, making TikTok.
Can we talk about that in the next episode, how long men are in the bathroom? I truly think that you guys just need to go in your man cave. It's a lot safer on your.
We don't want to fart in our man cave. We want our man cave to smell good. Like we go in the bathroom.
You can't be farting for 40 minutes straight. Like y'all be in there way.
Have you eaten Taco Bueno yet since you've been to Texas?
Nah, that's all bad. That's crazy.
You can get about 42 minutes out of straight gas. That queso is horrible.
The last air breaker? That's crazy.
Bro, it's bad.
Dates, you can't cry.
Like every time I see Taco Bueno, I get bubble guts. Like just looking at it. I just know, if I go to Taco Bueno, I
can't fart. Got to pay for dates.
Out of control.
Hey, that's where they should take a girl that want to charge for dates. Take her to Taco Bueno and then like feed her real good, and then go to and then lock the bathroom door so she can't get in it.
Yo, and then dine and dash her at the place. Like, yo, I gotta go grab my wallet, and then just peel out after you fed her. That's crazy.
And then she's gonna use the bathroom on herself. Oh, that's a win. That's a win, Cam. That sounds like a cheap thing we can pay for.
Yeah, we can make that happen.
I wish you guys could find her.
I can.
Somebody gonna find her.
Like, don't challenge me because I can find anybody. That's kind of my job. That's what we do. We
have her on the show and be like, I just
absolutely not, because that show will get demonetized. I can't come on it because I'm telling you that you're stupid. As soon as we start, Willie, hey man, you're dumb. Like, that's how the show is gonna start, and then I'm probably gonna say the R word, the mentally challenged word, like 7 times, because when I see her face, that's what I think.
Man, we gotta lift him up in prayer.
Amanda needs to lift her hands up in prayer. That's what we need to do now. Okay. All right.
Deliverance.
Deliverance. She's so
y'all, he's out of control.
Why are you texting your lap? That's crazy. You text like you in school taking a test.
Not my lap. I'm on the table. See,
nah, you're trying to cheat on it.
Yeah, that would look crazy.
I can't call you no more.
I think your man would find that disrespectful. That looks secretive. That's crazy. Yeah.
Hey,
I don't have a man.
Hey, so do you have a privacy screen on your phone?
I know.
Hey, wait, do you have a privacy screen on your phone?
Ooh.
I'm looking at my email. Somebody email me.
Dear Earl, I can't.
This late? Was it a man?
I told you that you can't
Earl,
text me
don't
until
call
you
me
don't have a
anymore.
wife no more.
We
Stop
can't
crying on my phone before it gets water damage.
Well, actually, I was.
It's late.
It's
late.
I DM Jacob to see if he okay. I didn't want to make sure he.
My dating coach has told me to not call you anymore.
I cannot.
This is my last message.
It's been fun, y'all.
All right, help me out.
Have a good night.
Have a good night, y'all.
Thanks for watching.
Peace, y'all.
All right, there we go.
All right.
You guys are awesome.
Later.